It was a typical day near the Valentia estate. Father and son stood talking about what is the most important virtue for a lord. Simon believed that the most important thing for a lord is magnanimity, but his father didn't quite agree with him. Richard Valentia, Lord Leschel, believed that the most important thing for a lord is a warm heart. But the other virtues necessary for a lord would depend on the situation. A lord must be able to be a friend, a family member, and sometimes even a villain. Simon will have to learn to be in each of these roles. But no matter who he will be, having a warm heart, he will be able to form bonds with many who will meet on his life's journey. Suddenly, they were interrupted by one of the workers, whose name was Charles. He was very tired from his work and asked the Lord for a favor. Richard asked Simon and Charles to move away and got down to business. As you can see, Lord Valentia is not a simple man at all. He wields powerful dark magic also known as necromancy. With his spell, he summoned a dozen skeletons. They were fearsome in appearance, and we are used to associating them with instruments of darkness, cruelty, and murder. But these skeletons were not like that. Charles immediately pointed them to a pile of logs, which they immediately began merrily carrying, making the work of the workers many times easier. For Richard, helping his people was a pleasure. Simon was proud of what a great necromancer his father was, that he could provide his workers with additional labor using undead. Before we go on to explore Simon's fascinating story, let's learn a little about the history of the necromancers of this world. In this world, necromancers are special magicians who use black and dark magic. With its help, they can summon and revive long-dead creatures. Once upon a time, an emperor lived in this world who wanted to destroy necromancers so that they could not influence his empire in any way. He ruled the empire of Thalhern, and for this task he sent 50,000 soldiers. This army was called the Rose Brigade. The headquarters of the necromancers was in Kazan, and they knew what the emperor was planning against them, so 10 necromancers opposed the emperor's army. Only 10 necromancers, but all 50,000 soldiers of the Rose Brigade were destroyed and turned into the undead. Thus began the destruction of the empire. The destruction of the Rose Brigade eventually led to the surrender of the remnants of the Thalhern Empire. In order to take revenge on the arrogant emperor, necromancers turned him into the undead, and the emperor met his miserable end in the form of a rotting corpse, permanently sitting on the throne of the empire. Thus began a new era of necromancers' rule. They were able to conquer half of the entire continent without meeting any worthy resistance. But another force stopped and threatened the dominance of the necromancers, ruling the other half of the continent. These were the priests, the only antagonists of the necromancers who served and worshipped the goddess Devi. But for now, there was a fragile peace between the two opposing forces on the continent. Yet in the small town Lashhill, things were calm and friendly. Humans and undead worked side by side, and Richard's use of necromancy served a good purpose. Later that day, Simon returned home. He entered a small but pleasant house for lords. His mother, Anna Valentia, waited for him. She greeted him kindly. Anna was once a priest, and she could use bright, holy magic. In the kitchen, she boiled laharka mushrooms, which looked poisonous. Simon worried about them, but Anna was calm. She said her magic would make them safe to eat. She used her bright light magic, and the sight amazed Simon. He always wondered how his parents, a necromancer and a former priest, ever came together. He admired their love and noticed how well they got along. The family gathered to eat. There were many tasty dishes on the table. Simon ate only a little, and Anna asked if he felt sick. Meanwhile, Richard ate with great enthusiasm. Later, Simon saw Anna placing a cucumber mask on Richard's face. They acted as if they were still newlyweds, laughing and showing affection. It was a warm and happy home. That evening, Simon went to his room. He looked at the full moon outside his window, enjoying its beauty. After wishing his parents good night, he turned to close his door. Suddenly, a letter flew in and hit him right in the face, knocking him off balance. Surprised, Simon peeled the letter off. Then he noticed a girl sitting on his windowsill, smiling at him. He could not believe his eyes. He tried to ignore her, thinking it might be a dream or a trick of the light. He lay down and covered himself with a blanket, hoping she would disappear. But she jumped into the room, yelling at him not to pretend he could not see her. She even tried to pull the blanket away. Simon realized she would not give up, so he finally sat up and asked who she was and what she wanted. Before she could explain, his parents rushed into the room. They carried simple weapons like a frying pan and a rolling pin, worried that a thief had broken in. But the girl greeted them happily by their names. To Simon's shock, his parents seemed overjoyed to see her. Her name was Nephthys Arkbold. Simon recognized the name Nephthys Arkbold from stories. She was a legendary necromancer who had lived for over 300 years. She was the one who turned the emperor of the Thalhern Empire into an undead puppet. Now she sat on his bed, acting like an old family friend. Nephthys handed Simon the letter that had hit him in the face. He opened it and read it with shaking hands. The letter was an invitation to the Necromancer Academy in Kazan. It said Simon had shown great potential and was accepted as a student. Nephthys then held out her hand and asked Simon to come with her to Kizan. She offered him a future full of learning and adventure. Simon realized that everything he knew might change from this moment on. Nephthys leaves after telling Simon that she will see him in Kazan. His dad asks him for the letter. According to the letter, Simon has been admitted into the Academy through a special admission. The father explains to him that Kazan is the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the Necromancers. It also acts as a school for Necromancers. The girl he just met was the chancellor of the school. Simon can't believe that Nephthys is the chancellor since she was acting a bit like a child. The dad tells him that the school is on an island called Roke, and he will have to board a shop in Langerstein to reach it. He assures him that there is nothing to worry about since the island is really beautiful and he will have plenty to do there. He also reveals that the school is known for its stylish uniforms. His mother tells him that it will keep him busy till the matriculation ceremony. Before going to the school, he needs to open his core. While his parents talk about teaching him stuff like black magic, he stands there with a confused expression. After this, Simon experiences the busiest week of his entire life since he has to prepare for school. Even though his parents told him that he would have fun in the school, they were still worried because of his sudden admission. As his dad prepares to open his core, he asks him to hold tight since he might feel a bit of pain during the process. A blue light glows around Simon as his dad forms the core with the help of his magic. After this, he learned the breathing method and took his dad's crash course on black magic. A week later, he departed for Kazan with his dad, leaving his small town behind. While in the carriage, his dad asks him to draw the magic power floating around him into his body and slowly tries to utilize that mana. He tells him to move it through his core and asks if he can feel the mana. As his dad guides him through the entire process, Simon begins to form a small drop of mana. His dad explains that this is the source of power that necromancers use. It is called the darkness. The biggest difference between a magician and a necromancer is the darkness. While mana can disperse in the air due to its low density, the darkness is more dense, almost like a liquid, so it allows the caster to bind and change its shape easily. His dad demonstrates this by making a small doll in his hand. He reveals that people who use the darkness are called necromancers. They don't really have a lot of time, so he suggests that they continue practicing the basics. Simon tries molding the darkness into a shape, but he lacks control, so it drips away. 2 days later, he has full control over the mana. His dad can't believe that Simon has managed to make shapes using the darkness in just 3 days, when normally it takes about 6 months to 2 years. He knew his son was talented, but his talent could also backfire. He hopes that he won't make the same mistakes as him. Simon forms a blue flame and excitedly shows it to his dad. The dad smiles and tells him that his darkness has a beautiful hint of blue. This makes the protagonist even more excited since he thinks that it must be a rare color. The carriage stops as they finally reach the border of Dresden. The dad prepares to leave and tells Simon that he can't accompany him further because of some things that happened in the past. The protagonist is a bit sad, but the dad assures him that he can do this better than anyone else. Simon finally reaches Dresden almost after a week of travel. The city is filled with people and skeletons walking around the streets. Simon is a bit overwhelmed since this is his first time in a big city. He takes out a piece of paper that has the address of his guide. As he looks around in confusion, he comes across a woman and decides to ask her for directions. When she turns around to face him, he nearly freaks out and starts trembling since one of her eyeballs is dangling out of her eye socket. He calms down a bit when she politely tells him the address. After he thanks her and leaves, another guy wearing a hat walks over to the woman and asks her for a favor. Meanwhile, the guide is still waiting for Simon. She wonders if he got lost in the city. She is not completely off since in reality our boy is being surrounded by a bunch of goons. The guy in the hat that was mentioned earlier points a knife at him and asks him for all of his belongings. An hour before, Simon was looking around the city for the guide when he got approached by the hat guy. The guy told him the address and asked him if he was going there. He claimed that he was the guide sent by Howell and told him that he started searching for him after assuming that he had gotten lost. The man introduced himself as Rowley and asked Simon to follow him to his lodging. He also warned him of crooks and robbers in the area since it was a big city. As they walked, Simon casually asked him if that was the reason why he was also trying to rip him off. This completely shocked the man. He immediately turned around and nervously denied it. Simon told him that he was looking down a lot and also felt his lower vest. This indicated that he was probably checking for his knife. The guy told him that it was for self-defense. However, our boy revealed that the name he gave him earlier was the name of a goat living in Leschil. The guy started trembling and asked him why he followed him if he already knew all of this. After that, he pulled out his knife and called the rest of his gang. Simon refuses to give anything to the man. Hearing this, a guy standing behind him pulls out his knife and starts charging at him. Our boy effortlessly dodges the knife and grabs the man by his hand. He tells him that he has already dealt with people like him back in his hometown. Simon says that it is his duty as a successor of the lordship to clean dirt like them. Hearing that he is a noble, the robbers can't let him go anymore. Suddenly, the guide shows up. She reveals that she started looking for him when he didn't show up on time. As she casually walks towards the goons, she calls out to Simon and tells him that she had been waiting for him and came to get him when he didn't show up. She smiles and says that it seems like he is dealing with something else. The bald guy is still convinced that they can take on both of them since they have the numbers. Suddenly, they all hear the sound of bones snapping from a nearby shop. The girl asks them if they remember that the building in front of them is a skeleton shop. Moments later, several skeletons jump out of the building and charge at the men. The skeletons overpower the goons easily, and they start begging for mercy. The girl asks them the name of their group. It turns out that they are from the Cleven clan. Hearing this, the girl asks the bald guy to make the leader of the clan surrender himself to the guard headquarters while dragging his face to the ground. If he sends a fake or his face isn't graded enough, she will wipe out their entire clan. After this threat, the goons leave in a panic. She then casually turns towards the protagonist and tells him that she is his real guide. Without waiting for his answer, she grabs him by the arm and takes him away to meet her mom. As she looks for her mom, she finds her buying some ice cream. The mom starts trembling since the girl orders her to stay put. While the two of them are having their argument, Simon cannot believe that Nephthys is the girl's mom. She calls out to him and asks him if he has learned some things from his father. He shows her the dark flame, which makes them both impressed. Nephthys then leaves her daughter Lorraine in charge of Simon and leaves. After the mom leaves, Lorraine introduces herself and reveals that she is also a student of Kazan like him. She grabs him by the arm again and takes him shopping for the new semester. Lorraine takes Simon to the library. She gets them their course books, informing the main character that he has to finish all of them in first grade. The girl goes away to get the last course book. While waiting for her to come back, Simon realizes that he has never been around his peers, which makes him even more excited for his upcoming days. While he is in his thoughts, a girl comes and stumbles upon the books. Both apologize to each other for their distracted minds. The girl helps Simon in putting the books back into the racks. She introduces herself as Cindy, who is also a new student like the main character. She is from a small town like Simon, and is excited to meet new friends. The protagonist promises her that he will stay in touch with her when they join the school. Cindy turns away saying goodbye, but Simon stops her. He asks her for his wallet that she has stolen. She is amazed at the main character's attention, as she thought he did not see her stealing the wallet due to her spirit magic. Simon reveals that he saw the wallet floating in the air. His attentiveness makes Cindy more excited for her upcoming time in the school, as she expects other students to be as surprising as the main character. Simon wonders if Cindy is too shameless to be a pickpocket. She does not bother Simon's remarks. She plans on seeing the main character on campus for 3 years if he opts for spiritology as his major. Cindy also invites him to be her competition in school when the time comes. She throws his wallet back at him. The girl takes her leave, reminding Simon to remember her when they see each other at school. Just when the girl leaves, Lorraine comes back without the book. She could not find the last course book as it was out of stock. Simon gets to know that he will receive those books with the others in his dorm. She teases the boy by asking about the girl he was just talking to. She wonders if the main character has made his first friend in school. Simon blushes, admitting that he made a friend. Lorraine offers herself as a friend to Simon with whom he could share if he has a crush on that girl. Simon, on the other hand, ironically thinks he has just dodged losing his wallet to that girl. Lorraine suggests they should buy a bag for the main character. The bag that they are going to buy is not an ordinary bag. It can rather be considered as an inventory for the necromancers that they call subspace. They see the lady at the bag shop who knows they need a bag for Simon as Lorraine has already bought her bag. As the protagonist is new to all this, his friend wants a subspace that has the least limitations. The lady shows them an exclusive ring that is not even on the market yet. Simon wears it, letting the darkness flow through him. He sees a handle in front of him and uses it as a lever. The handle reveals the subspace, which is the latest Gelen Eclipse product. That subspace can load up to 4,000 UB. The best thing about the space is that it can open up on uneven surfaces and slopes. Moreover, the inventory features 7 magic spells, including the temperature control and grade 1 preservation spell. Wearing that subspace will activate the invisibility spell that can aid in hiding one's location from the enemies. Upon asking, Lorraine comes to know that the bag also features ejection. Simon wonders about the bag's price given all the amazing features. To his fear, the bag costs 5,000 gold, which is way more than his town's several years' budget. Lorraine comes to the rescue and pays for the bag. Simon admits that he would not be able to pay such a huge amount back, but the price has been paid by Lorraine's mother, who is indebted to the main character's parents. Simon insists on returning the favor, but his friend assures him that they only want the main character to do really good in Kazan, nothing else. He pledges to work hard and leaves with his friend. Their schedule does not end here. They still have to enjoy the day. Lorraine takes the main character to shoot plush dolls. Later, they visit the highest point of the city and see lanterns. They end their day watching these lanterns lighting the sky when Lorraine predicts that Simon will do good at Kazan. Simon and his friend are having dinner and he impresses her with his table manners. The reason for such impressive manners is the main character's noble family and his father's strictness about etiquette. Lorraine advises him not to brag about his status at the Academy, as 30% of the students in Kaizen are commoners, and their selection is totally merit-based. She also offers him assistance if he wants to ask anything about the Academy. Simon asks about majors. He gets to know that there are 9 courses in the first semester of first grade, 7 majors and 2 minors. In the next semester, the students will choose the electives. Once they are done with the first grade, they will have to choose their major in the second grade. One has to figure out which subject they are best at and focus on their main courses. Only those with grip and strength on their subjects will be preferred in group tasks. Simon is really impressed with what Lorraine did that day when they first met, therefore he is interested in taking Summonology as his major. This makes the girl excited as in her opinion Summonology gives off orthodox magician vibes. They keep on talking, and Simon gets to know about Professor Hong Peng and other amazing faculty members at Kaizen. She drops him off at night as her mother would beat her if Simon gets late because of her for the next day. Simon has a really great time with her. When she is about to leave, she turns around and confesses something. She is also a new student like Simon, which means they will meet again at the campus. She has not purposefully concealed this fact during the day, but she has not found a proper time to say it to Simon. She takes her leave, reminding the main character to become friends if they meet on campus. The scene changes to the next day when Simon and the other students are ready to go to Kaizen. Every student has his own unique style, which makes our guy a little worried about his style. Simon remembers that Lorraine will not be with them as she is taking another route. All the students have to be on board a ship that is unusually anchored. Simon confirms his identity. While he is about to board the ship, he hears something. The voices of a boy who is at the top of Kaizen's waitlist yelling at a servant. The boy named Lucius is from a noble family and is not ready to accept his failure when the servant tells him that he is not on the admission list. The boy does not believe it and wants him to contact the authorities at Kaizen. On the other hand, the servant politely requests him to go back. He grabbed the servant by his hand, showing his power. Simon comes to the rescue of the poor servant. He grabs Lucius by his hand and crunches it badly. Meanwhile, Professor Sillage comes and he takes this matter into his own hands. The boy requests to call Nephthys. The professor does not even listen completely to what Lucius is saying. He clicks his fingers, uses hematic black magic, and splashes Lucius's blood all around. He orders the students to quickly board. The professor's amazing magic spell makes all the students wonder if they will be able to take his course in first grade. Simon is still worried about the boy. The professor assures him that he is not dead. Once all the students are on board the ship, there is an announcement that the ship may feel a little turbulence. All of them have to remain seated until the next announcement. Everyone wonders how the ship will sail due to its unusual anchoring. Soon they hear a noise which they suppose is of the waves. But to their surprise, the noise is of a huge whale. The whale is many times larger than the ship. Before the students get any time to comprehend the situation, the whale eats the whole ship. Soon the students realize they are inside the whale's stomach. That huge whale travels across the world and is famous for even taking bites at the harbors. Moreover, the whale transports new students to Kaizen as the fastest transportation means. There is a huge space inside the stomach where other people are living as well. A student named Rowan, who is also new like Simon, starts talking to him. He is impressed with how Simon stood up in that awkward situation created by the waitlist guy. He humbly takes the compliment. Rowan is eager to know about the kind of admission test given to Simon. He himself got in by causing darkness to shift shapes. Simon at first wants to tell him about the way he got in. That is through Nephthys's admission letter, but he hesitates. He fears that he could get into an issue of fairness if he tells the truth about his admission test. Therefore, Simon lied about his admission test to be the same as the other boy. While the boys are discussing the test, they hear an announcement. According to the announcement, they all have to be seated again since they are about to reach Kaizen. Simon notices that the waters in Whale's stomach have become rougher than before. Once all of them are seated, the professor uses a spell on the ship. He also announces that the ship will again face turbulence while arriving, so everybody should hold the handrail. Before the student could reach the handrail, all of them crashed along with their luggage due to the turbulence. Soon a bright light appears and the ship flies out of the whale's stomach into the sky. The professor lands the ship safely using his spell while Simon watches in awe. Once the ship lands, the deck opens up in Kaizen. All new students line up in rows of 4 to receive their uniforms. The male and female students head towards separate dressing rooms in opposite directions. All of them need to assemble again outside after 5 minutes. Simon quickly dresses up. The uniform is as graceful as his father has described to him. The jacket in the uniform even has a spell on it which makes it even sturdier than armor. After dressing up, everyone assembles again outside and marches towards the auditorium. While they are outside, the boys, as expected, notice that the girl's uniform is prettier. On their way to the auditorium, Rowan catches up with Simon and admires how he looks in the uniform. The main character's new friend is excited to be at Kizan and wonders if it's even real. Soon they are in the auditorium among the other 1,000 students who enrolled in grade 1. Only 300 students will get a chance to reach the second grade, and the size will shrink to 150 in the third grade. That means only 30% of these new students will be able to sit in second grade. The competition between these students must be fierce, and they have to watch out for top students if they want to reach the third grade. Among them is Cerna Eindark, the successor of Ivory Tower, Darwin Carradine, Jay Sanders, and Chattel Mayer, who is a huge guy. Lowen also adds Lorraine to the list of top students, sitting on the other side of the auditorium. Everyone initially thought she got in under a special admissions quota due to her mother's status, but she actually passed the admission test. She has not topped the admission exam, but everyone knows her strengths and considers her a competition. Soon the matriculation ceremony starts, and the representative welcomes all the students. He also adds a caution against entering the forest. Next, he introduced all the professors who would be teaching the first grade. These professors are top necromancers who could only be seen in magazines. Simon wonders why Nephthys is not present at the ceremony. Rowan explains that a chancellor like Nephthys does not come to small matriculation ceremonies, and it would be an honor for anyone to meet her even in the third grade. Meanwhile, the last part of the ceremony starts when the student representative will take an oath. Both male and female top students are eligible to become the representative. The presenter on stage calls the second special admission that is CERN to take an oath. After that, the presenter announces Simon's name as the first special admission, which stuns everyone, including the main character. While Simon is walking towards the stage, everyone wonders who he is. Our boy is nervous, but he keeps on reading whatever is written on the paper and takes his oath. The first graders have a class on the first day of the matriculation ceremony. There are more than 14 classes for all 1,000 first graders, and each class is full. In Simon's class, everyone is talking about his special admission, which pressurizes him even more. He learns that summonology is also included in his courses. Summonology attracts him as his father used to practice it, which means he can also become like his father if he takes this course. The first class is about to start as the first professor has arrived. Professors at Kizan are famous necromancers. Some people associate necromancers with a dark and evil image, but that time has gone. The new generation's necromancers are smart, practical, and trendy. One such modern necromancer is Professor Bahil, who is a member of Kizan's core battling group called the Crows. Bahil is a young professor in his late 20s and very popular among students. All the students are happy to learn that he will be taking the first grade catarology course. The class starts with the professor's introduction, and he also urges the students to introduce themselves when he calls their names. All of them introduce themselves one by one, including Simon. The professor then starts the class with a fundamental question about curses in catarology. A student named Jaime introduces a curse as a dark magic that maintains one's power while weakening the opponent's. The professor then explains the curse by giving an example to the students. His example is based on the fight between the two primitive knights. Both of them have similar skill sets. They attack each other continuously and wait for their opponent to make a mistake. They exchange strikes, but none of them surrender. At one moment, one of the knights screams, giving a death stare to his opponent. The opponent knight flinches and turns pale. Finally, the sword slices through the opponent's shoulder, spilling his blood. The other knight attacks his opponent's legs, impeding his movement. Next, he throws sand into his opponent's eyes and removes his helmet. The battle intensifies, and at last, the knight finally cuts through the opponent's head. Through this example, the professor proves that even the most primitive and barbarous battles of clashing weapons are just a series of actions. These actions are used to weaken the opponent and achieve victory. The professor also demonstrates how modern necromancers fight. They defeat their opponents by just a single move. He also explains that curse is the lightest and simplest structure among different black magic spells. Moreover, its activation is quick, which makes it even more popular. The spell can totally shake the opponent even if it needs a little effort. He then takes a few steps towards the students and decides to practically demonstrate the theory. The professor picks up a student and snaps his fingers to use his spell on him. The student falls down on the desk and Bahil takes out his knife. This practically illustrates that the necromancers can take down their enemies in just a single move. Students understand the power of curse in catarology through this stunt. After such a wonderful teaching methodology shown by Professor Bahil, it is evident that 80% of the students will take his course again in the second semester. The professor also suggests the students should work on their specialties while cursing so that they can have an upper hand on their enemies. Students learn that catarology is the core of modern necromancers because it is the most effective way to stand against the priests. The professor explains the way priests and necromancers go against each other. He tells the students that while necromancers have curses, priests have blessings. The main difference between a blessing and a curse lies in the fact that one strengthens the target while the other weakens it. He then asks the students how cursing is better than blessings. Jamie raises her hand and answers, She says that a curse is faster to cast than a blessing, therefore it can weaken the target faster than the blessing. The professor finds this answer interesting, but he tells the class that it is incorrect. As per the scholars, if only casting speed is considered, the curse is a bit slower than the priest's blessing if it has to be cast through an opponent's resistance. Professor Bahil asks if anyone else wants to answer. Hector raises his hand and answers, saying, "No one trains themselves for when they are weaker." The professor is impressed by his answer and mentions that he will remember Hector's name. He then explains that weakening spells cannot be warded off with training. Everyone trains for regular conditions. He also explains that the measure of our skills depends upon how well we can perform, given the fact that all environmental factors are under control. He goes on to explain that human beings are more sensitive creatures than they seem. They can give up even on the slightest change of the environmental factors. That means you do not have to cut the hands of the archer who is aiming at you to win. You can rather give his eyes conjunctivitis to block his vision, or you can give him nausea. Moreover, you can distract him, or you can confuse his sense of distance. With all these tricks, one can ditch the archer's arrow that is supposed to hit him. Bahil reveals that necromancers have many different ways to disrupt their enemies. He exemplifies saying if any of them have a stomachache or are tired, they will not train for curses, instead they will take a day off. Therefore, he suggests to the students that they should learn how to weaken their enemies rather than strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Keysen's staff comes with correction devices for all the students. The professor announces that they are going to learn how to cast a curse. It is a bit embarrassing for Keysen students to use a correction device, but since it's their first day, they have to use the device. Bahil eases their hesitation, saying it is okay to use the correction device to get the hang of it, but the students should not rely on it much. The first spell that he chooses to teach is the exhaustion spell. He instructs the students to hold on to the handles of the correction device and transfer their darkness into the mold made on the device. Bahil goes on to explain that the key to a successful magic circle is how perfectly one forms the main rune word. By rune word, he means a set of letters that have magical powers. Drawing out the rune words using darkness will give out magical effects. Their professor then instructs them to lift the magical circles that they have made in the molds. Many students, including Simon, successfully lift their circles, but just a few moments later their circles start to collapse. According to Bahil, that happens when someone doesn't refine their darkness properly or their binding is weaker. He encourages them to try again. Those who are able to maintain their circle in the air, he instructs them to start the actual practice. Each of them has a plan along with their correction device. The students have to aim their circles at the plant and use their curses. If they see any change in the plant, that means that the curse is successful. Some of the students cast the spell successfully, while some, like Simon, are still struggling. The professor sees a difference in skills among his students. He instructs them to keep on practicing the speed even if the students are successful in casting the curse once. Those who have practiced it perfectly with the correction device are now instructed to do it without using the device. Most of the students in the class are able to do the spell except Simon. This frustrates him as he tries again and again to form a perfect circle. He wonders what is wrong and remembers what Nephthys and her daughter said about the vapor state of his darkness. He also recalls that they mentioned he has to learn how he can use his core effectively to transfer mana. He then, instead of directly transferring mana to his circle, uses his focus to collect mana first. Once he has enough mana, he sends it into his circle and casts the curse on the plant. He finally successfully weakens the plant with his curse. Once he does it, the whole class hears his exclamatory remarks. As soon as Simon finishes his spell, the professor announces the end of the practice. Those who were not able to do it had to practice it in the dorms. The rest of the class has to use the magic they have learned into use. Before ending the class, Bahil calls number 1 special admission forward. Everyone wonders how good he will be as the first special admission. The professor announces a face-off between accident number 1 and Hector based on his admission exam scores. The professor explains the rules of the face-off. The only curse they are allowed to use is exhaust. They just have to complete exhaust and cast it on their opponent. The one who touches the ground first will lose. Hector wants to complete the task without using the correction device. The professor finds his attitude admirable. He wonders if Hector seems pretty smart for his crude looks. He must have remembered what Bahil said before about using the correction device. Therefore, he suggested against using the device to impress his professor. On the other hand, Simon wants to use the correction device, and the professor agrees. The professor wishes them luck, and they both start on his mark. Simon is a bit nervous, but he reminds himself to do it just as he did it last time. Just as Simon is thinking about making the magic circle, he sees that Hector has already cast the spell without using the correction device. The protagonist feels weak after just one hit. He focuses on making his circle, but it collapses. He decides to start over because even if he heads it, it will not be effective. While thinking about starting over, Hector hits him with another spell. Hector sends 5 more spells towards Simon, and he's not even able to make one. The whole class wonders if he is number 1, as he has not even been able to cast a single curse against Hector. He wants the main character to surrender. The professor is watching the face-off closely. He observes that Hector is actually a great talent. Apart from his talent, he also has the mindset of a top Kizan student. The professor thinks he will become an outstanding student who will survive until the 3rd grade. Simon, on the other hand, does not impress the professor as the number 1 special admission. In the professor's opinion, he has no proper prior experience or basic knowledge about dark magic. He wonders why Nephthys chose Simon as number 1. All 4 special admissions at Kizan are invited without taking the admission exam. All of them are supposed to be the talent of the century, especially the number 1 special admission. The number 1 is always picked by Nephthys herself, who proves himself to be the most prominent figure in his field. Therefore, Bahil wonders what has Simon actually done to become the number 1. The professor notices Simon's stamina. An ordinary student at Simon's age would have given up at the 4th exhaust. However, the protagonist is still not giving up even after the 9th exhaust from his opponent. Although Simon's stamina impresses the professor, he thinks that his strength would be a better fit for magical combat, rather than catarology. Meanwhile, Simon finally manages to float his circle and use curse. To everyone's shock, our guy's single curse was so strong that Hector almost fell to his knees. He wonders how someone can do such an intense exhaust spell. Simon's opponent is not ready to lose by just 1 spell, as he has already made the protagonist exhausted by back-to-back curses. He uses his final exhaust that sends Simon to his knees. The professor announces Hector as the winner while appreciating both of the participants. The class ends. The professor is still in awe of Simon's only exhaust. His curse beats all of the exhausts that Hector sent. Professor Bahil has never seen someone make such a powerful move. After watching such a wonderful strike, he is now adamant that Simon would take catarology by any means. The scene changes to Simon being completely exhausted because of all of his classes. Another student sitting with him tells him that it feels exhausting because he is the top special admission pick. The competition in Kizan is fierce not only among the students but between the teachers too. They are required to show results and even get fired in the middle of the semester. For this reason, all of the professors try their hardest to take in good students. Simon finally realizes that the professors called him out in all their classes to check out his skills. Moreover, the girl who was chosen as his opponent was Malin Valine. She is at the top of the class and even their entire grade. Our boy couldn't win a single round against her, and it made all of the professors confused. They all expected him to be an excellent student, but he turned out to be a beginner. Simon thanks the student for explaining all this to him and asks him who he is. The guy gets annoyed and tells him that they all introduced themselves in Professor Bahil's class. His name is Dick Hayward, and he is in the same class as Simon. He asks the protagonist how he feels considering that every student is talking about him. Simon tells him that they are probably just discussing how bad he is. They then talk about what happened in Professor Bahil's class. Our boy got hit with 10 exhaust curses, but he still feels that it was fun. This takes Hayward by surprise. He can see a twinkle in Simon's eye as he tells him that all of the classes are fun. He suddenly changes the subject and tells him that there is a serious issue. After Hector won the duel against him, he started forming his own clique. A lot of students were impressed by him, and they are now following him around. Moreover, he is also the eldest son of a powerful family, so he is quite popular among the noble kids too. Even after hearing this, Simon doesn't seem that interested. Hayward screams at him and says that politics are too important in this academy. If everyone in the class falls under Hector's influence, it will be difficult for other students to find team members for group assignments if they lose their favor. Simon asks him why he chose to come to him instead of just talking to Hector. Hayward scratches his head and reveals that he is just a commoner. Even though commoners are treated equally in the academy, there are still some noble students who like to flex their backgrounds. Simon assures him that he is not one of them. The guy gets excited and asks him if he would like to join his clique. Even if he lacks in skill, he is still the #1 special admission student. There must be a reason he was admitted to the academy by Nephthys. In other words, he may be hiding talents that even he doesn't know about yet. Simon smiles and tells him that he isn't interested in joining any cliques. However, he is okay with being friends. The guy starts cringing at his words but eventually agrees to become friends with him. He pulls out his book and tells him that it is time for their next class. Their next class is Summonology, which makes Simon light up since he wants to summon creatures like his father. As Simon walks into the class, all the students start talking about him. Hayward asks him not to pay any attention to them, but when he turns around, he sees Simon acting like a child because he is so excited for his class. The professor finally walks in, but he doesn't look like a professor at all. Bro looks like he is forced to be there. The professor sighs and introduces himself as Arendea. He starts his lecture by revealing that Summonology is the root of all necromancers. Even though scholars don't admit this, they originated from coffin bearers and necrophiliacs. He tells them that everything bad they heard about Summonology is probably true. This makes all the students confused since none of the other teachers talked that way. Aaron tells them that he is against appealing to the students to join this course. For this reason, he will start by telling them both the advantages and the disadvantages so they can make the decision for themselves. The first disadvantage is the cost. The material fee for summonology will cost them more than all the other subjects combined. They can't simply start killing people or animals because they are out of skeletons. This is why they purchase and use skeleton sets or specially treated corpses. However, these can only be used once, and they often end up spending more on the materials than the reward they get from the task. If any one of them is willing to choose this subject, they shouldn't think about money. The second disadvantage is that summonology is highly dependent on creatures. Since it involves fighting with summoned creatures, when the creatures are destroyed, the power of the summoner is reduced drastically. Summoners mostly use semi-permanent remodeled undead rather than disposable corpses. If the remodeled undead is destroyed, they will suffer strategic and financial damages. Moreover, until they get new corpses, all they can do is watch. The third and biggest disadvantage is that summonology is weak against priests. In other words, it is not suitable for modern warfare. The only time summonology is truly effective is during an all-out war. In a full-scale battle, there is no shortage of materials for a necromancer. However, because of the truce, the only battles which take place are small-scale localized wars. In such cases, curses and spirit controllers are much more efficient. Summonology is weak against priests because a single spell can dismantle their undead troops, and it will cost them a lot of time and money to rebuild the corpses. After Professor Aaron is done trash-talking about his own subject, a student named Jaime Victoria raises her hand and asks him about the advantages of the subject. He gives her a cold stare and says that he didn't ask for any questions yet. Bro does not want to teach this. He then proceeds to explain the advantages in 3 sentences. He tells them that it's their choice if they want to take this subject in their second semester, but they should never enter this field if they don't have the guts for it. He says that even if they are going to cry and beg for him to change their major after their second year, then this is probably not the subject for them. Moreover, if they are only thinking of taking this as a major because it may be less competitive, then he is personally expelling them. After he is done talking, the class finally begins. He hands over the bones of an island ratman to all the students. As Simon opens the box, he notices numbers written on the bones. The bone structure of this animal is similar to humans, but it is much more simpler and cheaper than human skeletons. The professor shows them a diagram that contains a detailed anatomy of the animal. He picks up the skull and instructs the students to begin the task. Inside the skull, there is a magic circle correction device. The students have to reach into the skull and use this correction device to form the magic circle. Before the professor can explain any further, all the students start screaming since the skulls have come to life. Aaron smirks and says that he was a bit late to warn them. Even though all the skulls are going crazy, Simon's skeleton is not doing anything. Hayward asks him if he has dealt with these things before since his skull seems calm. The professor instructs them to get used to the process, since activating the magic circle allows the undead to wake up. However, the skull can't move on its own, so they now have to make a body for it. A necromancer needs to be well acquainted with the bone structure of the creature they are trying to summon. Humans have 206 bones, but smaller creatures like the island ratman only have 53. This makes them easier to memorize. For their assistance, the bones already have numbers on them. The students just have to place the bones according to these markings. With the help of the professor's instructions, all the students begin assembling their undead creature. Aaron stresses that they need to get the bone structure right since the wrong assembly will prevent the creature from moving properly. If they get the order wrong, the bones may break down at a crucial moment. Hector and the girl with the top grade finish before all the other students. As the professor walks up to check on everyone's progress and help the students, Simon can't help but feel proud of his first skeleton. Hayward screams at him and asks why his skeleton keeps sticking his leg bone to the arm. Simon tells him that he probably has put them in the wrong order, so the skeleton is mistaking the arms for the legs. The professor finally announces that the time is up and they will do a demonstration for the final part of the class. As expected, he calls Simon and Hector to the front of the class. As they both stand face to face, Professor Aaron explains that they have 10 minutes. Their goal is to assemble a skeleton and use it to get the necklace. The person who has the necklace at the end of these 10 minutes will be the winner. They are not allowed to take the necklace by themselves or use black magic. Both the students begin opening their boxes as soon as the timer starts. As Simon picks up the skull, he is confident that he can win this. He decides to start by putting the spine entirely. To his surprise, the assistant hides the bone structure diagram, which means that they don't have anything to reference. Simon starts to get a bit nervous, but he is still sure that he can put together the skeleton using the markings on the bones. Unfortunately for our boy, these bones don't have any numbers on them. The professor reminds him in a harsh tone that the bones he used for his skeleton earlier were for instructional purposes. The skeleton sets sold on the market don't have those numbers on them. He looks at him and tells him that a necromancer should be well acquainted with the bone structure of the creature. Meanwhile, Hector is busy assembling his skeleton like it's his day job. Simon still hasn't given up since he thinks that he might be able to recall the order of the main bones. Professor Aaron looks at him and realizes that even though he is a #1 special admission student, he seems like he has never put together a skeleton before. On the other hand, Hector seems to have memorized the order and structure of the entire skeleton. He has also done a prep course which is also helping him. The professor thinks that he has some talent, but he doesn't feel the same thing from Simon. He thinks that Hector might be the only student in that class who has any talent. Suddenly, Hector's skeleton stands up and everyone starts cheering for him. He wants to crush Simon and embarrass him in front of the entire class. Without wasting any time, he sends his skeleton forward. The rat jumps on the table and immediately grabs the necklace. Both students now have only 5 minutes before the match ends. Simon is still in the process of assembling his skeleton. He realizes that he has a low chance of winning against Hector since he didn't take any prep lessons. Instead of relying on his memory and remembering the order of the bones, he decides to give it all up and just go with his gut feeling. Simon breaks down the skeleton and starts assembling it in a different order. All the students look at him in confusion as they wonder if he has already given up. Simon knows that his goal isn't to make the perfect skeleton, but only to get the necklace. He doesn't really have time to think about the complicated structure and just wants to assemble the skeleton as soon as possible. Simon takes a different approach to the entire structure and starts putting together bones based on his gut feeling. As the professor glances at his skeleton, he is shocked to see that Simon has actually assembled the skeleton of a gray rat. In other words, it was the bone structure of the island ratmen before it evolved. Even though the structure is not perfectly the same, it is still the undead, so he doesn't need to get all the details right. Professor Aaron wonders how someone without prep work is able to deduce this from his own reasoning, instead of relying on their knowledge. With Simon's skeleton in the game, all the students start to cheer for him. Hector is confused since he is the one who made the perfect skeleton in the shortest time. However, his opponent was taking center stage. This makes him furious and he sends his skeleton forward to attack the rat. With just a single blow, Simon's skeleton breaks down into pieces. Hector laughs as he thinks that he has won. Simon smiles at him and uses the arm bone of the skeleton to snatch the necklace. Hector complains to the professor that it isn't fair since they were supposed to get the necklace with the entire skeleton and not just a bone. Simon snaps his finger, which immediately puts his entire skeleton back together. The time ends and Simon is declared the winner of that round. He excitedly holds his gray rat skeleton in the air to celebrate his first victory in the academy. In the teacher's room, all the professors sit together and discuss their first day of classes. The teachers discuss how great the students are in their class. One of the professors mentions the top grade girl, Malin, and says that she made a shenif poison on her first day. The other professor tells her that all 7 children from the Villain family are outstanding students. They also talk about Seren and a student named Chatel Mayer. One of the professors seems eager to take Chatel into her class. The other professors remind her that they are not allowed to get in touch with a student during the protection period. In all of this, someone mentions Professor Behil and asks him about his class. Professor Behil tries acting oblivious and asks them what they mean. The other professors want to know about the special admission #1 student in his class. He says that the special admission student lost 10-1 against another student from his class. Hearing this, the other professors wonder if there is actually nothing special about the student. Professor Behil mentions that Simon did have great stamina since he was able to endure the exhaust curse 9 times in his first class. This is not enough to make him stand out, so the professors turn to Aaron and ask him about his experience with Simon. Without even looking at them, he says that he is a slow, mediocre boy, but he did possess some originality and creativity. While all the other professors start talking again, Professor Behil is still shocked by what Aaron just said. He knows that he is just putting up a smokescreen. For him to say such things about a student is extremely rare, which means that he must have really liked Simon. These were the best compliments that he could give. With this, Professor Behil starts to get more interested in Simon. He calls out to Aaron and asks him if he still stands by his statement from last year. He said that he didn't intend to directly mentor students anymore. Before Professor Aaron can even reply to this, Nephthys opens the door and enters the room. Professor Behil summons an ice cream for her, which she accepts immediately. After greeting everyone, she sits down and asks them about their first day with the new students. While all the other professors start yapping about their favorite students, Professor Aaron silently watches from a distance. Nephthys asks them to report any issues to her and to go home early since it's the first day. Professor Aaron calls her out and tells her that he wants to have a private discussion with her. All the professors are shocked and curious at the same time. Professor Behil smiles as he watches the two of them leave. He knows that Nephthys won't tell Aaron what he wants to know so easily. Back in the reception area, Simon and Hayward are busy finding a room. They can't seem to find a room with 2 open spots since most of them are already occupied. They were a bit late, and all the other students had already found their rooms. The girl at the desk apologizes to them as she informs them that there are no free slots for them on the 2nd floor too. The 3rd and 4th floors are also similar. Simon decides that it will be a good idea to check around the floors by themselves. The girl volunteers to go with them since she might be able to help. As they are moving, the girl accidentally crashes into a student who is coming her way. He pushes her away and starts looking down on her since she is just a caretaker at the academy. She starts apologizing, but the guys are not done yet. Simon interrupts and asks them if they don't see him talking to her. Hayward also joins in and mentions that they ran into her on purpose. This makes the students furious and they get ready to put up a fight. Suddenly, one of the students recognizes Simon as the special admission number 1 student and they all run away. The girl thanks him for helping her and they continue on their way to the upper floors. As she flips through the pages, she finds out that there is actually 1 room with 2 spots on the 4th floor. The room is big and has good views, however. As the girl starts checking the names of the students in that room, she immediately freaks out and suggests that they move to different rooms. When they ask her what is wrong with the room, she tells them that it already has students inside. One of them is Kajin Edvald, and this is his 2nd year in this grade. He failed to advance to the 2nd grade because he had some problems, so he had to start over. The girl whispers to them that a lot of his roommates requested to change their rooms. The students had bruises on their faces. Even though Kajin is strict in these cases, for some reason, Kajin managed to survive without getting expelled. Hearing all this, Hayward asks Simon if they should just look for a different room, but Simon suggests that they should at least check it out and say hello. The 2 of them enter the room to a guy sleeping on his bed. Simon apologizes for waking him up and asks if it's okay for the 2 of them to stay with him in that room. Kajin hits them with a murderous stare but soon goes back to normal when he realizes that they are just some new students. He tells them that they don't need to be so polite to him since he is in the same grade as them. He scratches his head and asks them to keep 2 things in mind as long as they stay in this room. The first thing is to not interfere in his business, and the second is to not disturb him before he goes to bed. Once he is asleep, they can do whatever they want. Simon asks him if this means that he is letting them stay in the room. Kajin turns away from them and says that it doesn't matter since someone is going to stay in this room eventually. The 2 of them stare at him silently as they realize that he has fallen asleep again. They leave the room and confirm to the lady that they are going to stay there. She asks them to let her know if there are any issues since she will immediately report them to the dorm master. After she leaves, the 2 go back inside the room and wonder if Kajin really won't wake up. Out of nowhere, Hayward drops all of his books on the ground. Despite the loud noise, Kajin is still asleep, which makes them convinced that he was not joking. Simon believes that he isn't really a bad person as long as they abide by his rules. Hayward tells him about a bathhouse that he spotted on the 2nd floor. The scene changes to Simon acting like a kid after taking the bath. Hayward asks him if he lives in the mountains since he has never seen someone so excited about a simple shower stall. He jokingly tells him not to say wow every time he presses a button on the shower since other students will start talking about him. Simon tells him that he is just happy to be in Kaizen. Hayward says that whether or not they stay in the academy will depend on their grade. There are only 300 students in the 2nd grade, and the only reason they have so many students in their class is because of the student protection period. During this period, professors officially cannot evaluate or grade students. They can't even talk to them or expel them. However, after this period is over, student expulsion becomes common. It may be because of underperformance, showing no promise of success, or something else. If a student can survive till grade 2, they are guaranteed a job pretty much anywhere. Moreover, if a student manages to graduate, they can become leaders. The graduates from this academy can become anything except becoming a part of the royal family. However, they may still be able to marry a princess from a small kingdom. Hearing all this, Simon asks Hayward if he wants to become a noble. Hayward tells him that there might be an advantage to becoming a noble, but he has other goals. He just wants to make money. As the 2 of them are talking, Simon casually summons a box out of the ground which freaks out his friend. He explains that it is a subspace. The box contains a skeleton kit for the island Ratman. Since Simon hasn't taken a prep class, he wants to practice as much as he can. As he takes out the skull, Hayward asks him if he is going to assemble it in the right order this time. The protagonist smiles and says that he will just go with his gut feeling. He begins assembling the bones and in no time the entire skeleton is complete. After taking a look, he notices that one of the legs is shaking and he can make it better. He immediately strikes the skeleton and breaks it into pieces. Hayward is confused and asks him why he did that. Simon doesn't say anything. He simply thinks back to the lesson from that class and closes his eyes. He knows that the skeletons always go back to their real form. If he knows the order, it won't be hard to assemble the bones. Simon immediately raises his hand and the entire skeleton comes back together. His friend is impressed and asks him how he managed to do it despite not taking any prep classes. He yawns and says that he is going to sleep. Simon tells him that he wants to practice more, so he will probably be awake for a bit longer. He sits in the room and tries different combinations for the bone structure. As he experiments with different orders of bones, he notes down the key points for each combination. All the assembly formulas for the bones have been established by necromancers over a long time. They must have gone through trial and error to get to this point. Simon knows all this, and it makes him appreciate those necromancers even more. He tries on another combination for the arm bones, but it doesn't seem too comfortable for the undead, so he removes it and puts the bone back in its place. He thinks that there is always a better way to arrange the bones and wants to learn the quickest way to find them. He wonders what he lacks in comparison with his father and Lorraine, since both of them effortlessly summoned the undead skeletons. Simon can't wait for his next class to learn more. The next morning, Professor Eric begins his lecture on darkness dynamics. He claims that darkness is the foundation of a necromancer. He begins the lecture by asking how darkness is used to create black magic. The professor explains that they first need to understand the flow of darkness, rune words, and the mechanisms of the magic circle. Rune's words began with the eternally burning torch of the Temple of Del. No one tried to question why the torch didn't go out because it was deemed as a disrespect to God. One day, the people noticed letters in the ashes of the torch. It turned out that the entire miracle was caused by mere letters. This was the origin story of rune words. These rune words have undergone countless improvements and changes throughout the years. The professor starts demonstrating the rune words by drawing a magic circle on the board. He draws 2 magic circles to give an example of how the rune words are used. One of the circles can't be activated because of an incorrect usage of rune words. The professor finally finishes his lecture and gives the students an assignment for the next class. They have to modify the non-active magic circle and make it work. Hayward feels exhausted after the class since he thought it was too boring. Simon, on the other hand, thinks that the class was okay. Even though he didn't understand most of the lecture, he still loved the way their professor described everything. The two of them walk towards an empty ground for their magical combat class. The rest of the students are also waiting for the professor to show up. One of the girls notices something coming their way. It is a huge bloat of hippos running towards them. The students start to panic and gather around while the hippos run in circles around them. A man riding one of the hippos informs them that Professor Hongpeng will be holding her class at Roque Mountain. He orders everyone to get on the hippos. Hayward whispers to Simon that the professor is known for being odd and camps in different parts of the Roque Mountain. One of the students orders the man to put on a rug on the hippos before they get on. Without saying a single word, the man leaps off the hippo and kicks the student to the ground. The student screams at him and calls him a servant. Hearing this, the guy asks if the new students are really that clueless. He reveals that he is a TA and not a servant. This immediately makes the student apologize. After teaching the student some manners, the guy jumps back on the hippo and instructs everyone to get on. The hippos can hold up to 3 students, but they are hard to climb because of their huge size. Simon notices a girl struggling to get on and offers to help her. After she gets on the hippos start running. All the students are in complete chaos. The TA tells them that they will probably die if they fall off the hippos, so they should hang on tight. Imagine dying to a hippo. The students finally reach Roque Mountain and are exhausted. They are given drinks and some time to relax. Just as they begin to catch their breath, they hear the voice of their class professor. Her name is Hongpeng Tun Sokam Marlat, so we'll just call her Professor Hongpeng from now on. She is going to teach magical combat. Kundar Hydra was a massive undead monster that burned 4 fiefs to the ground. Professor Hongpeng was the one who fought this monster for 5 days and eventually defeated it after breaking all 100 of its necks. The professor instructs everyone to stand and line up in columns of 4. She simply tells them that they need to get going and dashes away without explaining anything. As the students unwillingly follow her, she explains to them that the basics of magical combat begin with physical fitness. Simon is impressed by the professor since her fitness seems to be on a different level. She tells them that the necromancers who mainly rely on magical combat are called battle necromancers. If they train hard enough, the darkness will flow out of their body as smooth as silk. It can even take the shape of clothes, and it is called the dark robe. This dark robe is the characteristic of battle necromancers. As they reach the forest, Professor Hongpeng warns the students to look out for the trees. Simon looks ahead and notices a bunch of kids simply dashing through the forest. Hayward asks him how he is still okay despite them running for so long. He looks back with a smile and tells him that his hometown has a lot of mountains like this, so it's fun to run after a long time. At this point, most of the students are exhausted. The professor stops at the edge of the cliff and reveals that they will now have to jump over the valley using the darkness. If they fail, they will fall straight into the river below. The professor instructs them to let out the darkness from under their feet instead of their hands. She demonstrates it by jumping in the air and doing a flip. It's almost like they are using the darkness as a spring. The professor is the first one to jump. A few other students immediately follow after her and barely manage to finish the jump. She instructs them to release the darkness early since it can get a bit dangerous if they do it too late. Simon closes his eyes and starts to think about what the professor told them. Hayward thinks that overthinking will just make it worse, so he runs towards the end and makes his jump. While in midair, he notices Hector, who appears to have made the highest jump so far. After successfully finishing his jump, Hayward calls out to Simon and cheers him up for his jump. Simon closes his eyes for a second to concentrate and then leaps forward. As he lands, his friend tells him that he made the highest jump. Professor Hongpeng is also impressed and commends him for the jump. As he celebrates with his friend, Hector can't help but stare at him furiously. The professor informs them that they will wait for the other students to make their way here before they move on to the next area. While they are waiting, Hayward takes out a nook that has the names of the students that they should try to recruit for the group classes coming ahead. The classes start next week, so he thought they should prepare in advance. Simon is impressed upon seeing the amount of research Hayward put into the list. He thinks to himself that his friend managed to find out things about other students, while he could barely even follow the lectures. Simon wonders if this was the reason he came to him and not Hector, because he knew he wouldn't get along with him. He asks him for his opinion on the students. Hayward tells him that most students in their class are talented. He points out to the girl who rode with them in the hippo, and predicts that she might drop out after the protection period. She was among the 2 students who failed to make the jump. Suddenly, the teacher calls out all the students to start running again. As the students prepare to run, Simon notices a bloat of hippos running towards them at full speed. The students try calling the professor, but she is nowhere to be seen. As the hippos get closer, Simon uses the technique he learned in class to jump off the ground and avoid the accident. He wonders why the hippos are running at them since it is still the protection period. This makes him think that this is actually real and not part of the class. As he starts to worry about his other classmates, he notices that they already have the situation under control. Some of them used curses to put down the hippos while others jumped on trees. He gets back down and realizes that he was worried for nothing. Even his friend Hayward managed to dodge the hippos by climbing on a pole. Seeing him like that, Hayward tells him that there is nothing to worry about since the hippos are under the control of their professor. Even though she is an expert in magical combat, she can also use the power of the druid bloodline. While he was up on the pole, he saw the hippos avoiding students who fell on the ground. Suddenly, the TA screams at the students and instructs them to continue running since the hippos will come back for them. The students finally make it to their destination, and it is truly breathtaking. The professor is standing in a grass field with beautiful flowers around. This makes the students light up and they hurry towards her. She tells them that she called Kizan ahead of time and arranged lunch for them. The students start cheering her on, and some even consider her their favorite. Hayward and Simon sit together and discuss the professor. Simon thinks that she is a bit different from what he heard before coming here. He heard that she was the most typical Kizan professor. Hayward can't believe this and asks him where he heard that. Simon can't reveal that he heard it from the daughter of the chancellor. The professor calls them out again and informs them that they are going to leave in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Simon can't help but feel like all this is just the beginning. After lunch, Professor Hongpeng asked all the students if they were wearing the wristband she gave out. She instructs them all to let their darkness flow into the wristbands. As soon as the students release the darkness, they start to feel a heavy weight on them. There is an exhaust curse embedded on the wristband. The students have to make their way to the top of the hill with the exhaust curse pulling them down. The students wonder if this is even legal. All of them look exhausted and tired. As soon as the professor signals them to start, they all start running to the top of the hill. Simon starts taking deep breaths. His head is spinning and every step is hard to take. But he can't blame the prep classes this time since this is purely a matter of stamina and willpower. He knows that he has to come on top if he wants to get ahead of other students. My man Hector is also climbing up with him. He has weakened the curse using his own techniques, but he can't believe that Simon is still able to keep up without using any tricks. He wants to crush him for real this time. Professor Hongpeng stands on top of the hill as both students struggle to make it there first. To their surprise, neither of them can take first place since the top-grade girl, Malin, casually walks to the finish point without breaking a sweat. The professor congratulates her and asks how she managed to reach the finish point so easily. Malin reveals that she used a resistance formula to nullify the curse. My boy Simon is dumbfounded since he didn't even know they could lift the curse themselves. The TA informs the professor that one of the students is injured and she rushes over to help them. Hector immediately removes the curse and starts walking normally. He goes over to Malin and asks her why she lifted the curse in a magical combat class. She tries to ignore her, but he fuels the flame by telling her that she doesn't know anything about the world since she was locked in the ivory tower like a princess. She gives him a cold stare and asks if he is trying to pick a fight. Hector tells her that they aren't even being graded in the protection period, but she still pulled off a cheap trick like this in order to win. As the two of them continue arguing, Simon makes it to the finish line and gets third place. He sits by the tree to catch his breath. Sometime later, his friend also shows up and he is understandably exhausted. He tells Simon that he'd just die if they have to ride on the hippos again on their way back. The professor calls all the students to gather up and informs them that she has arranged a magic circle for them which will teleport them back. All the students start teleporting back in groups of 2. When it's Simon's turn, he gets teleported to a different location. It feels a bit like his hometown. Soon the door opens and Professor Hongpeng walks in. She apologizes to Simon for scaring him and asks him to take a seat. She explains to him that the magic circle was modified by someone. When they investigated further, they found out that it had a formula that would only react to the darkness of a specific person. In other words, it was made specifically for Simon. Once that formula is activated, he will teleport to a different place. She asks him if he knows someone who could be doing this to him. Simon tells her that he has no idea. The professor mentions that it is her duty to protect the students, so she made him come to his home. Moreover, she also wanted to talk to him in private. She tells him that it is against the rules of Kizan to talk to a student during the protection period, but some professors have already broken that rule. She asks him straight on if he wants to major in magical combat. If he accepts, she will take him in as her disciple, and he will be able to learn from her directly. The performance of a disciple is directly linked with the professor's performance, and they can only take 3 disciples per grade. Simon is still in a bit of shock as he thinks about this offer. He looks down and tells her that he didn't really show her much during the class. Moreover, he also couldn't climb up the hill faster than the other 2 students. Simon wants to know why she is offering him such an important spot, even though he doesn't show much promise. Professor Hongpeng smiles and says that the professors don't really care for the rankings of the students. All they are looking for is talent. The way he utilized his darkness during his jump was impressive since it was only his first time doing it. He also climbed the hill using pure stamina and endurance, unlike the other students who lifted the curse. He may not think, he has done much today, but she has already seen what she wanted. The professor believes that his talents can truly bloom if he chooses to major in magical combat. With the correct training, he may even beat her in a few years. Simon thinks for a few moments and respectfully declines her offer. He tells her that he has another field that he wants to explore for now. The professor thanks him for being honest, but mentions that she won't let him go completely. Since he still has a year left to decide his major, she will try her best to convince him to change his mind. Simon asks him why she is willing to go that far for him. Professor Hongpeng reveals that she is just curious how much he can grow. She asks him to come to her if he needs any help, even if he doesn't want to be her disciple. She then summons a different magic circle for him and tells him to keep all this a secret for the time being. Simon smiles as he says goodbye to the professor. After he leaves, the TA walks into the room and asks the professor about the meeting. She tells him that he declined. This makes him confused, and he asks her why doesn't she make an offer to Hector instead, who appears to be more talented. Professor Hongpeng cuts him off and says that Simon is a genius. She has seen a lot of geniuses in this academy, but she has never seen someone like him. After Simon enters his room, Hayward asks him why he is so late. He simply tells him that there is something wrong with his teleportation magic. Hayward lights up and reveals that something really shocking happened after he stepped on the magic circle. At first he felt like his body was blocked, but when he finally gathered himself, he found out that he teleported to a different place. It turned out that he was inside Professor Bahill's office. Simon starts to get interested and asks him what happened after. Hayward reveals that Professor Bahill made him clean his office. Bro became a victim of free labor. He is convinced that Professor Bahill is trying to scout him out and thinking about making him his direct disciple. As he excitedly keeps yapping on about being a direct disciple, he comes across a Hector who thinks he is better than everyone else. He asks him how a commoner like him dreams of becoming a direct disciple of Professor Bahill. Hayward looks back at him with an annoyed expression and asks him if he is jealous that the professor didn't consider him. The argument starts to escalate, and Hayward mentions how he tried picking a fight with Malin because he thought she didn't know how the world worked. He tells him that he is the one who doesn't know anything about the world. This hits my boy Hector a bit hard, and he starts choking Hayward with a curse. He lifts him off the ground and slams him to the wall. As he threatens to kill him, Hayward simply smiles and asks him to try harder. One of Hector's friends tries to tell him that he is crossing the line, but he isn't ready to listen. He simply shoves him off and continues fighting. At the same time, Simon jumps in to protect his bro. This is what Hayward wanted from the start. He creates a dark flame and prepares to fight him for real. Suddenly, a bar of soap comes flying at him and barely misses. Cajun walks in and tells everyone to keep it down, or he will snap their necks. Hector tries to argue with him, but one of his friends tells him that he is the guy who got suspended for beating up other students. Hearing this, he decides to stop the fight. Before walking away, he turns to Simon and his friend and warns them both to not do anything like this again. Simon tries to thank Keijan, but he tells him to shut up and walks away. This makes him think that he is truly not a bad person. Later, the two of them discuss their plans for the weekend. Simon says that he doesn't really have any plans, which annoys Hayward since he thinks that the way you spend your weekends is super important. He reveals that his weekend schedule is more important than what he does on the weekdays. He is planning to go down to Rochester, which is a nearby town, and start planning his business. Even though Kazan pays for the living expenses of students, it is not enough for the students once they move on to higher grades. They can aim for an academic scholarship, but Hayward doesn't think he can get the grades for that. He is going to use his specialty as a businessman to earn some extra cash on the side. They can't hope to survive on the living expenses given to them by Kazan, so students in higher grades have ways to make money on their own. It will be even harder for Simon since he wants to specialize in summonology, and that takes a lot of money. Simon never thought that they had to be efficient in extracurricular activities as well. Hayward asks him to wait for him to establish himself in the market, and he will be able to arrange a job for him as well. Our boy doesn't think that it's fair, so he tells him that he will look into making money by himself. Before Hayward leaves, Simon tells him that it's too late and asks what he will do if he gets caught. Bro simply tells him that he won't get caught and leaves. Simon has a bunch of sweats since he wanted to thank Kazan for what he did today. However, since he is not back yet, he starts eating them by himself. As he is busy eating, he senses someone watching him from the window. He looks back to find Nephthys looking at the sweets with glowing eyes. He opens the window and asks her how she even got here since his room is on the 4th floor. She gets inside without answering and starts eating the sweet. As the two of them sit together, she asks him about his first week in the academy. He says that he enjoyed it a lot, and now realizes that he is more suited for this school than he thought. Nephthys smiles it off and tells him that she expected him to struggle since he didn't take prep classes. Looking at him reminds her of his dad. She reveals that he was also a student of this school once. Unlike him, his dad was a complete troublemaker. On top of that, he was also really clever and talented, so he would get into trouble for making fun of the professors. Simon can't believe everything that he hears about his dad since he has a completely different image of him in his mind. He asks her if his dad graduated, but she tells him that he dropped out. He thought that the school was too small for him. She was also young back then, so she couldn't handle him well. She gets excited all of a sudden, and tells him that his dad turned the entire island upside down. He may find traces of his father if he looks a bit closer. After talking to him, she tells him that her evening schedule is about to start, so she will be leaving. Before she jumps out the window again, she thanks him for the snack and throws a piece of paper at him. He thinks that she may have dropped it by accident, but eventually realizes that it's for him. He opens the paper to find something that resembles a treasure map. The destination is marked by a skull symbol, and it lies deep in the forest. The next day, he stands in the middle of the forest, debating whether to turn back while he still has the chance. He reminds himself that he got permission to stay overnight and decides it would be a waste of time to leave now. As he walks further, he notices a warning sign about monster sightings. There are monsters in his hometown too, but he has no idea what kind of inhabit this forest. Looking around, he confirms he is on the right path. While walking, he hears a noise and wonders if it's something big. Before he can figure it out, a monster suddenly appears. It leaps at him immediately, and Simon barely manages to block its attack by drawing his knife. The monster is fast, making it hard to spot in the dark. When Simon finally gets a clear view, he realizes it's a werewolf, and a young one, judging by its size. If he had seen such a creature before coming to Kazan, he would have fled without hesitation. Without wasting any time, Simon summons 2 skeletons using the bones he carries, arming each with a knife. Standing beside his skeletons, he feels confident he doesn't need to run anymore. The werewolf growls and charges at him again. Simon orders the skeletons to attack, but the monster reacts quickly, smashing one of the skeletons into pieces. As the skeleton crumbles, Simon feels a sharp pain in his head. Meanwhile, the remaining skeleton manages to stab the werewolf. Simon quickly restores the shattered skeleton and sends it to attack again. While the werewolf struggles against the skeletons, Simon finds an opening and drives his sword straight into the creature. He catches his breath, realizing this is his first real battle since coming to the academy. Back in his hometown, he would have run from a monster like this. But after only 3 days at Kazan, he has already learned to fight back. Simon wonders if he can survive all 3 years at this academy. Pushing the thought aside, he decides to clean up quickly before the smell of blood attracts other monsters. He notices one of his skeletons is badly damaged and cannot function properly. With only 1 skeleton left, he knows he can't afford another fight. Moving carefully, he navigates the forest and finally reaches his destination. To his surprise, the area is barren. Not even grass grows here. This suggests something is hidden underground. Luckily, Simon brought a shovel. He starts digging and eventually uncovers a strange device, large enough for him to fit his fist inside. He wonders if it's designed to react to darkness. Testing his theory, he activates the device and it begins to flash. Moments later, stairs materialize beneath his feet. Simon descends cautiously with his skeleton. At the bottom, he finds a relic with a skull placed in front of it. Simon realizes the entire building must function as a massive joint magical device, given the abundance of runic inscriptions. The skeleton nearby makes a noise and Simon asks if it has found something. He notices a handprint in front of the skull. Picking up the skull, Simon uses his limited knowledge of undead creatures to deduce that this skeleton is ancient and immensely dangerous. He wonders what such a thing is doing here. Suddenly, the other parts of the skeleton begin to move. Simon picks up one of the bones and realizes it's a number 2 bone. Carefully, he starts piecing the skeleton together, even though he has no idea how it will react upon awakening. There's a real risk it might attack him, but Simon feels compelled to proceed. Determined, he declares that now is the time to boldly face the unknown. Placing his hand on the handprint, Simon channels his dark energy, and the skeleton begins to stir. His only option now is to fully reassemble its body. After several hours, Simon is almost finished. He's relieved that his recent study of summonology has sharpened his focus. Without it, assembling the skeleton in a single night would have been impossible. Although he isn't entirely certain, the skeleton appears to have a human-like structure. However, its towering height, over 2 meters, makes the process challenging. Once assembled, the skeleton's size and ominous presence leave Simon unsure of his next move. Suddenly, the skull snaps into place and the entire building starts to shake. A deep, menacing laughter echoes through the room. Covered in glowing runes, the skeleton comes to life and demands to know who has disturbed its slumber. Now resembling a dark, floating figure, it notices Simon and demands his name. Panic-stricken, Simon stammers that his name is Simon Valentia. Upon hearing this, the skeleton lets out a chilling scream and asks if Simon is truly the descendant of Richard. Simon, still startled, replies that he is Richard's son. The skeleton remarks that Simon's dark energy feels familiar and confirms that only Richard's lineage could awaken him. Simon then asks the skeleton for its identity. Drawing its sword, the skeleton introduces itself as Fear, the master of a legendary battalion who once ruled the continent alongside Richard. When Fear asks how Simon found him, Simon produces a piece of paper and explains that Nephthys directed him here. Realizing the truth, Fear lowers his sword and proposes a contract. By entering the contract, Simon would gain command of the battalion, capable of crushing all opposition. However, this path is one of blood and destruction, bound to his destiny. Fear asks Simon again if he is ready to lead the battalion. Before answering, Simon hesitates, voicing his doubts. He admits that he doesn't fully understand the battalion's power or its significance, as this is his first time hearing about it. Impressed by Simon's cautious inquiry, Fear assures him that the battalion's strength is unmatched. It could annihilate Kizan immediately if fully reassembled. However, Fear explains that the battalion was scattered and sealed away after his defeat. Now awakened, Simon has the potential to reunite its forces and become unstoppable. After a moment of contemplation, Simon agrees to form the contract. Fear picks him up and places him on a stone platform. The skeleton's ribcage opens, revealing a glowing core. Fear instructs Simon to place his hand on the core to seal the contract, but warns him there's still time to reconsider if he's afraid. Simon, resolute, declares that if the battalion were his father's comrades, it's only right to take them under his command. Hearing this, Fear is struck by Simon's leadership qualities and praises Richard for raising such a worthy successor. As the contract process begins, Fear grins and urges Simon not to die. After hearing these words, Simon screams and asks Fear what he means, but dizziness overtakes him and he passes out. Fear turns to the other skeletons and asks if their master is dead. Moments later, Simon regains consciousness and asks Fear about the contract. Fear informs him that the contract is successfully completed and instructs him to feel the changes within himself. Simon focuses on his core and senses that it has grown larger and feels much more stable. Previously, the darkness had overwhelmed his body, clinging to him like an oppressive force. Now it feels as comforting as soaking in warm water. Fear congratulates him on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders. Simon thanks him, but as he attempts to stand, dizziness returns. Fear advises him to take it easy, as his body has undergone a significant transformation. With a pounding headache, Simon decides to rest there for the night. Fear warns him that this discomfort will linger for a while. Simon then inquires about the battalion. Fear, frustrated, raises his voice and demands to know how Simon managed to form a contract without understanding what the battalion is. After a heavy sigh, Fear mutters that it will take time to figure out what kind of human Simon truly is. Fear asks how much Simon knows about the undead. Simon admits that his knowledge is limited to what a first-year student might know, without any extra preparation. Fear begins to explain, breaking the undead into 3 categories. The first is the summoned undead, creatures artificially created through black magic to follow the orders of their summoner. These undead vanish when the magic fades or a set amount of time passes. The second type is the natural undead, which arises without the need for necromancers or black magic. These are what most people think of when they hear undead. Driven by a blind hatred for the living and extreme aggression, they are often classified as monsters. The final category is the battalion, which lies somewhere between the summoned and natural undead. Battalions are similar to natural undead in that they exist independently through their own cores. However, like summoned undead, they can follow the orders of necromancers or higher-ranking undead. Fear mentions that there are only 7 battalions in existence. This means only 7 necromancers in the entire world are capable of controlling them, and Simon is now one of them. Generally, a summoning necromancer can command an undead army the size of a platoon, and as their summoning skills improve, the size of their army increases. Simon asks Fear about the necromancers who graduated from Kaizen Academy, assuming there must be many high-level necromancers from such a prestigious institution. Fear explains that while these necromancers can manage an army the size of a corps, he often finds them inefficient. This inefficiency arises because all undead led by necromancers are classified as the summoned type. Fear elaborates that summoned undead operate by drawing on the darkness of their summoner. Both summoning and controlling the undead drain the necromancer's darkness and mental strength. As the size of the undead army grows, so does the burden on the necromancer. Simon recalls that the headache he experienced earlier when his skeleton was destroyed was likely caused by using his darkness. Summoned creatures are directly linked to their necromancer, and any significant damage to them places a burden on the summoner. However, Fear notes that the undead of the battalion operates differently. They use their own independent magic, meaning there are no limitations on the number of undead a battalion can field. This allows a commander to lead an infinite army without being constrained by their own darkness. Fear then asks Simon if he has ever heard the story of a necromancer commanding a massive undead army. He explains that such necromancers were likely battalion commanders. Simon finally realizes the gravity of his new role. He is one of the 7 commanders. Simon thanks Fear for answering his questions. Now that the contract is finalized, Fear asks if they should discuss their future plans. He inquires whether Simon plans to leave school. Simon replies that he has no intention of quitting for now, as it would go against his father's wishes, and he still has much to learn. Simon then asks Fear what makes their situation so unique. Fear explains that Simon's battalion is currently a public enemy of necromancers. In other words, they are a wanted group, primarily because of crimes committed by Simon's father, Richard. Hearing this, Simon recalls how his father could never enter the territory of the Dresden Kingdom, likely for the same reason. Simon asks Fear what crimes his father committed. Fear reveals that Richard committed an unforgivable act in the world of black magic. His crime was treachery. Richard fell in love with a priest, a member of a faction that had been at war with necromancers for centuries. At the height of this conflict, Richard ordered his battalion to protect his lover and attack fellow necromancers who sought to kill her. Many necromancers died as a result, and an order was issued to exterminate Richard's battalion. That order remains in effect, even after the battalion's dissolution. Simon then asks if Fear harbors hatred for his father. Fear responds that the battalion does not feel emotions like resentment. However, if Simon were to follow in his father's footsteps, it would infuriate him. Fear reassures Simon that he doesn't need to feel guilty, as the actions were the will of their former leader. Despite this, Fear begins ranting about how terrible Richard was. Midway through his tirade, Fear realizes he is speaking to Richard's son. His realization escalates into a panic when he deduces that Simon's mother is the priest Richard protected. Simon smiles and confirms Fear's guess, revealing that his mother's name is Anna Falentia. Fear begins screaming in shock, demanding to know what Simon just said. Fear begins to break down as he realizes the new leader of the battalion is the son of both his old friend and his nemesis. Simon awkwardly watches him have a meltdown, unsure of what to do. He smiles again and says he's looking forward to working together. Fear screams at him, telling him to stop smiling because he resembles his mother. Eventually, Fear pulls himself together, accepting that the situation cannot be changed. They return to discussing their future plans. Fear advises Simon to focus on acquiring knowledge and growing stronger at the Academy. He warns him to keep the battalion a secret and avoid drawing attention to himself. Since he is Richard's son, it's inevitable that the adults will be suspicious of him. Moreover, there's no telling how necromancers would react if they discovered a freshman was leading a battalion. Simon asks if this means that stronger necromancers might come after him. Fear nods, emphasizing that this is why Simon needs to become more powerful. He must absorb all the knowledge he can at the Academy, ensuring the battalion slowly recovers its former glory. With the special circumstances they now have, Fear proposes an idea. Turning to a skeleton rat, Fear orders it to bring a lamp. Simon, curious, asks if Fear can control his skeletons as well. Fear explains that since they share the same darkness, all the undead Simon summons with his darkness belong to the battalion. While Simon is the first in command, Fear has secondary authority. However, the skeletons aren't yet incorporated into the battalion. Fear places his hand on the skeleton's skull and begins channeling darkness into it. The skeleton floats into the air, enveloped in darkness. When it lands, Fear announces that it is now part of the battalion. Simon examines the skeleton but doesn't notice any significant changes. However, when he looks into its eyes, he sees a dark flare. The skeleton now has a core. Simon points out that he can't bring the skeleton to school since it would draw attention. Fear reassures him that not all undead need to be incorporated into the battalion. Unless an undead has existed for a long time, like Fear himself, summoned undead are more effective in battles. He advises Simon to leave the skeleton at the base and continue using summoned undead at school as he always has. When the duration of Simon's undead expires or they become severely damaged, Fear explains that Simon can bring them back to him to incorporate them into the battalion and station them at their base. Fear advises Simon to grow stronger, noting that summoning exceptional undead will increase the battalion's overall power. Simon observes that the skeleton rat now behaves more like a natural animal. Fear explains that it shares certain traits with natural undead. But since Fear holds authority over it, the skeleton rat will come to him immediately if summoned. He then asks Simon how long he has been at the Academy. Simon replies that it has only been 3 days. Fear informs him that within just a few days, first-year students at Kizan usually begin receiving tasks. He predicts Simon will receive his first assignment soon. Students can travel to places like Roke Island and other parts of the continent via teleportation. When that happens, he plans to accompany him, providing an opportunity to operate the battalion and gather scattered forces across the continent. Simon is surprised by how much Fear knows about Kizan. Fear reveals that he spent his life observing Simon's father during his time at the Academy, including how he managed the battalion. Fear then asks Simon if he would like to hear more about his father's methods. Simon eagerly agrees, and they begin talking. Simon asks why the undead controlled by summoners sometimes behave unpredictably. Fear explains that it's due to the summoner's lack of understanding of the undead. Undead cannot be judged by common knowledge. What drives them is a strong nether will. When Simon looks confused, Fear elaborates, likening it to an unshakable determination. For example, if a summoner harbors intense hatred towards someone and wishes harm upon them daily, the undead near them will reflect that will. Even in the summoner's absence, the undead will act on that hatred, pursuing the target relentlessly. Fear reassures Simon that he will guide him through these nuances, so there's no need to worry. He then begins teaching Simon how to issue attack orders to the undead. Fear emphasizes that Simon must focus and strengthen his will, no matter who the target is. To demonstrate, Fear asks Simon to imagine the wall behind him as his enemy and to channel all his hatred toward it. As Simon stares intensely at the wall, the skeleton rat suddenly leaps at it and self-destructs. Fear explains that a top-class necromancer can convey their will effectively, even when giving simple commands. He stresses the importance of using negative emotions, as they are the most powerful motivators for the undead. Fear then instructs Simon to command the skeleton to stop. Simon tries several times, but the skeleton refuses to obey. Frustrated, Simon lets out a deafening scream, and the skeleton freezes immediately. Fear is impressed, realizing Simon has just used an absolute command, a technique that demonstrates remarkable potential. He finally realizes that Simon is no ordinary boy. Simon feels like a mess because he struggles to control his undead properly. However, Fear reassures him that he did well. He tells him that he needs to train so he can command his undead with a single order. Suddenly, Simon feels dizzy, and Fear explains it's due to stress and the shock of what he just experienced. After a short break, Simon decides to return to Kizan since he only has permission to stay outside for a day. Fear gives him a small coin-shaped device and tells Simon he can use it to contact him anytime. Simon thanks Fear and promises to visit next weekend. He wears the device as a badge when he returns to Kizan. Fear is overly excited to be back in Kizan. He can't wait to see what will happen to the students after the protection period ends. When Simon asks him what he means, Fear teases him about the upcoming hellish exam. The night before, Hayward begins briefing our boy about all the lectures. Monday's morning and afternoon classes are on elementary black magic, which includes the infamous group assignment. Hayward explains that the group setup lasts the whole semester, so choosing the right members is vital for survival. Groups consist of 4 people, and it's best if each member excels in different subjects. Hayward mentions that he is average in other subjects but good in darkness dynamic, while Simon is better in summonology, so they already make a good team. He gives him a detailed review of the 9 subjects. The subjects they have to study in the first grade include catarology, darkness dynamics, summonology, spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat, defense against holiness, and elementary black magic. Catarology, summonology, and darkness dynamics weigh the most in the final grade, making them the 3 core studies of necromancers. They are already good at 2 of these subjects, so Hayward suggests finding someone good at catarology. When Simon asks him about the final group member, he tells him that spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat, etc. are auxiliary subjects that can't be majored, so they are better off skipping those. Most of the kids interested in magical combat are dedicated only to that subject, so they will have bad grades in others. They don't need those students in their group. On the other hand, kids who aim to major in catarology are usually good at defense against the holiness. Similarly, hematology has a lot of similarities with toxicology. Bro is just yapping at this point. Keeping in mind all of this, Hayward has come up with a list of students that they should aim to put in their group. If they can't convince their first choice, they move on to the second student. Since they have the special admission #1 student in their group, it won't be that difficult to recruit others. All this talk makes Simon a bit too motivated. On exam day, my boy has the exact opposite reaction. Jane Olivia, the vice-chancellor, is overseeing the exam. All the students fear her since she can expel even third-grade students. She warns Hayward about chatting during the test and reminds everyone to focus. Since all the students appear confused by her presence, she explains that she is officially in charge of Class 1A this semester. She tells all of them to work hard and not disappoint her with the gaps in their skills. Simon struggles with the questions given in the exam. He realizes that having a battalion means nothing since it wouldn't allow him to get good grades. However, he refuses to give up and decides to try his best to adapt to life at Kizan. After the exam, Jane and her assistants begin grading. Soon after, Nephthys shows up like a Pokemon. She says that she is only here to hang out but gets hit with a karate chop on the head. Jane sends the two assistants away and asks Nephthys to grade the exam since she is also here. As she is grading all the papers, Jane gets stuck on one specific paper. The student got most of the basic questions wrong, but he dared to solve the hardest question at the end. Jane asks Nephthys why she actually assigned her to this class and shows her Simon's paper. Nephthys smirks, hinting she placed him there deliberately. Nephthys asks Jane why all the names of the students are hidden. She tells her that it's a blind evaluation to prevent any bias. Nephthys thinks that she is going overboard since this is just the first test of the semester. Jane tells her that it might just be a test, but she has already made some interesting discoveries. The paper that Nephthys is grading has question #2 in toxicology, regarding the ingredients correct, but at the same time got the comparison question wrong. On the other hand, the paper she has is the complete opposite. The student got most of their basic questions wrong, but they still decided to solve the hardest question. Moreover, the formulas they used were mostly wrong and all over the place. It seems like the student didn't undergo any prep classes and just came up with the answer based on their own deduction and last week's classes. They even used a Summоnology formula to calculate the amount of darkness. The correct answer to the question is 1,200,000. The student's answer is 1,200,146. Even though it is not really the exact answer, the student still managed to get close with just their deduction. Jane removes the sheet hiding the name of the student and asks Nephthys why she assigned her to a class with this particular student. Nephthys gives her a smile and says that she has no idea what she is talking about. Later, the exam results are posted. All the students discuss their results, and some even think about changing majors. Simon is shocked by his scores since his only above-average score is in Summоnology. Hayward tries to cheer him up and tells him that he has a high score in Summоnology. He says that it's impressive for someone without prior preparation. Hayward's own average is 70, with darkness dynamics being his best subject. Simon feels betrayed that Hayward is better at academics than he lets on, but Hayward tells him that he only studies enough to not get expelled. However, they now have a bit of an issue with their plan since the results are published already. They may have trouble recruiting even a single member with their current scores. Jane gives them 30 minutes to finalize groups and reminds them that their groups will stay the same throughout the semester. They will get group assignments that can only be solved by working with other group members, which means that poor teamwork will affect their grades. All the students immediately start looking for good group members. Simon notices that their top choices, Jamie and Claudia, are already invited to other groups, while their third and fourth choices, Rosenthal and Catherine, have also teamed up. He tries to calm himself since there is no group of 4 at the moment. The most important subject their group needs is catarology. He notices that most groups with 3 or more members have average scores, while the top-performing students in the class are still observing their options. Without wasting more time, Simon approaches Malin, the student with the highest average score of over 90, and asks her to join his group. The class is shocked by his boldness. Malin calls Simon funny and questions if he thinks his special admission is a free pass. She tells him that she only trusts numbers and points out Simon's low average score of 30. When she asks if he's serious about inviting her to his group, Simon confidently replies that he is. He tells her that she is lacking in Summоnology since it is the only subject where she scored in the 80s. Malin gets a bit annoyed and says that her score is still far higher than his. However, our boy decides to risk it all and bets that he will surpass her in Summоnology in a single month. If he fails, he vows to quit Kizan. Malin is stunned by his audacity and thinks he must be crazy. She asks him to take back his promise to avoid embarrassing himself, but Simon refuses. Malin debates the situation internally. She is determined to maintain her top rank this semester and sees Hector as her biggest rival. While she is confident about beating him in written exams, she worries about falling behind in combat and performance assessments. To outshine Hector, she realizes she needs to dominate group lectures. Since summonology is her weakest subject, Simon might be her best chance given that he defeated him without a prep class. After some thought, Malin asks Simon if he's certain he can keep his promise. Simon assures her he will, no matter what. Reluctantly, Malin agrees to join his group. Hayward hugs him joyfully at the news. When Malin asks who Hayward is, Simon introduces him as their teammate and tells her not to worry. She glares at him and says that she has already committed to this, so she can't do much, but if he gets in her way, she won't forgive him. My man Hayward catching strays. Curious, Malin asks Hayward about his darkness dynamics score. He replies with a modest 74, and Malin remarks that it's not bad. Hayward laughs, calling her picky, and asks who they should recruit as their final member. Malin suggests they look for someone skilled in hematology since it's time-consuming and requires meticulous calculations. Hayward confidently tells them to sit back and relax while he finds the perfect candidate. As he leaves, other students begin gossiping about how the top two students, Malin and Simon, are now in the same group. They still think that there is some hope because Simon doesn't look that promising at the moment. Malin asks Simon where his family is from, as she has never heard his name before. Simon explains that he is the heir to a barony in the Baldwin Kingdom, where his family manages Les Hill. When Simon questions Malin about her background, she proudly states that her family has deep ties to the Ivory Tower. Simon recalls that Cern, the second-ranked special admission student, is also from the Ivory Tower, but Malin quickly cuts him off. Simon wonders if mentioning Cern was a mistake. The two of them sit silently for a bit. Soon after, Hayward arrives with their fourth member for hematology, a girl named Kamabara's Ursula, who has 87 points in the subject. She introduces herself as Kami, and thanks them for letting her join the group. She bows down and pledges to try her best. Simon tells her that she doesn't need to be so polite since they are all in the same group. However, she reveals that she is just 16 years old. Malin immediately remembers the renowned vampire family associated with the name Ursula, but Hayward seems shocked that a member of this esteemed family is at Kizan. Kami explains that her mother is a regular human, which causes Hayward to apologize. Simon thinks to himself that Kami is an illegitimate child of the vampire family, which likely explains why her history is rarely mentioned. Hayward then shares his story, stating that he is a commoner and the son of the owner of the White Cow Merchant Group. Kami is astonished since the White Cow is one of the largest merchant groups. Hayward clarifies that as the third of 8 siblings, the family's attention and resources go toward his eldest brother. He explains that his family sees him as only slightly talented in black magic, which is why they sent him to Kazan. Hayward's goal is to graduate properly, identify the needs of necromancers for market research, and eventually create his own merchant group to earn his family's respect. As they talk, an assistant of Professor Jane hands the group a form to fill out with their team name and leader. He tells them that the group name is not that important, but they should definitely pick a leader. Malin snatches the paper from Simon and begins filling out the form. When Simon asks if she wants to be the leader, she confidently says yes and writes her name. They decide on Team 7 as their group name, with subjects including catarology, summonology, darkness dynamics, and hematology. The classroom grows noisy as other students argue over forming groups. Hayward notices the rising tension and feels relieved that their group is already complete. Simon observes how harsh students can be during group formations, but Hayward explains that this is normal during the student protection period. He warns that anyone who doesn't fight hard risks falling behind and being forced to leave Kizan. Professor Jane then announces that the 30-minute group formation period is over. She calls forward students who haven't joined a group. 3 students specializing in darkness dynamics step up, and Jane advises them to divide other subjects among themselves to balance their scores. Jane then announces the upcoming group performance assessment in their next elementary black magic class. The assessment task involves hunting a cyclops in Kizan's underground dungeon. The students wonder if they can even hunt cyclopes with their current skill level. Jane tells the class to keep quiet, and explains that they will enter the underground dungeons in Kizan with their teammates to defeat cyclopes. Each group must work together, but only one member will directly face the cyclops. The other 3 will support the fighter by weakening the monster or providing aid. Jane clarifies that support skills like binding, blinding, bleeding via hematology, and poisoning via toxicology are allowed. Summoned creatures can also attack the cyclops, but direct offensive magic, including black magic, is forbidden. She mentions that the fighting member will wear a protective vest with a barrier spell for safety. Jane explains that their grades will depend on the Cyclops hunt's success, factoring in speed, stability, teamwork, creativity, and mastery of black magic techniques. In order to defeat the monster, they will have to improve their capabilities to the max. She then asks the students if they have any questions. One girl named Jaime raises her hand and asks if the monster they are going to fight will be an actual Cyclopes, or just a simulated one. The professor clarifies that the monster will be a living, breathing Cyclopes, and even instructs them to sign a life waiver form before the assessment. Another student asks her what would happen if they fail to hunt the Cyclopes, to which she tells them that it will result in them getting the lowest grade. There are 3 ways to fail the test. First, if the fighter can't continue the battle. Second, if the professor or safety guard decides the fight is unsafe to continue. Third, if any team member gives up. Malin suggests they carefully plan their strategy against the Cyclops. Simon is excited about the test, while Hayward considers who should be their fighter. Malin confidently says she will fight since she is the strongest. Simon questions if the test favors students skilled in magical combat, and Kami agrees, pointing out that Cyclops' attacks are too powerful to block effectively with black magic. She suggests dodging the attacks, but Malin thinks the opposite. She believes magical combat students may favor physical attacks, but those won't work well against the Cyclops' thick skin. Hayward agrees with her and mentions that even with enhanced strength, stamina would be a problem. Kami asks Malin if she has a plan, and Malin says she does. Jane explains the upcoming schedule. In the first class, teams will present their strategies for fighting the Cyclops. In the second class, students will get hands-on experience in a virtual battle, and the third class will be the actual battle. After that, Jane advises all of them to discuss their strategies among their groups during the remaining time of the class. Malin shares her strategy with the group and shows them a spell called Dark Flare. Hayward and Simon are surprised to see that she knows such a spell. Malin plans to burn the Cyclops with Dark Flare while the rest of the group weakens it with curses like Exhaust. Hayward reminds Malin that teamwork is part of the evaluation. Her plan might highlight her efforts, but it leaves the others with little to do, which could hurt their teamwork score. Malin turns back and asks him if he has a better idea. Simon asks if she can cast Dark Flare while dodging the Cyclops' attacks. Malin admits she might struggle with that, recalling how she fell behind in physical tasks during combat training. However, she insists that if their curses are effective, she won't need to dodge. Hayward points out that curses aren't their specialty, and reminds her that she is the group's expert in catarology. Simon steps in with a new idea. If summoning creatures is allowed, he can distract the Cyclops while Hayward and Kami use their skills to support the fight. When Simon asks Kami about her role, she says hematology is quick and adaptable, so she will focus on curses. Since there is not much left to do, Hayward plans to practice Exhaust all week to strengthen his contribution. As the bell rings, Jane reminds the students to prepare a 10-minute presentation for the next class. Their strategy must clearly explain each member's role and the black magic techniques they will use. After their class ends, Hayward thinks to himself how Simon can sometimes just think of solutions and lead his teammates naturally. He suggests they go to the cafeteria to eat the hamburger steak. All of them leave without Malin causing her to have a breakdown. She asks them how they can be so mean, and they tell her that she should have stuck with them since it was a limited-time offer. The next class is toxicology, and the professor introduces himself as Lang Strauss. Bro is on 1 HP. All the students get bored immediately after the class begins, since they are just learning about some chemical reactions. The students immediately get up when the professor tells them that they will be making some low-grade poisons now. However, he starts coughing, and one of the assistants urges him to take some rest. She sends him off and takes over the class for the day. After the professor leaves, she throws one of the books at a student who is sleeping in class. Everyone immediately wakes up as they hear the assistant screaming. She scolds them for acting so rudely in front of a professor. Francesca criticizes the students for being rude and reminds them to mind their manners. She informs them that she will be teaching their class today instead of Professor Strauss. The lesson is about making a low-grade poison potion. Assistants hand out materials, and Francesca explains that the key to making this potion isn't about controlling ingredient amounts or the order, but following precise steps. She instructs the class to light the candle under their cauldrons, wait for the water to boil, and then add salamander and barley powder. The students follow along, but Simon complains about the smell. Hayward notices Simon's potion emits green smoke while his own is blue. Francesca tells the class that blue smoke means their potion will cause neural paralysis, while green smoke indicates a potion that induces severe headaches and hallucinations, making it useful against magicians and necromancers. Students with green smoke are told to remove their jackets, place them on chairs, and wait for additional ingredients. She instructs everyone to skim off the thin layer of oil from their potion, explaining that vegetable fats reduce the poison's effectiveness. She then tells them to stir the solution until it becomes sticky, warning them to monitor the fire, as excessive heat can ruin the potion. A student asks if it's normal for her potion to turn yellow. Francesca praises her, explaining that yellow signifies the highest quality for poison potions. She claims that she should be able to sell this quality of potion in the market. Another student tells her that her potion changed from blue smoke to green. This probably means that the ingredients at the bottom floated up and changed the effect of her potion, so she asks the assistants to give her some additional ingredients. Seeing the professor helping every student, Hayward tells Simon that he has finally figured out the reason why Professor Strauss is able to survive in Kiezen for this long. It is probably because of his talented assistant. As they talk, Simon notices a green poison in the distance. Hayward asks Simon if they can use their potions in the Cyclops battle, but Malin dismisses the idea. She tells them that low-grade potions are ineffective against large monsters like the Cyclops. While flipping through his textbook, Simon finds a potion recipe using Lahark mushrooms, which he remembers from meals his mother used to make. He shows the recipe to Malin, who agrees it could work. This potion, called Nervier, temporarily paralyzes tendons and contracts muscles. It's effective against small and medium-sized monsters at level 3 or higher. They plan to wound the Cyclops with a summoned creature and pour the potion into the wound. However, gathering the ingredients is their biggest challenge. Cammy tells them that they can find basic ingredients locally, but items like Lehark mushrooms, blood slime, and silk vines are harder to obtain. Hayward tells them that he can go to Rochester and ask around for the ingredients. Simon volunteers to gather Lehark mushrooms, as he knows where to find them near the Forbidden Forest. Everyone looks at him in shock as they hear about the Forbidden Forest. He assures them that it won't take long since the mushrooms are located near the entrance of the forest. Simon reasons that Hayward is also taking a risk by going to Rochester, so he should be doing this much for the group. Malin warns him about monster attacks, so Kami decides to go with him for safety. Simon agrees, but he tells them that they should leave immediately if things seem dangerous. Hayward takes on the task of finding blood slimes and silk vines, while Malin gathers the basic ingredients and reserves the lab. They plan to meet at the lab in the evening with everything ready. Unbeknownst to them, a hooded student sitting behind overhears their plan. After class, the student heads to Hector and tells him that he has got some valuable information for him. Later at night, Simon and Cammy venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hayward shows them both a secret passage that leads outside. He tells them that the guards near the Forbidden Forest just finished their patrol, so they won't be back for a while. However, they can never be completely certain, so they should make it back quickly. As they part ways, Simon notices that Kami looks a bit too excited. She tells him that she loves taking walks at night, which reminds him that she is a vampire. As they continue talking, she thanks him for helping her during the magical combat class. She reveals that she couldn't jump on the hippo and all the other students ignored her. She thought that it was bound to happen since the academy was so competitive, but he still reached his arm out to help her. Simon tries to play it cool and tells her that it's what he had to do, but she cuts him off and tells him that it makes him incredible. Simon gets a bit nervous and tries changing the topic. They finally find a bunch of mushrooms and decide to take all of them. Kami asks Simon why he came to Kaizen. He tells her that he initially came to the academy because of his parents, but now he has goals of his own, and he wants to become a necromancer. As he asks her about her reason, they hear a noise nearby and immediately hide. They both can hear the sound of guards. If the guards catch them, they may not be safe even during the student protection period. It didn't make sense for them to patrol at this time, so Simon thinks that it must be an emergency search. Cammy starts to cry as she is scared. He assures her that they will get out since he has an idea. He then calls out to Fear and tells him that he is in a bit of trouble. After preparing everything, he orders the two skeletons to run in opposite directions. As the guards start chasing the skeletons, Kami and Simon make their way out. Unfortunately for them, the guard dogs pick up their scent and start chasing after them. Simon asks Kami to use some spells on the dogs to slow them down. She uses one of her spells to stop them, but the guards show up and start shooting arrows at them. Kami starts to panic as she realizes that the arrows are real, but Simon assures her that the guards won't hurt them since they have seen their uniforms. As the guards try chasing after them, Simon uses the stones they gathered to block their vision. They then reach the end of the hill. Simon asks Kami if she can use the leaping technique they learned during their magical combat class. She starts shaking and tells him that she can't. Suddenly she smiles and says that she is okay and won't tell on him even if she is caught. Simon apologizes to her and picks her up in his arms. He then jumps to the other side of the mountain using the darkness. As he puts her down, she loses her mind since she really thought she was going to get caught. Simon is surprised that she was willing to let herself get caught when she was this scared. He smiles and tells her that they've lost the guards so they should return to school. She looks up and thanks him for everything he did for her. On their way back to school, Kami asks if they might be lost. Simon assures her they're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Kami hears voices. Simon guesses they might be owls, but Kami insists it's a human voice. They cautiously peek through the bushes and are shocked by what they see. Cammy is terrified to spot a priest praying in front of a large cross. Simon grows uneasy, wondering why a priest would be on Raj Island. Before they can retreat, the priest notices them. Simon quickly tells Cammy to run, but the priest stops them using dark magic. Realizing the priest is not an ordinary one, Simon understands he's dealing with a traitor from Kizan. Cammy also notices that the priest is using both darkness and holiness. Simon tells her that it is probably a traitor, but the powers he is using are supposed to clash. He can't make sense of the situation but knows one thing for sure. If they're caught, they're doomed. He grabs Cammy's hand and starts running. The priest tries to stop them by attacking and sending flying crosses that cut Cammy's leg and Simon's shoulder. Suddenly chains shoot out which capture Cammy and tie her to a tree. The priest then turns his focus to Simon, but he dodges the attacks and summons a sword to defend himself. However, his sword shatters when it comes in contact with the chains. Desperate, Simon leaps in the air and tries to attack the priest using his darkness. The attack is aimed to reveal the identity of the priest, but it narrowly misses. This makes the priest even more furious, and she summons hundreds of crosses in the air. As Simon looks up, he realizes that he can't handle all this by himself. He smiles as he shows his badge to the priest. In an instant, Fear appears behind the priest and launches an attack. The priest narrowly escapes using a shield. Fear tells Simon to back off and says that this fight is beyond him. He laughs as he continues battling the priest, since it's been a long time since his last battle. As the two of them fight, Simon checks on Cammy. He is relieved to find her only lightly injured, but she is still unconscious. While Fear is dealing with the priest, he uses this opportunity to grab her and runs for his life. While he is running, Fear communicates with him and tells him that the priest is incredibly strong. He guesses that she may be at the level of a professor. Since his powers are still sealed, he isn't as strong as her. Simon tells him that he has an idea and to follow his lead. Fear knows that he must have some clever idea because he is Richard's son, so he agrees. Simon hears a huge explosion behind him, followed by the sound of the guards. He smiles and tells Fear to come back since the guards will be going after the priest. He asks him if he is okay, and Fear tells him that he can take this much. Since Cammy is still unconscious, he grabs them both and starts moving at an incredibly fast speed. He takes them both out of the forest, but he can't carry them further since there is a wide-range detection spell ahead. Simon is still shaken, but he still thanks him for saving them. Fear starts walking away and tells him that he has just made a contract with him, so he can't afford to lose him already. Now that they are out of danger, Simon thinks about his next move. He wonders if he can take Cammy back to the Academy's central ward, since they will definitely question him about it, and they might get into bigger trouble. Moreover, the priest could have seen their faces, and since she is a traitor, he can't trust any of the doctors. He needs Cammy to get treated by someone they can trust. After thinking, Simon knocks on the door of the night duty staff. He goes to the same girl who helped them in finding their room. The girl screams as she sees them both injured. She asks him what happened and says that girls are not allowed into the boys' dorm. Moreover, since Cammy is hurt, she suggests taking her to the ward. Simon tells her that he can't take her to the ward, and he can't explain the reason behind it either, but he still needs her help. The girl thinks for a moment, and then asks him to put Cammy on one of the beds. While she is looking at her injuries, she asks him what happened. Even though most of her wounds are light, she still has a deep cut on her leg. She tells him that if he had a fight with some student, they should resolve it during the protection period. Simon clenches his fist and tells her that they didn't fight. He apologizes to her and says that he can't reveal anything. The girl trusts him, so she doesn't try to push him for answers. She simply tells him that their health is the most important thing, and they should think about staying healthy before trying to survive in school. After treating him, she tells him that since Cammy isn't seriously injured, she will ask someone to just take her back to the girls' dorm. Simon thanks her for all her help and leaves. The girl sighs and wonders how long he will be able to stay in this school. Hayward immediately hugs Simon while crying as he sees him. Simon tells him to calm down since they are both fine. He says that they were just chased by some guards and asks what happened to him and Malin. Hayward tells him that he was also chased by the guards but managed to get inside. Moreover, he spoke to Malin and told her about the guards, so she suggested postponing the plan till tomorrow. She looked a bit hurt when he told her about it, but she understood when she heard about the guards. Simon suggests going back to sleep since Cammy has also returned to her dorm. He later thinks about her and how shocked she must have been after seeing the priest. He saw his mom praying before, so it wasn't strange for him. He decides to talk to her tomorrow. He meets Cammy tomorrow, who appears as bright as ever. He asks her how she is, tells him that last night almost seemed like a dream. To her, it still didn't feel real. Simon thinks that it's a good thing if it will help her to handle the shock. He grabs her and asks her not to say anything about this to anyone since the priest might not have seen her face. He tells her that he will find out the identity of the priest. Hearing this, Cammy urges that she also wants to join him. She says that whatever happened, it happened to both of them, so he shouldn't leave her out. Simon agrees, but they can't really do anything for now, so he tells her that he will let her know when he needs her help. He then sits in Professor Bahill's class, who tells the class that they will be practicing with an easier curse this time. The curse he is talking about is called the transfer curse. The curse allows the user to transmit their darkness to an object. He tells them that their task is to make the magic circle float without a correction device. They should then use the curse to bloom the plants placed in front of them. Simon tries making the magic circle float, but he just can't make it work. Professor Bahill comes to his help and asks him how he is doing. As he tries explaining, the professor cuts him off and instructs him to use his core. He explains that he is inexperienced in using his core, so his darkness is not solid enough for the magic circle to take a concrete shape. Using the core is considered basic, so they don't teach it at the Academy. Moreover, everyone has different ways of operating. He puts his hand on Simon's shoulder and transfers a curse to him. He tells him that most people think of curses as something negative, but that is not true. The curse he just applied to him maximizes the senses of a person. It can help a lost student like him to find their way. After maximizing his senses, the professor asks him to try again. Simon can feel the difference clearly. Professor Bahill tells him that his darkness is different from others, and it becomes useless if he just simply tries to pull it out. Instead, he should think about it like circulation. He should think of his core as a living creature and wait until the darkness naturally comes out of his body. The professor shows him a demonstration and casts his darkness outside. He then instructs Simon to try it out by himself. Our boy closes his eyes and puts all of his focus on his core. As the darkness begins to flow out, the professor decreases the curse's effectiveness by 50%. He tells him that the darkness can remember its flow. It's almost like the movement of one's hands. After a certain amount of time, you don't even need to think about it. Therefore, it is important to not develop any bad habits early on. The professor then asks him to cast the curse on the plant. Simon looks a bit nervous, but he assures him that he will aid him if something goes wrong. Simon completes the magic circle using his darkness and activates the curse on the plant. In mere seconds, the plant blooms into an entire tree, shocking both Simon and Hayward. Professor Bahill calmly tells him that this is the potential that he is holding. All he did was assist him so he could stably output his powers. He tells him that he just witnessed what he will be able to do in the near future because his darkness is special. He hopes that he will think about it thoroughly and pick the direction he wants to take in order to fully utilize his darkness. Simon asks the professor if he can give him any feedback on the curse he just cast. Professor Bahill is impressed that he can look at himself objectively without getting carried away by a good performance. He tells him that his curse is lacking emotions. Simon asks him if it's the same way as when making orders to the undead. Hearing this, the professor looks at him with a terrifying expression and then goes back to normal. He smiles and tells him that it's similar. Meanwhile, Simon is still shocked by the expression he just made. As the professor is walking away, Hayward calls him out and asks him if he can assist him as well, since it isn't easy to make the plant bloom. The professor smiles again and tells him that he shouldn't wait to be spoon-fed since it is the mindset of a lazy beginner. Simon excitedly thinks about what the professor just told him. In their next class, Hayward asks Kami if she also thinks that the professors are favoring Simon more than anyone. In their previous class, Professor Bahill was super nice to him, which allowed him to master the curse. Moreover, in this class, Professor Hongpeng corrected his form by herself. It almost felt like she was giving him a private lesson. Professor Hongpeng instructs Simon to stand firm on his toes and follow her guidance. Simon does as she says and uses the darkness to kick. She acknowledges his effort with a compliment on his pivoting, but points out that 4 of his basic postures are incorrect. She advises him to keep his gaze fixed on the target and engage his lower back properly. Simon apologizes and promises to be more careful next time. The professor reassures Simon that he's doing well overall. It's just that he needs more practice. Seeing Hayward like that, Malin tells him to focus on improving his performance and earning the professor's favor instead of holding grudges. He tells her that he is not holding a grudge, but only asking questions. He then turns the tables on Malin, teasing her about being labeled a problem student for trying to lift the exhaust curse in their last class. Malin angrily denies the claim, and the two of them start arguing. Poor Kami tries to intervene, but it's no use. Soon Simon shows up and they stop. Malin asks him for help, saying he's good at magical combat. Since Professor Hongpeng won't help her, she wants Simon to teach her instead. She explains that she needs to prepare for her performance assessment against the Cyclops and wants to improve her speed and earn better grades. Simon assures her she doesn't need to explain everything, and he was going to teach her anyway. He instructs her to get into position, but her posture looks awkward. Simon tells her she's too stiff and lacks confidence. He encourages her to relax and stand naturally, gathering the darkness around her waist and holding it there. She hesitantly tries to kick, but it's way off. He asks her to kick using her core strength and put the darkness behind her thigh after turning. As he keeps on correcting her from a distance, she loses her patience and asks him why can't he just show her by touching her. Everyone goes silent for a moment, and the girls start making weird connections between them. Simon grabs her leg and points out the exact spot to focus her darkness and helps her concentrate on channeling her power. He asked her to try again and focus on what he just taught her. Malin manages to improve but falls over in the process. Simon praises her progress despite the fall. Suddenly, a group of girls from their class gathers around Simon, asking if he can teach them his technique too. Later, he sits in Professor Aaron's class as he teaches them about the restoring force. He explains that the biggest advantage of skeletons is their ability to regenerate. To demonstrate, he summons a skeleton and shows how, even when its bones are scattered by a strong shock, residual darkness allows them to reform. He explains that activating the darkness and maximizing its attraction property can restore the skeleton to its original structure. While the students practice with the rat skeletons, Simon is busy reading a book. Malin notices and asks if he thinks it's fine to slack off. In response, Simon effortlessly restores his skeleton, leaving her stunned by his skill. Still, she warns him not to get overconfident and reminds him of his promise. He reassures her that he will get a better score than her no matter what it takes. She tells him that she could have gotten 90 on the summonology test, but she couldn't solve the last question. Hearing this, Simon tells her that the question was easy. She doesn't believe that he solved it when he didn't even take any prep classes and asks him for his answer. Her entire expression changes as he reveals his answer. As the two of them are talking, Professor Aaron shows up and asks Simon what he is doing. He tells him that he was able to restore the skeleton, so he was just looking at the materials of the upcoming lecture. The professor stares at him for a second and asks him to stay after class. Malin thinks that he is in trouble for talking during the class, so she apologizes to him. After all the other students leave, Professor Aaron asks him to follow him outside. He tells him that he can't stand students who don't learn in his class even though they are willing. The professor then asks him to take out his skeleton and destroy it. He then instructs him to restore it back. Simon quickly restores the skeleton since he already knows the technique. Seeing this, the professor tells him that he will teach him a skill above restoration. Simon is confused since he thinks that he is in trouble for not paying attention during class. Professor Aaron tells him that it's nothing but an extra lesson for him. He explains that it's the role of a professor to offer additional lessons to students who excel beyond the regular curriculum. This excites Simon, who eagerly listens as Aaron begins the lesson. He then directs Simon to take his position and asks him to not make him stay here any longer than necessary. To start, the professor reveals a skeleton crafted from demon bones and asks Simon to observe closely. He demonstrates various skills: bone piercing, which is an offensive technique using restoration. He also shows him a binding skill that traps a squirrel in a bone prison, and a defensive technique that forms bone armor around the user. He tells him that depending on the skill of the Necromancer, the skeleton can become their weapon, jail, or armor. Simon finds these skills fascinating. All of these are advanced applications of restoration. Though typically taught in the second year, Aaron decides to teach these techniques to Simon due to his exceptional talent in restoration. Aaron first instructs Simon to attempt bone piercing, but points out a flaw in Simon's restoration technique. He explains that Simon focuses restoration on the skull, waiting for the skeleton to fully assemble before moving it. Instead, Simon needs to guide the restoration process from the beginning, summoning the skeleton to a desired location. Simon recalls hearing similar advice from Fear and thinks about using it in a similar way to how he controlled the skeleton. When Simon practices summoning the skeleton in front of him, Aaron tells him that his speed is not terribly slow and moves on to the next step. This was a compliment, by the way. Simon dismantles the skeleton as instructed, and Aaron explains the difference between restoration and bone piercing. While restoration reassembles the skeleton, bone piercing uses restoration energy to attack. Aaron advises Simon to practice tilting the bones during restoration, which sharpens their edges for offensive use. Aaron demonstrates this by focusing darkness along a bone to create a blade-like edge, and even binds Simon's hands with bones to show how they can immobilize enemies. He tells him to think of bones as weapons or tools for binding, even if they lack sharp edges. Simon begins practicing and destroys a bamboo shoot by squeezing it with bones. Aaron explains that he is still simply choking his enemy with the bones, but since he can repurpose the destroyed skeleton as an attack, it gives him more options. He tells him to continue practicing so he can use it in an actual battle. As the lesson concludes, Aaron mentions hearing that Professor Jane chose Cyclops hunting as the performance assessment. He asks Simon if he is going to be the attacker, but he tells him that his teammate Malin will be the one fighting. Aaron agrees that supporting teammates is just as important and encourages Simon to learn from observing. Before leaving, he reminds him that this is nothing more than an additional lesson for him. After the session, Simon returns to his friends, who are curious about what happened. They ask if Iran punished him. Hayward especially is the most curious since he heard that the physical punishment in Kizan starts with whipping. Simon reassures them it was just an extra lesson. They are still not convinced and think that Simon must have mistaken punishment for a lesson. Since he is not hurt, Malin asks him to take a look at the potion. The potion is a pure yellow color, and Simon can tell that it is going well. Malin tells him that she was the one who made it, so it was bound to be perfect. All the ingredients put into the potion are in perfect quantity. She explains that it will be complete after simmering for 20 minutes on low heat. Simon appreciates the effort everyone put into it and hopes it will be effective. Malin tells them that they can present the potion during their elementary black magic class. Hayward suggests that they start preparing for their presentation tomorrow since they are together. The four of them go over all the questions that Jane can ask them about their strategy. It's a list of 300 questions, and they are confident that they will nail the presentation. However, Jane surprises them by asking questions none of them even consider. She tells them that their team has a variety of majors, but their roles aren't specific. Moreover, the combination of black magic lacks creativity. They even went ahead with the idea of placing the main damage dealer into a supporting position. Jane wants them to explain the reasoning behind their choices. She starts by asking why they divided the roles like this. Malin explains that their goal was to defeat the Cyclopes quickly and effectively. Jane asks her if this team formation is the best one for that purpose, and they all agree. She then asks Simon for his opinion on all this. He thinks to himself that the professor must be looking for a different answer, but it's still the protection period, and the presentation is for getting feedback on their strategy. He tries to focus on showing how good their teamwork is. Simon explains that even though their group lacks creativity in terms of black magic, they are focused more on safety. He claims that they can hunt the Cyclops in a more stable manner than any other group. The professor nods and moves on to the next question. She turns to Kami and asks her why she has given the attacking position to a catarology student when she herself is a hematology student and should be in the position to fight. All the group members start to panic, since they know that this is a hard question. They all try to whisper the answer to her, and she finally speaks up. She says that she didn't become a fighter because of the unique nature of the Cyclops that they are fighting. The monster has a tough and firm skin, which makes it strong against physical attacks and hematic spells in general. Malin knows how to use Dark Flare, which will be more effective, and this was why the entire group chose her as the attacker. The professor then asks her what she would do if a different monster was the enemy. Kami hesitates for a second and then screams that she will take the attacking position. Everyone is surprised to see her acting this way. Professor Jane smiles and says that she will keep it in mind. She finally turns to Hayward, who is eagerly waiting his turn. Instead of asking him about the strategy, she tells him not to chat with other students during class and calls the next group. While all the students their classes, Simon sits at the table while waiting for someone. Suddenly, Lorraine shows up and everyone starts staring at her. She coldly glances at Simon and asks him if he has something to say. Simon starts to feel a bit nervous since she seems like a completely different person in school, and it's a bit intimidating. When he met her before school, she was really friendly and cheerful, but now, she seemed so cold. However, it all goes away and she starts smiling when Simon talks to her. She asks her how he has been and says that the girl who delivered his letter made a fuss about it. Our boy tries to show his riz and tells her that she looks much better in that uniform than he imagined. She gets serious again and asks him if he thinks that she looks old. He starts stuttering while trying to explain himself, and she laughs, telling him that she was just joking. Lorraine then asks him why he wants to see her. Simon reveals that there is a traitor inside Kizan. He explains that he went to the Forbidden Forest because he wanted to collect some mushrooms for a class. After explaining, he tells her that it might be a bit hard for her to believe, but she cuts him off and says that she believes him. She asks him about the cross, and he explains that the largest cross was in the middle and a woman was sculpted on it. Hearing this, she realizes that the sculpture was of the goddess Diva. She is the only goddess that the priest of Efnel believes in. Simon asks her about Efnel, to which she explains that it is the college operated directly under the Pope. Just like how Kizan trains necromancers, Efnel educates priests. The saintesses are considered the strongest in the Holy Federation, and there are only a select number of their members from girls who hold all the power in the Federation. Lorraine gets furious and breaks her glass as she realizes that a priest managed to step foot in Kizan. She asks Simon who else knows about this, and he tells her that it's just him and Kami. She thanks him for telling her about it. If whatever he just said is true, that priest must be a high-level priest almost as strong as a professor in the Academy. This means that any of the professors can be a suspect. If he consulted one of them, they might have destroyed the evidence or obstructed the investigation. She tells him that her mom needs to know about this so that the investigation can be thorough. Lorraine then points forward and suggests going into the Forbidden Forest. She says that there might still be some evidence left at the scene. However, when the two of them finally get there, they don't find anything. When they arrive at the spot, Simon and Lorraine are shocked to find nothing there. Simon is especially surprised since this is where the sculpture and cross should have been, yet there's no trace of fear or the priest's battle. He wonders how this is possible. Lorraine tells him that the complete lack of evidence makes the situation even more suspicious. She guesses the priest must be very powerful. Even though she didn't witness the fight, she could tell they managed to clean up the area thoroughly. She finds it unbelievable that the priests who serve God would plant a core in Kazan, especially since priests view the core as something that opposes God. Simon asks Lorraine if opening a core means a priest can no longer use holiness. She tells him that it is true, though she doesn't fully understand how it works. It's simply what the priests claim. She explains that holiness comes from faith in God, while darkness comes from the power of a fallen devil. These two forces naturally clash. Lorraine then thanks Simon for cooperating with Kazan. She also warns him that the priests are a serious threat, and his life is in great danger. She doesn't know when they might come after him, so she advises him to take a break and rest. But Simon insists he's fine and prefers to continue his normal routine. He tells her that he doesn't even know if the priests saw his face. If they did come after him, it would leave evidence behind. Lorraine becomes angry and tells Simon not to be reckless. She argues that evidence is useless if it costs him his life. Simon tries to calm her down, explaining that taking a break from classes or acting differently would only make him more suspicious. If the guards start following him, it could draw even more attention. He worries it would become obvious that he reported everything to Kazan's higher-ups and is now being protected. Simon reminds Lorraine that the priest infiltrated Kazan and even opened a core, something their faith considers a sin. He says that fanatics like these can act unpredictably. Lorraine reluctantly agrees but warns him that if she notices any suspicious activity, she will make sure he's protected, even if it means restricting his freedom. Before leaving, she tells Simon not to sacrifice himself for others. Simon promises to remember that. As they return to school, he thinks to himself how he can't afford to take a break from his studies since there's still too much to learn at Kazan. The next day, Jane takes the students to the virtual battle simulation system of Kazan, called Avalon. This system is unique to Kazan and doesn't exist anywhere else on the continent. The students are amazed when they see it. Jane explains that Avalon can create magical creatures for virtual battles. She tells them Avalon was made by moving Hallucina, an ancient fortress of illusion, to Kazan and upgrading it over time. Jane briefs the students about the evaluation. She explains that the rules are the same as the real performance assessment. Each group will have up to 3 virtual battles before the actual match. She introduces the virtual Cyclops, which sees only the group's fighter as its enemy. Fighters will wear a vest with a protection spell, and when the vest's barrier gauge drops to 0, the training ends. They can then wait for their next turn in the waiting room. Jane encourages them to use these battles to test their strategies and prepare for the real fight. The students move to their waiting rooms. An announcement names Group 5, which includes Cindy and members skilled in categories like catarology, darkness dynamics, toxicology, and spiritology. Their group has a good balance, with spiritology members as the fighters. Group 5's simulation begins as they fight the Cyclops, but they fail after just 1 minute and 16 seconds. Hayward realizes that a single Cyclops attack removes 50% of the barrier, meaning they need to cast their curses faster. The group seems nervous, even though it's only a virtual battle. Hayward asks Malin if she's okay, and she tells him that she is fine. Next, Groups 3 and 7 are called into the simulation. Hector assumes Simon must be the fighter for his group, but Simon reveals that he isn't. When Hector accuses him of stepping aside to protect Malin's pride, Simon firmly replies that Malin is simply the best fighter in their group. An announcement calls Group 7's supporters to their positions. Jane explains that the Cyclops won't be able to see the supporters, so they can focus on their roles without worry. As the simulation begins, Malin tells everyone to stay ready and stick to their strategy. Simon notices that Malin seems confident, so he decides to focus completely on his own role. However, as the battle begins, Malin is taken down by a single Cyclops attack, and the simulation fails. All those strategies just to get sniped in one shot. Jane commends their effort, saying parts of their initial plan were well executed. She highlights how the Summонер effectively distracted the Cyclops with skeletons. She also points out the team's shortcomings. Their plan to slow the Cyclops with an exhaust curse and finish it with a dark flare seemed good in theory, but didn't hold up in reality. The biggest problem, she says, is their lack of proficiency and frequent mistakes when casting spells. Meanwhile, Hector's group defeats the Cyclops on their first try with a 98% success rate, avoiding even a single hit. Simon feels envious and wonders how it's possible to perform so well. Malin, however, reminds them to focus on the actual battle since that's what matters the most. In the second trial, Simon notices that the Cyclops doesn't slow down even with 2 exhaust curses. He tells Malin to dodge the attack, while Hayward suggests to Cammy that they remove the persistency formula and focus on stacking the curse instead. As they make adjustments, Malin falls and the Cyclops hits her, causing the simulation to fail. As a result, Group 7 receive an E grade. Cammy is a bit worried because their next attempt is the final one, but Simon reassures them that he has a winning strategy. He explains that the basic plan remains the same. 2 curse casts, followed by Malin's dark flare. However, since the double exhaust wasn't effective, Cammy and Hayward will cast a 4-layered exhaust using multiple incantations. Though neither has performed incantations before, Cammy thinks it's possible and asks if they'll have enough time. Simon confidently replies that he'll create the time they need. When the simulation begins, Simon uses his skeletons to distract the Cyclops. As Cammy and Hayward finish their first exhaust layer and move to the next, the Cyclops destroys the skeletons. Simon quickly summons more, keeping the Cyclops occupied. Malin prepares her dark flare while Cammy and Hayward complete their layered exhausts. Simon tells Malin that with the 4-layered exhaust, she should be able to dodge the Cyclops' attacks. Malin hesitates, asking if Simon expects her to avoid the Cyclops on her own, but Simon assures her to follow his lead. He instructs her to run ahead and dodge while Cammy uses a hematic spell to block the Cyclops' view. Simon's skeletons tie the Cyclops with chains, and he tells Hayward to enchant the chains to prevent them from breaking. With everything in place, Malin attacks the Cyclops with her dark flare, burning it completely and defeating it. The group celebrates their victory as the Cyclops falls. Jane congratulates them for defeating the Cyclops and praises their ability to turn a theoretical strategy into a practical one. She advises them to work on reducing the battle time and to address their over-reliance on the summoner's skills. Jane acknowledges their smart decision to stack curses with multiple incantations. She also points out their mistakes and instructs them to practice and improve their black magic. After leaving the simulation room, some students compliment their performance. Cindy congratulates Simon on his team's success, but Hector looks upset about their win. Later, Malin asks the group if they'll be practicing over the weekend. Cammy agrees since the simulation revealed her weaknesses. Hearing this, Hayward asks her if she was asked out on a date. She tells them that she declined because she wants to practice with the group. Hayward says he won't join them as he has a business meeting in Rochester. When Malin asks Simon about his plans, he tells her that he'll join the day after because he has personal training to do. She gets frustrated and asks him why he can't practice with them. He tells her he's just catching up on lessons he missed. The next day, Simon visits Fear and asks him to take a look at his skeletons. When Fear sees Simon's inventory, he jokes about whether Simon is there to train or move in. Simon explains that he's preparing a battalion of skeletons and needs weapons for their distribution. Fear notices Simon's skeletons are in bad shape and asks what happened. Simon explains they were damaged during a simulation. After inspecting them, he fixes the skeletons but tells him that the patched ones need time to recover. He then suggests Simon to try using human-type skeletons. However, they might be a bit difficult to control for a beginner like him. Fear decides to teach Simon how to control multiple skeletons, starting by asking how many he can control at once. Simon tells him that he can only handle 2, and trying to control 3 overwhelms him. Fear explains to him that the number doesn't matter as much as his ability to manage them effectively, even if it's just 1 or 2. To demonstrate, he challenges Simon to a fight using human skeletons. They each control 2 skeletons, and Simon orders his skeletons to attack. However, Fear's skeletons quickly defeat Simon's. Simon complains it's unfair since Fear is supposed to use only 2 skeletons at a time. Fear clarifies that he did follow the rules but used a strategy called cross-operation. By alternating commands between skeletons, he widened their scope of action without exceeding his limit. This makes Simon interested and he starts practicing. He even makes the skeletons a high five. The next day, after training with his group, everyone feels exhausted. Malin notices that Simon has much better control over his skeletons. Cammy mentions that while he could only manage 2 at a time before, now he can handle 3. When Malin asks how Simon improved so much, he tells her that it's just from his private lessons in Rochester. She asks if his teacher is a professor or some famous necromancer. Cammy thinks that it must be someone impressive. Fear can hear the conversation through his device. He laughs at being considered popular among the kids. Simon asks Fear to quiet down as his head hurts. Fear jokes about teaching Simon's friends if they die and join his battalion, but Simon reminds him that it's forbidden. Simon explains that his teacher prefers to stay out of the spotlight and barely has time to teach. Malin doesn't believe this one bit and says that he is being secretive. Hayward defends him and says that he probably has good reasons. He tells them that Simon wouldn't risk sharing anything that might lower his grades since he has a promise to keep. Hearing this, Malin claims that she can outperform Simon without private lessons and encourages everyone to get up and practice for the next week. The next day marks the end of the student protection period. The entire atmosphere of the class has changed. Professor Bahil scolds one of the students for submitting poor work and expels him after calling it trash. He expels 19 students on the spot after reviewing their assignments. Not long after, the count rises to 20, leaving Simon and his friend worried about their own futures at the school. In magical combat class, the students practice running. Hayward feels down because Professor Bahil deducted 10 marks from his homework, even though he thinks magical combat is the best class. Exhausted, Simon tells Malin not to overwork herself, but she pushes past him. Simon remembers Kami mentioning that she trained physically all day. Kami also told him that Malin claimed she could cast Dark Flare without any trouble, but she struggled to react in time to avoid a Cyclops attack. Later, they all study together. Simon is shocked to learn that Malin studies even after her physical training. Kami tells them that Malin stayed up all night studying without sleep, powered by an awakening potion. Simon is impressed by her dedication, but wonders why she puts so much effort into schoolwork. Malin excitedly calls her friends to show how she springs off the darkness and asks Simon if she needs to adjust anything. Simon reassures her that she's doing great. She is thrilled that her practice is paying off. Simon asks her to take it easy since they passed the simulation and will likely succeed in the real battle. However, Malin insists she isn't aiming to just pass. She's determined to take first place, no matter what. Hearing this, Simon begins to worry about her a bit. Later, Professor Hongpang checks in on Simon's progress with the darkness operation she taught him. Simon shares that he has improved a lot since starting, and the professor agrees. She tells him that his control and overall abilities have strengthened. She reiterates that Simon was born to excel in magical combat. Suddenly, a teaching assistant informs her about a student with a sprained ankle. The professor leaves to help, but reminds Simon that only consistent practice will help him improve. Simon starts looking for Malin and asks Kami and Hayward, but they also don't know. Just a few moments later, they see Professor Hongpang carrying Malin on her back. Her ankle is severely sprained, so they take her to the doctor. The doctor advises that while Malin can attend lectures, she must avoid physical activities for a week. She tries to convince her that she can still participate but collapses in pain. The doctor firmly states that recovery is a priority, not a suggestion, and removes her from all physically demanding classes. Feeling frustrated, Malin apologizes to everyone and asks them to leave her alone. Simon tells her that self-pity won't help, but she is more worried about their Cyclops battle the next day. She asks how they will manage without her after practicing all week. Simon reassures her that they'll figure something out. Malin blames herself, yelling that she ruined everything. Simon cuts her off and tells her that it's enough. He then tells the group he will take on the role of the fighter for the battle tomorrow. The next day, the students enter the dungeon. Hayward is amazed at how Kizan has gathered so many dungeons and ruins in one place. Kami explains that since Nephthys is a collector, whenever she finds ancient ruins, she likely brings them to Roke Island. Despite her injury, Malin joins the team. As their team walks in with an injured group member, the other teams start feeling bad for them. However, some of them think that it's a good thing since it helps their chances. Kami wonders if they are really going to be okay. Hayward reassures her and asks her to trust Simon. After Team 6 finishes their evaluation, Team 7 is called forward. All the students start talking and wonder how the doctor even allowed her to fight in this condition. Hector sits silently while hearing all of them talk. Students think that their team is just trying to show that they are doing their best till the end. Simon tells his team not to worry about the changes in their situation and encourages them to give it their all. As their evaluation begins, the Cyclops enters the arena. Jane tells them not to overexert themselves and reminds them that they can stop the test if needed. As soon as the curse is removed, the monsters start to attack. The group sticks to their plan and Simon uses his skeletons to distract the Cyclops first. However, the Cyclops is acting a bit differently from the simulation. Instead of targeting the skeletons first, it focuses on Simon. He manages to dodge the attack, but he notices that the Cyclops is stronger than expected. He uses Restore to try and stab the Cyclops from the back, using one of his skeletons, but to his surprise, the sword breaks upon contact with its skin. Simon realizes that the monster is much tougher than the simulated one. As it enters the exhaust range, Hayward and Kami blast the curse. At the same time, Simon leaps into the air and tries to use a dagger to attack, but the Cyclops dodges, only getting a small scratch. Furious, the Cyclops begins attacking relentlessly, and though Simon avoids most strikes, he eventually gets hit. Just a single hit drops his shield to 72%. Observing the scene, Jane's teaching assistant notices something unusual. The Cyclops seems far stronger than it should be and isn't affected by curses. He suggests stopping the test and replacing the Cyclops, but she refuses. She tells him that you don't always face weak opponents during actual combat, and asks if they should abort their mission if their opponent is stronger than expected. Jane argues that unpredictability and adapting to challenges are part of combat training. She believes the students can learn more from this experience than from standard tests, and asks them to trust them and watch for now. Simon quickly realizes their usual tactics won't work. As he hides behind a broken structure, Hayward asks him why the Cyclops is still unaffected even though it was hit by exhaust 3 times. Simon tells them to give up on using the curse since it is not working. Malin doesn't agree with him and says that all the other teams won by using the same curses. He slowly starts getting up and tells her that he doesn't know the reason, but something is different. He tells everyone to abandon their original strategy and just help him however they want. Kami smiles as she can finally use all of her spells. Hayward also does his best to support his friend while the skeletons slash the Cyclopes from behind. Simon tries to recall what Professor Bahill showed him in class. He closes his eyes and focuses on that same feeling. As he starts to feel it, he thanks the professor and orders all of his skeletons to attack at once. The skeletons charge at the monster and start stabbing him with their swords. The Cyclopes get overwhelmed and scream in pain. Meanwhile, Hector wonders if this was one of their other plans. Since they changed their formation, he deduces that they probably improvised this strategy in a hurry. Inside the arena, Simon can feel that he is missing something. He remembers when Fear told him to put all of his emotions into even the most trivial tasks. The more negative the emotions, the more power the effect. Simon unleashes his hatred and directs it to the Cyclopes. All the skeletons get even more violent. Suddenly, the monster tries attacking him. Kami warns him, but it's too late. At the same time, Malin comes in clutch and uses her dark elemental magic to put up a huge ice shield in front of him. The wall of ice successfully blocks the attack, giving Simon time to move. He screams at Kami, telling her that all the prerequisites have been met. Her eyes start bleeding as she starts using Ursula Hematic magic. After using her spell, she is weakened, so she asks our boy to finish it off. He uses the restoration force of the bones and pierces the monster using their sharp edge. Everyone is amazed at his skills. When the monster goes down, he signals the other group members to throw the Narvia potion. As the potion hits the monster, Simon nervously watches and prays for it to stay down. To everyone's shock, the monster growls and gets back up. This makes him think that they probably need to kill the Cyclopes instantly, otherwise it will regenerate. He calls out to Hayward and asks him to use his enchant. After being buffed up with the curse, he takes out his sword and starts running at the monster head-on. However, as he gets close, something happens and he falls down to his knees. It almost feels like his legs have no strength left. All of his friends cheer him on. Even Professor Jane gets worried as she stands up from her chair and drops her pen. Before the monster can hit him, Malin helps Simon jump into the air and he stabs it in the back. Using his skeleton's hand, Simon cuts off the Cyclops' head. Jane announces they have succeeded in hunting the Cyclops. Hayward hugs Simon, emotionally saying he is the best. Kami is happy Simon made it, and Malin says she owes him, but Simon tells her she did well too. Kami hugs Malin, saying she is amazing, and Hayward praises Malin's ice magic, calling it too cool. After a while, Jane tells the students they did great, and as a professor, she's happy that no one was seriously injured during the practical assessment. The students thank her, but Jane says the results matter most and starts the evaluation for Group 1. She praises Cindy's spiritology skills, but the strategy that relied too much on one person and caused many mistakes leads to point deductions. Jane tells Carol and Yuna from Team 2 to shake hands, suggesting they resolve any grudges soon. Simon is shocked that Jane knows about even the smallest fights between students, but Hayward says that's not the only thing to be surprised about. Malin mentions that many groups succeeded in hunting the Cyclops, noting that only about 8 succeeded in the simulation, but now there are 13. Jane gave an A+ grade to Hector's group because they had clear roles for each member, excellent teamwork, and completed the hunt in less than 4 minutes. Jane says the group did a great job, and Hector gets excited, but for Group 7, Jane says their performance was a mess. They took 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and their fighter's barrier gauge was only 7%. Their behavior was reckless and didn't follow the plan. Jane says their grade will reflect this, but there's more to consider. She shows them the autopsy result of the Cyclops Group 7 hunted, and explains that the curse and potions used to capture it caused unusual side effects. The Cyclops they fought became extremely aggressive and lost control once the curse was lifted. Its physical strength also increased temporarily. Jane says this made Group 7's assessment more difficult compared to the other groups. The administration concluded that the Cyclops they defeated was as strong as a red Cyclops. Group 7 is shocked, and Jane says they should apply the new evaluation standard to be fair. Jane then discusses each team member's performance. She says Malin used darkness elemental magic above the usual first grader level, playing a key role in protecting the fighter. Jane acknowledges that Malin got injured from overtraining and poor self-care, but her spirit was impressive, so she gives her 80 points. Jane then talks about Hayward, who used a high-performance darkness enchantment at the right moment to help defeat the Cyclops. He gets 80 points as well. For Kami, Jane says she did a great job as the key damage dealer, using hematology and rare Necromancer techniques, so she gets 85 points. Finally, Jane praises Simon, saying he handled the fighter role well, managed unexpected challenges, and showed leadership in taking care of his teammates. He demonstrated physical and dark magic skills, avoided attacks, and used restoration skills effectively. Jane says Simon didn't give up until the Cyclops was defeated, and awards him 100 points, calling it perfect. She adds that it's a pity there's no grade above an A+. Simon celebrates with his teammates while Hector is jealous. That night, the entire group celebrates with drinks. They are a bit surprised to find real beer in their mugs, but Professor Hongpeng tells them not to worry, as she's their guardian for the night. She says she got special permission from Kizan to congratulate them on their great performance. She reminds them that the student protection period is over and encourages them to keep up the good work. Suddenly, Hayward asks the professor if she cares more for Simon than the other students. Malin is surprised by the question, but the professor jokingly replies that professors are human too and have students they like more than others. She then laughs and tells them that she loves and cares for all students. Professor Hongpeng apologizes for teasing them and gives them good news. She reveals that next week they'll finally go on a mission. The next day, Hayward explains to Simon that missions are a key part of Kizan's system. Once the student protection period ends, they enter the mission period, which usually lasts about 5 days. During this time, they can take on various requests from outside of Kizan. These requests range from simple tasks and part-time jobs to monster extermination, personal security, assassinations, and proxy battles. Simon thinks there must be dangerous requests among them, and wonders if they come with a good reward. Hayward explains that depending on the difficulty and completion of the requests, Keegan gives an evaluation score. Missions are also a good way to cover material fees at Kizan. Since Simon is majoring in summoning, Hayward says this is a great opportunity to make some money. However, Hayward reminds Simon that there are some important things to keep in mind. They must complete at least one request during the mission period. If they fail all of them, they fail the mission and have to write a letter of explanation. They can continue working on requests after the mission period, but Hayward advises against it because they won't be able to attend classes during the extended period. Some students take on easy requests to finish quickly and focus on their studies, while others leave the island to take on big cases for money and grades. Simon can come up with his own plan, but Hayward warns him not to pick an easy request just to get a good grade. At Kizan, they need to manage both their mission and school grades. If they fail too many missions, they might get stuck with dangerous tasks. Hayward tells Simon to take a look at the requested options, decide what suits his plan, and meet him after making up his mind. Fear reminds Simon that they need to focus on leaving the island to gather soldiers for their battalion and recover their former glory. Simon asks if there are any undead soldiers stronger than Fear, and Fear proudly says he is the master of the battalion, and no one dares to oppose him. He then mentions that some generals in the battalion were true monsters, and that the battalion consisted of several undead troops. This ancient undead had intelligence and commanded other soldiers. Simon gets excited about finding them, though he doesn't know where to look. Fear assures him that these generals are likely causing trouble across the continent, and he remembers all their characteristics. He tells Simon to focus on the requests and keep an eye out for them. Simon skips the missions on Raj Island, and Fear suggests he look at the red requests. Just then, Simon bumps into Hector, who asks if Simon is heading to the neutral zone, a lawless area where Kizan's influence doesn't reach. Hector warns Simon that Kizan won't be able to help if he gets into trouble there. Hector hopes they'll run into each other during the mission, but Simon just tells him to look after himself. Simon starts looking through the requests and asks Fear what he thinks about the zombie raid one. Fear tells him that infection is too common and even a necromancer could cause it. He adds that none of the requests on the board have anything to do with the general's abilities. As they look through the requests, Fear suddenly points out a blue envelope on the board. Simon thinks it must have been mistakenly posted in the red envelope section. He reads the request and sees it's about a missing person case where young women are found as dried corpses. Fear asks Simon to show him the details of the request. When Simon sees the pictures of the dead bodies, he gets scared. Fear tells him that an ancient undead leading a troop of spiders might be behind it. At the same time, a priest is being assigned to the same mission. She assures the Pope that she will solve the case because it is the goddess's will to save the continent from the evil deeds of the dead. The priest, Ellen Zyle, a second-year student from the Holy College of EFNL, assures her that she will solve the case no matter what. Simon is standing outside the Vice-Chancellor's office. Inside, Jane is busy with paperwork. She invites him in while still writing and asks if Simon is there for a mission. He tells her yes, and Jane suggests they take a look at the mission he picked. After reading the request, Jane tells him to choose a different request because this one is too difficult for a first-year student. Simon insists that he can handle it. He tells her that he is confident he can solve the case. Seeing his confidence, she decides to trust him and signs the paper. She tells him to take responsibility for the results. Hoping he's not misleading her, Simon is happy to hear that and thanks her for trusting him. Jane wishes him to return safely, and Simon promises he will. Back outside, Hayward asks if the professor gave Simon permission to go. Simon laughs and tells him she did. Malin also asks if Simon is really taking that case, considering how hard it is to complete an investigation in just 5 days. Simon thanks her for her concern, but she quickly says that she wasn't concerned. Simon laughs again and asks her where she is going. She replies that she's taking a personal security mission near Langerstein, which is easy and will give her good grades. Simon asks what she'll do if she runs into thieves or danger. She confidently tells him that if they have any sense, they won't mess with a Kizan student. Simon jokes that it sounds cowardly, but Malin insists it's not cowardly. It's why everyone sends their requests to Kizan. After she leaves, Simon notices Cern sitting on a bench. She greets him with a smile and mentions that they haven't seen each other since the matriculation ceremony. She introduces herself as the official successor of the Ivory Tower and Special Admission number 2. Simon introduces himself as well, saying he's from Leschil. There's an awkward silence between them. After a moment, Cern speaks up and says that she's heard Simon is looking after Malin. She tells him that while she might snap at him sometimes, she's kind and tender-hearted inside, so he should continue looking out for her. This annoys Simon a bit, and he asks why Cern would say that. He tells her that Malin is also a student at Kizan, just like her, and doesn't need anyone to protect or consider her junior. She is doing just fine without Cerna's concern. An announcement then plays, saying the teleportation device will be activated soon and not to reach out to it during operation. Cern tells him that they'll see each other again before disappearing to be teleported. Simon feels drained just from talking to Cerna, since she carries herself like a queen or a high-ranking noble. He knows Malin is from the Ivory Tower too, and understands Cern's concern, but he doesn't like how she treats Malin as her subordinate. He never thought a simple conversation could tire him out. Meanwhile, Fear is hiding inside an armor, grumbling about how small and cramped it is. Simon explains that it's the only one left, and he couldn't just bring him around without a proper disguise, because people would get scared. He informs him that they've arrived at the request site and asks what to do next. Fear tells him that the first step is gathering information. They should meet with the client, the lord of the town, and introduce himself as a Kizan student to get all the details. However, Fear also suggests that since the client hasn't solved the case yet, there must be a reason. As they approach the town, Fear, still in disguise, says the next method is legwork, something he did often while on missions with Richard. Simon agrees it sounds good, but worries they only have 5 days to solve it and might run out of time. Fear reassures him that there's always the option of buying information from the Thieves Guild or an information guild. Simon agrees, but they first need to find out if such a guild exists. Fear suggests asking the owner of an inn or pub, and Simon happily agrees, saying they should go and do that since time is running out. After a while, they reach a pub, and the bartender greets them. Simon tosses a gold coin at the bartender and asks for a clean, spacious room and breakfast tomorrow morning, along with some wheat bread. The bartender thanks Simon and asks if he wants the change. Simon declines and instead asks him for the information regarding the Thieves Guild. Seeing this, Fear starts laughing and thinks to himself that Simon already knows how to play with grown-ups. He takes out his sword and points it at the bartender to scare him off. After getting the information they need, Simon reads the case report and notices that most of the missing people are young men. However, the victims who have been found as mummified corpses are mainly women. Fear tells him that she had fun with young men, and since she wasn't interested in the women, she just sucked their blood out. This makes him even more convinced that it is Erzsébet. The two of them walk into another bar. Simon goes to the man at the counter and asks for the special menu. The man leads him to a secret door, which goes to the basement. After walking down the stairs, the two enter a room and come across a woman who smiles and asks them what they need from her guild. Simon tells her that they need some information. The girl asks him what he wants to know, and he says that he is looking for information regarding the missing people and the mummified corpses. Hearing this, the girl tells him that it will cost him a lot, and asks if a first-year Kizan student like him can even afford it. She reveals that the lord of this town was desperate to solve the case, so he sent out requests to many organizations, and Kizan was just one of them. Since it is not a big fiefdom, the lord didn't have enough money to hire an actual necromancer from the headquarters, so he simply chose to reach out to students. She comes closer to him and smiles, saying that the student who came to help is just a freshman. Simon reaches out and grabs her hand. He tells her that she made some interesting deductions, so he is also going to give it a try. A serious case has shaken up their entire fiefdom, and the lord must have asked a lot of people to try and solve the case. Those who accepted the request came to the fiefdom, but none of them was able to solve the case. As a result, the case found its way to him. Even the residents don't know much about the case. Even though the incident has continued for a few years, no one has questioned anyone or tried looking for culprits. He looks directly into her eyes and asks her if it's a bit odd that so little information is available about the case. Simon reveals that it must be because someone is clearly manipulating the people. Otherwise, the Information Guild must be really incompetent. He says that she doesn't look too incompetent to him. Simon then gets serious and threatens to turn the place upside down if she doesn't tell him the truth. The girl apologizes and asks him if he can let go of her hand first. After he releases her hand, she tells him that the risk from the information will be on him. As Simon agrees to it, the girl smiles and asks them to wait while she enters another room. My man starts turning red from all that tough acting, but he is certain that there is more to this case. Fear starts laughing all of a sudden, and when Simon asks him what's wrong, he asks him to keep his eyes wide open. As a guy standing behind starts decomposing and bursting into hundreds of spiders, Fear reveals that the girl is Erzsébet herself. She finally comes out in her true form and says that Simon has a strong will. However, she won't be able to see him again. Simon quickly calls out to Fear, who is ready to defend him. He uses his sword to slash the skeletons. Erzsébet recognizes his fighting style and figures out that it's him. He asks her what she is scheming in such a small town. Fear tells her that the battalion is back and asks her to come back. She furiously rejects his offer and calls him an idiot. She says that Richard abandoned them all like trash, and asks why he is still willing to stick with the battalion after all that disgrace. While fighting the spiders, Fear tries to convince her that the battalion is a power and will itself. He asks how a general like her can be swayed by such trivial emotions as hatred. Erzsébet reveals that Richard pushed all of his comrades into a death trap over a girl, and for that reason she still hates him. He suddenly throws his sword towards her, hitting her straight on the head. He says that he can't put up with her arrogance anymore and pulls the sword back into his arms. Fear asks her if she forgot the days when she crawled to him like a dog. As the two of them continue to fight, Erzsébet notices that Fear has grown weaker. She jumps over to the roof and guesses that his seal must have broken recently. She grins and says her goodbyes to both of them before running away. Simon realizes that the entire information guild is under her control. It would have been easy for her to control the information. While they are clearing out the spiders, a girl looks down at them from the roof and reveals that she is waiting for the two monsters to fight each other to death. This girl is Ellen, and she is the priest assigned to the same case. She lifts her staff and says that she will be going after Erzsébet after finishing both of them off. The priest launches a powerful light attack on Simon and Fear. After the attack, she looks around, expecting to find their bodies, but they are nowhere to be seen. Frustrated that she missed them, she decided to focus on Erzsébet instead. Fear talks about how complicated things have become now that a priest is involved. Simon asks him how they ended up in such a mess and how they are supposed to find Erzsébet now. Fear reassures him not to worry. He reveals that he sensed Erzsébet's dark energy when she used her skills earlier and is tracking her trail. If they follow it, they'll catch up to her. Simon is relieved but says that the priest seemed very strong. Fear tells him that judging by her white uniform under the robe, she is likely from Fnel and must be on a mission as challenging as a black request from Kazan. Simon realizes that means the priest is likely a second-year or higher student, as black requests are the toughest missions. Annoyed, he considers filing a complaint with the Lord for issuing a duplicate request. He also wonders if solving this case within 5 days is even possible. Seeing him like that, Fear tells him not to be alarmed and reveals that Erzsébet loved Richard. Simon is shocked, but Fear explains that undead battalions often develop deep loyalty for their commanders. Erzsébet, being particularly emotional, seemed to harbor lingering feelings for Richard, which likely fueled her hatred. Simon finally realizes why she is acting so violently. Fear tells him that they need to focus on finding her quickly. As they move forward, Simon spots a boy and a girl trapped in webs, calling for help. The boy begs them to free them and says that a spider monster is trying to eat them. Simon promises to rescue them and starts untying the boy. Fear, however, is unimpressed and calls Simon too soft for a necromancer. Simon asks what a necromancer is supposed to do, and Fear bluntly replies that a true necromancer kills everyone they meet and revives them as skeletons for their army. Ignoring his remarks, Simon hands the boy a sword and tells him to use it to free the others. Fear reminds Simon that Kazan's rules don't apply here and there are no witnesses, but Simon insists on doing what's right. He explains that his father taught him never to become a monster. When Simon asked his father how to avoid it, his father told him that setting a boundary was important. Fear starts laughing and says that it's exactly the kind of advice his father would give. Simon asks him what he means, but he grins and ignores it. He tells him that he respects his decision as the battalion leader, even if he finds it naive. Eventually, they reach an abandoned building where Erzsébet is calmly sitting on a chair, waiting for them. She tells them that she won't run anymore, as she knows Fear will track her darkness wherever she goes. It's clear she's ready to face them here. Simon approaches Erzsébet and makes her an official offer to join his forces. Erzsébet angrily refuses and says that she will never return to the battalion that once betrayed her, no matter what. She mocks Simon, calling him a gullible child chosen by Fear only for sentimental reasons and questioning his worth as a necromancer. Simon stays calm and asks her if she truly thinks he has no credentials. He reveals that he is the son of Richard and Anna Valentia. This shocks Erzsébet, as she once served under Richard. Simon explains that, as Richard's son and the battalion's current commander, it is his duty to take her in. However, Erzsébet becomes furious at the mention of his mom's name. She yells that the woman, whom she considers her nemesis, is an abomination and should perish. Overcome with rage, Erzsébet transforms into her spider form and attacks Simon. Fear immediately leaps into action, cutting off Erzsébet's legs with his sword. Seizing the moment, Simon pulls a spear from his subspace, reinforces it with darkness, and strikes Erzsébet. Standing on her injured form, Simon gives her a choice: join the battalion or face death. Suddenly, an attack comes out of nowhere aimed at Simon. Fear quickly blocks it with his sword, saving him. Simon realizes how close the attack was. The priest reappears and says that all the evil spirits and spiders will be exterminated. She pulls a glowing stone from her robe, throws it into the air, and begins her assault with her staff. Simon turns to Fear and asks him what they should do. Fear calmly suggests taking down the priest first. He asks if they can even win against the priest. Meanwhile, Erzsébet hides behind a wall trying to recover. Fear reminds him that dealing with the holiness may be difficult, but the priest herself is pretty weak. He can take her down with a single strike. The priest notices Erzsébet's hiding spot and taunts her. She starts spinning her staff as she prepares to send her to hell painlessly. As she swings her staff, creating a powerful magic circle, she launches an attack to kill the spider girl. Erzsébet braces herself, thinking she is going to die, but to her shock, Simon steps in front of her and takes the spear to his chest. Bro simping for a spider girl. Simon kneels on the ground, bleeding and breathing heavily, before collapsing unconscious. Sometime later, he wakes up at the sight of a small spider in front of him. Suddenly, he jolts awake in shock. Fear notices that he is finally awake. Still confused, Simon asks Fear what happened to Erzsébet and the priest. He casually points in their direction. When Simon looks, he sees the priest hanging upside down, trapped in a spider's web, while Erzsébet sits calmly on the ground beside her. The priest is crying and begging them to spare her life. Fear explains that while Simon was unconscious, he temporarily teamed up with Erzsébet to capture the priest, who wasn't much of a challenge given her status as a former FNL student. Simon tells him to release the priest for now and suggests that they consult the relevant authorities before deciding her fate. After being lowered from the web, the priest thanks Simon for sparing her, but he tells her not to be too quick to celebrate. He asks her if she would answer their questions and whether she is an FNL student. She denies it immediately. Fear scoffs and says that she's already lying. Simon points out that she is wearing an FNL uniform, but the girl claims that it's a fake. She admits she was expelled 2 years ago during her first year. Simon asks why she pretends to still be an FNL student. She admits she didn't want to accept her expulsion and needed to make money for her struggling family, which led her to impersonate one. Erzsébet doubts her story and accuses her of making excuses. She tears the uniform to reveal it's just regular fabric. Erzsébet notes that real FNL uniforms are as strong as Kazan. The girl tells them that it's a replica she made herself. Simon apologizes for the situation and hands her a cloth to cover herself. Grateful, the girl introduces herself as Ellen. Simon asks how she took on this mission despite not being an FNL student. Ellen explains that brokers crossing borders told her about a lucrative job to eliminate the undead. Missions in the Dark Alliance pay well, and FNL-related work pays even more. Simon listens carefully and then asks if she has any proof to support her story, such as an advance payment or mission documents. Ellen nods and offers to show him the paperwork. While observing Ellen and Simon, Erzsébet is reminded of Simon's parents and feels a pang of emotion, realizing how much she has suppressed those memories. Simon then asks Ellen if he can take the documents to handle the matter personally. Ellen agrees without hesitation. Fear asks Simon what he plans to do with the documents. Simon replies that he intends to meet the Lord and get as much information as possible from him. This makes him laugh as he notices that the boy really takes after his father. Simon then announces it's time to leave, but Erzsébet interrupts. She says she will accept Simon's offer to join the battalion, but only on one condition. She points at Ellen and demands that Simon strangle the priest to death with his own hands. Ellen is terrified. Simon looks at Erzsébet and asks if she truly expects him to kill Ellen. Erzsébet says yes and tells him that it's her only condition. Simon glares at her and asks why she wants him to kill Ellen. Erzsébet explains it's to prove himself as a leader worthy of her loyalty. This makes him more angry and he questions why he needs to prove himself to her. While it's true she once served in his father's battalion, but he is not his father. He will lead his battalion based on his own judgments and values. From what he's seen, Erzsébet is unfit to serve. She's consumed by dark thoughts, ruled by her emotions, and blinds herself to what truly matters. Simon accuses her of using Ellen as an excuse to manipulate him for her own selfish and impulsive desires. He tells her plainly that he doesn't trust her and has no place in his battalion for someone as insecure and unreliable as she is. He turns to Fear and the priest and tells them it's time to leave. He says that he regrets wasting their valuable time here. As they leave, Erzsébet remains behind, sitting alone on the ground in the ruins. As they walk, Fear asks Simon if he's truly giving up on Erzsébet. He tells him that he isn't, and explains that this is his way of asserting control in their relationship. She is stubborn and insists on doing things her way, so he has to establish boundaries if he's going to manage her in the future. Fear then jokingly asks if getting stabbed by the holy spear is also part of Simon's plan. Simon smiles and says that he would rather not answer it. Ellen apologizes for the attack, but Simon reassures her that it's fine since she wasn't aiming for him. She asks if he's sure the holy spear didn't damage his Necromancer core, which is located near the chest. Simon assures her that he's completely fine and doesn't believe the spear hit his core. Fear silently thinks otherwise. From what he observed, the spear seemed to pierce right through the core. Yet the boy remains unaffected, not only physically unharmed but also with no disruption to their Necromancer contract. Fear finds this impossible and deeply mysterious. Lost in thought, he snaps out of it when Simon turns back to ask what's wrong. He quickly responds and tells him that he's fine. After some time, they reach the Lord's estate. The Lord introduces himself as Count Raymond of Arnish and warmly welcomes Simon. He says that they must be tired from the journey and urges Simon to rest. Simon tells him that he used a magic teleportation circle, so he's not really tired. Raymond praises Kizan's advanced magic and invites Simon to enjoy dinner first. Simon declines politely and says that they should discuss the request immediately. Raymond laughs and says that the matter can wait until morning. He suggests that Simon should rest while he can. At the same time, he signals for his servants to bring food and drinks, but Simon firmly repeats that he needs to discuss the request in private. With a sigh, Raymond reluctantly explains that the issue Simon came for has already been resolved. He offers to issue payment as thanks for Simon's time and effort. Simon finds this strange and mentions that according to recent guild reports, a related incident occurred just this morning. He refuses to accept payment for an incomplete job and warns Raymond that it could cause trouble if Kizan decides to investigate. Raymond grows visibly frustrated hearing this. When Simon presses for answers, the Lord slams his fist on the table while glaring at him. He angrily questions why Simon can't just stay out of it when told to do so. He mocks him and asks how a mere first-year student dares stand up to someone of his rank. He asks him why he is making such a big deal out of this situation, even though he's offering to pay him. Suddenly, guards enter the room and surround Simon with their spears and swords pointed at him. Simon calmly tells Raymond that he first tried sweet-talking him, and now he's resorting to threats and force. He admires his boldness but warns him he won't just sit back. In response, Fear and a group of skeletons appear out of nowhere. Fear laughs menacingly, terrifying the guards, and says that they're about to gain some new family members. Shocked, Raymond stumbles back. He is horrified that a first-year student like Simon could summon so many undead soldiers. The Lord falls to the ground in fear. Simon then asks if he really wants this to continue. Raymond tries to save face. He furiously tells him that he has no power beyond his connection to Kizan Academy. He says that Simon has no authority to interfere with the autonomy of his region. Fear comes out with Ellen, who is cursed and unconscious. Simon explains they captured a priest from Fnel while solving the case. If they send her to Kizan for interrogation, this entire region could be punished for treason. Raymond finally realizes what is going on. He immediately bows down and pleads for mercy. He admits that he only wanted to solve the case quickly because his people were living in fear. He offers to take full responsibility if Simon spares his people. Simon asks him why he was so desperate to hide the case if he cared so much about his territory. Raymond explains that their business environment is finally stabilizing, and the Crown Prince plans to visit soon. If these incidents continued, the visit and the town's prosperity would be ruined. Out of desperation, he collaborated with the Information Guild to suppress details about the case, and even sought help from EFNL through a broker, unaware they would send a real priest. Simon laughs and tells Raymond he gets it. Raymond bows again and begs Simon to punish only him, sparing the others. Simon says that this territory is a strategic point near the Holy Federation, and he doesn't want to see it destroyed. He even admits he likes this town. Raymond is a bit confused and asks what Simon means. Our boy tells him that he'll cover up the case to protect the town's reputation, but it might come with a cost. Raymond quickly agrees and says that he is ready to pay whatever he wants. Just then, a guard bursts in, reporting that undead are swarming outside the castle. Alarmed, everyone rushes to the roof to investigate. Raymond panics, but Simon remains calm and tells him to open the gate so he can handle it. Despite Raymond's warning about the danger, Simon reassures him that he's still a necromancer, even if he's just a first-year student. Outside the castle, Simon meets Erzabet, who is leading an army of spiders. She kneels before him and introduces herself formally. She declares her wish to serve him as her master and asks for a chance to join his battalion and prove her worth. She even agrees to undergo a trial. The next day, Simon talks to Erzabet and tells her that she needs to abide by 3 of her conditions if she wants to join the battalion. First, she must not kill humans without his permission. Second, she cannot harm anyone close to him in any way. Third, she must obey his orders without question. Meanwhile, outside on a stage, Raymond addresses the citizens. He announces that Kizan has sent them a necromancer, and thanks to him, the recent troubling events have been resolved. He assures everyone that they can now resume their lives, whether hunting monsters or performing daily tasks, as they prepare to welcome the crown prince. Inside the building, Erzsébet thinks about her decision. She feels like she's walking into a nightmare, bound by an annoying and restrictive contract, with little hope for a better future. Yet, she admits she would make the same choice every time. Remembering how Simon protected her with his life, she smiles and reassures herself that she can endure anything as long as she's with him. She feels her body and soul belong to him entirely. Fear watches Erzsébet and shakes his head since he can tell that she's deeply in love with Simon. She openly declares that all she wants in return for her absolute loyalty is his love, though she doesn't force him to reciprocate. For now, it's enough for her to cherish him. She grabs Simon's hand, making him uncomfortable despite her obedience. Erzsébet suggests they finalize the contract. She takes Simon's hand and places it on her chest, causing him to blush. She finds his reaction adorable. Once the contract is complete, Fear welcomes her to the battalion. She admits it's been a long time since she was bound by a contract, and mentions that Simon is surprisingly weak. However, she believes his connection to the commander influenced his strength. Despite this, the darkness within Simon brings her comfort and soothes her mind. Simon tells her that it's time to go as Ellen is waiting. On their way, she asks Simon if he'll allow her to console him if she ever hurts his feelings. Simon brushes off the offer, saying it's unnecessary. When they reach Ellen, she asks if they've finished their discussion. Simon replies with a simple yes and thanks her for her efforts. Ellen laughs and asks her if she played her role convincingly. Simon assures her she did well. He then opens a box filled with gold. She is surprised at how much Simon managed to get from the Lord. Fear says that it's still less than he expected. Ellen tells them that 500 gold is 10 times the original amount. Simon takes a portion of the gold and hands it to Ellen. He asks her to use it to support her family and take care of them. Ellen starts tearing up and thanks Simon. She promises never to forget his kindness. Simon tells her it's his pleasure and asks if she's returning to the Holy Federation. Ellen explains that she's heading to a place called Loharon. She even invites him to visit her if he's ever in the Holy Federation and offers to be his guide. Simon smiles and hopes their next meeting won't be on a battlefield. Ellen teases him for being too cold and waves goodbye as she departs. As she leaves, Fear tells Simon that he did not let a priest go, but he also gave her money. Simon explains that once he becomes more senior at Kizan, he plans to take on black requests. He thinks that building a connection with the priest now would be useful later, and giving her money ensures she becomes a perfect accomplice. Fear is surprised as he realizes that Simon essentially bought her trust with that money. Simon nods and says that he understands perfectly. Fear says that he can't tell whether he's a good guy or a bad one. Simon replies that it doesn't matter. Half of his blood comes from a priest, and he sees no reason to hate someone just for being one. He believes there's no point in taking extreme actions when all he needs is to get what he wants. Fear thinks to himself that it will take time to fully understand Simon's personality. He asks if Simon plans to return to Kazan now that the mission is complete. Simon says no. He has time to spare and intends to train before heading back, as using the battalion's force will be much harder once he's back. Fear agrees this is a smart move. At this moment, Erzsébet asks Fear if he's referring to her children. She then tells Simon, as her new master and commander, that he should learn how to handle the corpse spiders, and she'll teach him the basics. Simon becomes excited to learn a new skill. Erzsébet explains that the spider's core ability lies in their web, which can be used to restrain enemies or as a movement skill. She then orders the spiders to demonstrate by shooting their web onto a tree. Simon closes his eyes, commands the spiders, and successfully gets them to shoot the web. Erzsébet continues, explaining that corpse spiders can restrain enemies, block their movements, or use their poison to attack. She encourages Simon to practice on some orcs nearby. Simon sees 2 orcs walking in the forest and commands the spiders to shoot webs at them. The orcs dodge the first attack, but Simon quickly orders the spiders to jump and shoot again. This time, one of the webs hits its target. A spider lands on an orc and bites it with its poisonous fangs, taking it down. Erzsébet is impressed and tells him that his control is already excellent, even though it's his first attempt. Suddenly, she hears a noise and says that it sounds like an orc settlement is nearby. She tells them this could be a great opportunity to showcase the power of the spider battalion. Simon thinks for a moment and agrees. He tells them that they might as well make their efforts worth the 500 gold they earned. As the fight begins, Simon calls out to Fear and orders him to take out the boss monster. At the same time, he tells Erzsébet to block any escape routes with her spiders. As his battalion easily overpowers the orcs, Simon gets a sense of how it feels to be a commander. He smiles and thinks to himself that this is what being a necromancer feels like. Erzsébet praises him and says that they won because of his efforts. Simon calls her Erzi for short and says that it was just her and Fear doing all the work. Her expressions completely change, and she asks him what he just called her. Simon nervously tells her that he called her Erze. This makes her light up since he just gave her a nickname. Meanwhile, Our boy is confused since he just shortened her name because it was too long. Since she is happy, he doesn't say anything. Fear tells him that it is his turn now and asks him to turn all of the orc monsters into skeletons. As Fear is laughing, Simon tells him that he forgot one fact. He reveals that he doesn't know how to resurrect corpses yet. Fear gets a bit disappointed and says that it's understandable since he is in first grade. Elizabeth tells them that they can sell the corpses for money and suggests selling them all to the Lord. Simon thinks about it and says that the orcs must have harmed the thief quite a lot. The Lord may switch this to an official request and grant him an additional reward. As he makes his way back, Fear feels cramped in the darkness since he has to share the space with Elizabeth and her spiders. Cammy notices Simon and gets excited. She tells him that she was worried about him since she heard that he took on a difficult mission. Simon tells her that he got lucky and asks if she is going somewhere. As the two of them talk, Elizabeth feels a bit jealous. After Simon says goodbye to her, she comes out and furiously asks him who she is. This scares him a bit and he tells her that she was just a classmate. She tries controlling her rage and says that for a classmate, the girl was looking at him weirdly. However, since she remembers her oath, she won't harm her. Simon says that he is glad that she remembers her promise. She then asks her to get back into the subspace since people may see her as they pass. She says that she has another solution and transforms into a beautiful girl with Kizan's uniform. Simon is confused since she was just wearing spiderwebs before, and now she is wearing a uniform. She asks him to summon her if he has anything for her inside the Academy. Simon gets even more confused and asks how she is going to do that with the surveillance spells around the school. She smiles and assures him that she has stealth skills that allow her to avoid surveillance spells. Since her spider army also specializes in combat, he can just use them instead of her. Simon is glad that he recruited her into the battalion since she appears helpful. She tells him that she can also change her body if he doesn't like it, and transforms into Cammy. She starts acting just like her and changes her voice. This creeps him out a bit and he tells her to stop since he has seen enough. Fear pokes his head out and shouts at them to continue moving since the spiders are squeaking the living hell out of him. The three of them finally make their way to the ruins. Simon asks Urzi that they have about 30 corpse spiders in the battalion and she confirms it. Fear points at him and says that there are 2 ways to replenish the force right away. The first one is to increase the number of spiders, or he can just learn the spell to resurrect corpses. Simon turns to Erza and asks her how she makes more spiders. She reveals that she just needs to lay more eggs since she is the spider queen. This makes him tremble. She teases him by offering to demonstrate it, but he refuses immediately. Fear talks to the skeletons and says that she is being too provocative for his age, and the skeletons agree. Simon decides that Erzi would make new spiders, and as he thinks about other stuff, he finally remembers the priest. He quickly turns to her and asks if she can change into a priest. Simon explains everything that happened to him in the forest and his fight with the priest. He says that's why he wants her to disguise herself as a priest. She agrees but thinks it's better to deal with the corpse spiders first. She explains that no matter how perfect the disguise is, it won't work if the opponent is a real priest. Simon asks why, and she replies that people who use holiness have a special ability to sense and quickly detect the undead. Even if she could hide the fact that she can't use holiness, they would still sense her. Simon tells her not to worry because the priest has a core in their body. Urzi is surprised and tells him that she doesn't know the priest's goal, but they seem determined. Fear mentions that they could manipulate darkness like a professor. Urz adds that with the core, the priest can no longer use holiness and would also lose the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, she can try it. She'll send the spiders to watch the forest while studying the appearance and behavior of high-class priests. She assures Simon to leave it to her, and he tells her he's counting on her. The next day, Simon arrives in class and notices everyone seems more cheerful, and it's probably because of the mission. It's been a week since they last saw each other. Suddenly he sees Malin and says it's been a long time. Instead of greeting him, she calls him shameless. Simon asks if something's wrong, and she hands him a gift. He excitedly asks if it's for him. She sits down and tells him it's just because they're in the same group, so as not to get any ideas. Simon asks her if she's giving him a cake since it's not even his birthday. Malin explains that it is cake day when girls are supposed to give boys cakes. Simon thanks her and says that it was thoughtful of her. She tells him that she wasn't really being thoughtful and only gave it out of pity because he or Hayward wouldn't get any cakes otherwise. At the same time, 2 girls approach Simon with cakes. One gives him a lemon cake, and the other gives him a black tea cake. One of the girls thanks him for his help in magical combat class. Simon thanks them and says he's glad to have been helpful. He tells them that the cakes look delicious, and he plans to eat them later. Malin tries to tease him and says that she thought he was popular, but it was just students thanking him. Just then, Comey brings a huge cake for Simon. She thanks him for taking care of her and hopes they can be good friends for the rest of the semester. Malin is amazed by the size of the cake and asks if it's handmade. Comey tells her that it's not handmade. She just bought it from Rochest and put a decoration on top. Simon thinks to himself that she went through so much trouble for him even though it is just another day. He reaches into his pocket and cleans her face with his napkin. She starts blushing and aggressively thanks him before running out of the class. Hayward enters the class at the same time and Simon wonders what happened to her all of a sudden. As Hayward walks over to sit with them, he realizes that everyone is probably excited because it is Cake Day. Malin says that they got an interesting monument thanks to Cake Day and asks Simon if he saw it. He looks over to Hector, who is wearing a birthday hat and surrounded by dozens of cakes. Bro still doesn't look happy. Malin suddenly asks him if he really didn't know that today was Cake Day. She tells him that he shouldn't forget he is in school. Even though he is from the country, he should study the events and trends a bit. Since they are teammates, she can understand him, but other kids won't, and they will get any chance to pull him down. Simon thanks her for the advice and asks her if there is a day when boys give presents to the girls. She tells him that it's called an accessory gift. He gets a bit scared as he hears this, and she explains that he doesn't really have to give real jewels. However, to tease him, she says that she won't stop him from giving her jewels and winks at him. Jane starts the class and says that she got a report that all the students returned safely to the Academy, and she is quite satisfied as their advising professor. She starts with an announcement that they will be having a battle evaluation this week. It will be held throughout the first semester. The students will fight other students from first grade, which means that all 14 classes in Kizan will be their opponent. The winner will simply move to the upper squad, while the loser will go down. The squad positions get refreshed every week, and each position has different points that a student can earn or lose from the battles. The points lost in the upper squad are greater than the points gained in the lowest squad. The professor advises them to strive for the upper squad, since all the students in the lower squads by the end of the semester will get expelled. She tells them that she did her best as the vice-chancellor of Kizan and the advising professor of Class A. Only their class went through the real battle with the Cyclopes. She says that she trusts them not to let her down. Hayward raises his fist and gets on his desk as he shouts that they will do their best so she can hold her head high. She starts cheering for Class A, but no one joins him. Professor Jane sighs and tells him that he is the one she's worried about the most. Jane gathers all the students and asks them if they can tell her the difference between the monster battle and the interpersonal battle they are going to have. One girl raises her hand and explains that they previously devised a strategy to kill the monster, but now their opponent will devise a strategy to attack them. The professor tells her that she is correct and asks if someone else has any idea. Hector speaks out and says that, unlike the monster battle, they will have limitations on the type of black magic they can use in the interpersonal battles. Jane asks him to explain it in more detail. He tells her that skills that have a long cast time or skills that are slow to shoot won't really be effective in these battles. Similarly, trap-type magic circles installed on the floors also won't work. He then looks at Simon and says that summoning skills from summonology also won't be effective in these battles, since humans can simply ignore the summoned creatures, unlike the monster. Jane tells them that he is right, and that certain fields of study may have a hard time getting good results. However, some of the skills may not be good in interpersonal battles, but can still be used as powerful weapons. She gives an example of Hayward's enchantment spell, and says that if you take a simpler approach using that spell, it would be easiest to fight against a magical combat student, as they would need to get closer to fight. Making the enchanted weapon touch them would be easy. However, if he goes against a hematology student who can attack from a long distance, he will lose before he even knows it. She tells them that they will get a good result if they reflect on their strengths and weaknesses. The professor says that they will now train individually to check out their specialties, and when they actually fight, they will be wearing a protective vest. As everyone else is discussing their strategies, Simon sits alone while wondering how he can get good scores using summonology. He can win easily if he uses the battalion, but he can't do it during class. He also thinks about using the skeletons, but those are too slow compared to human speed, so it won't do much good. As he feels lost, the TA walks over to him and asks him if he has any problems. She tells him that she has spent nearly 2 years in this academy. Simon explains that he is a summonology major, so he was wondering how he was going to fight in the interpersonal battles. The TA suggests trying it out instead of just thinking about it and hands him a training vest. She tells him that she will act as his opponent and asks if he knows about the barrier gauge. Simon tells her that their professor talked about it during their first battle. The TA assures him that she will only use first-grade black magic and asks him if he is ready. As Simon takes out his skeletons, she smiles and creates multiple magic circles. He orders the skeletons to charge at her. He notices that she is using the Darkness Arrows spell. She tells him that it's a technique that most first-graders use for long-distance attacks. As Simon commands the skeletons, he wonders if she is really going to use the spells that first-graders can handle. As his skeletons try attacking her, the arrows destroy them completely. She tells him that he is pretty good for a first-grader, as he can control 3 skeletons at once. At the same time, she crushes another one of his skeletons with her fist. As Simon looks at her in shock, she asks him if he can really waste his time. She suddenly channels the exhaust curse and he starts feeling tired. Even though she is using basic spells, he can tell that she is experienced. She slowly starts walking towards him and says that she got rid of his creatures and cast exhaust on him, so it's a good opportunity for her to finish him off. Instead of guarding himself, Simon uses the darkness and tries to kick her. However, he doesn't feel his kick connecting. As the smoke fades, he sees the TA standing at a distance. She nervously smiles and says that she accidentally used spiritualization, even though she was only supposed to use basic magic. In her mind, she knew that she might have died if she didn't spiritualize. She clears her throat and tells him that the reason they do mock battles is for students like him to find out their strengths by pushing them to their limits. She says that he started with summonology, but changed to magical combat when he was cornered. Not only that, he was reinforcing his body for close combat while he was sending his skeletons to fight. Even when he didn't know if she was going for close combat, he still instinctively chose to prepare for a close combat fight. She pats him and says that he doesn't really have to choose right now, but he has the skill and talent, and if it were her, she would pick magical combat without a second thought. Simon thanks her as she leaves and wonders if it is really going to be hard to fight with summonology. As he is thinking, Hector asks him to put on the vest and challenges him to a fight. Simon is not interested in battling him right now as he is not in a mood. He throws the protective vest back at the bully and tells him to go pick a fight somewhere else. This agitates Hector and he curses Simon, but Malin interrupts. He warns her that she should not meddle between the two. She calls him a child and a bully. In reply, Hector calls her Cern Stooge. This infuriates Malin, and she sends her powerful magic circle towards Hector. Simon acts promptly and destroys the circle in time. Just then the TA comes and Hector apologizes for the situation. Hayward gets angry as Hector always pretends to be nice in front of the professors. The TA warns both of them as Professor Jane hates such behavior the most. Both students apologize for their behavior, and the TA asks them to carry on their practice. Hayward thinks Hector is so annoying he should know what not to say. Cammy asks Malin if she's okay. Turns out she is not hurt, she just lost her composure a bit. Simon wants to talk to Malin about her behavior, but she cuts him and reminds the main character that he is still holding her hand. Simon apologizes as he is in a hurry. She calls him a fool for holding her magic circle with bare hands. Simon's hand has received several burns while he stopped Malin's magic circle. She takes him to the infirmary. Later in the infirmary, while putting on a bandage, she asks Simon why he held her hand. He explains that Malin's actions would have resulted in great trouble for her. Even though Hector was wearing the protective vest, he was not wearing it properly, which means he could have been seriously injured. He also mentions that the bully should not have called her the stooge. Simon is thankful to her for stopping Hector and believes they are even as he also saved her later. Malin stands up irritated. She angrily tells Simon that he is really kind to the point where it is annoying. The main character looks confused when Malin says his tactics will not work this time. She finally grabs him from his shoulder, looks into his eyes, and thanks him. She rushes towards the door, leaving Simon behind. Fear comments that their relationship puts him at a loss for words. He also thinks that Simon is the same as his father. Simon tells him to stay quiet. The scene changes to Kami and Simon discussing spiritology. The main character asks what spiritology is, and Kami replies that she is not sure. Hayward joins them and asks Simon if he is okay as he looks tired. He inquires about their reserve squad in the spiritology class. Simon looks pale and he reveals that the lecture was too painful in an unimaginable way. He explains that the spiritology professor teaches only when they can feel the spirits. They have to be part of the reserve team until they feel the spirit. He elaborates that the professor in the spiritology class only emphasizes feeling the spirit first. If the students are not able to feel it, the professor gets angry and scolds them until they do it. Even the process of feeling the spirit makes Simon never want to experience it again. Cammy starts crying when she recalls all that happened in spiritology class. Simon consoles him, saying it's good that she made it out alive. He then asks Hayward and Malin what they have learned in the training team. The girl answers that they are learning attacking spells. All the professors are mainly teaching how to attack because the battle evaluation is happening soon. Hematology does not require prerequisites like spirits in the spiritology class. They believe that Simon and Cammy will learn something useful in spiritology class. Both of them beg Malin to stop due to their traumatic experience in class. Meanwhile, Professor Sillage arrives instructing everyone to gather up for the class. He starts the class by apologizing for conducting his first class so late in the semester due to some private matters. Since they are behind schedule, the professor hurries. He starts by explaining hematology as the kind of black magic that uses blood as a medium. He goes on to explain that many people consider it as the study that reenacts the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. Contrary to popular belief, hematology boasts a long history as blood is the substance that has the best compatibility with the darkness. According to the professor, the beginners will have a hard time extracting blood, so before the hands-on practice part of the class, they will use assistive tools to draw blood. He continues the class once everyone puts on the wearing device to draw blood. The professor explains that the darkness and the caster's blood are compatible. The Necromancer can artificially mix the darkness with blood to create various magical reactions. In other words, it's a waste of power for a Necromancer to not use the blood. It can consume 1 stamina, but the blood can be the fastest and strongest weapon. Amidst the professor's explanation, Simon realizes that Kami is also a vampire. The professor adds that they are going to identify the properties and corresponding characteristics of the blood. They will have to use hematic bullets in real battle. All the classes have to take part in this hands-on practice. After the first line, the professor calls Kami's line. Simon wishes her luck and she goes ahead confidently for her real battle. The professor goes on to call every student based on their line. He determines their blood type and directs them to the TA. The TA will give them a name tag. The students have to wear that tag every time they enter the class. Now it's Kami's turn to shoot. The professor wonders if she is a vampire because of her surname Ursula. He signals her to open fire. Once she opens fire, there are huge explosions. Hayward and Malin are astonished to see that her blood type is KP1, and there is no point in estimating the penetration diameter. She destroys 4 targets in the explosion. Her powerful strike leaves everyone, including Simon, in awe. They all admire her being a vampire and striking such a powerful bullet. The professor announces her blood type has the property of explosion when it is combined with darkness. In terms of attacking power, her blood type is the strongest among all. Such blood type is the specialty of the vampires only. Kami is overwhelmed by the praise she is getting from her classmates. The professor also wishes to see her often in the future, which makes her even more excited. Malin and Hayward also appreciate her, saying she did a great job. She thanks them shyly. Next, the professor calls line 6, which is Simon. When Simon opens fire, his bullet disappears, making everyone shocked. As soon as the bullet hits the target, it reappears and explodes. The Ta announces the blood type is unknown as it's a new kind. His bullet hits 4 targets and the penetration marks are immeasurable. The professor confesses that he has never seen such a kind of bullet before. According to him, it's a hematic bullet that spreads in a fan shape and he cannot explain its properties at the moment. He plans on discussing it in the next class and moves on to line 7. The TA does not have the name tag for Simon's blood type, so she promises to give him one in the next class. He thanks the TA and goes away to his friends. Kami expresses her amusement at his rare blood type. The main character, however, is confused as he has never heard about it before. Hayward comforts him, saying it's good, as this makes him look special. He also speculates that Simon might not have proper guidance in the class due to his rare case. He continues that all the hematology spells have different training methods depending upon the type. Malin adds that even the 4 of them have different kinds of blood types and will need special training. Hayward keeps on elaborating that hematology professors will only lead them in a direction, and the TAs will be responsible for providing detailed tips and training based on the student's blood type. That means if there are 60 types in the class, they would need 60 TAs. Simon now understands why there are so many TAs. He wonders what will happen to him as his blood type is rare. The scene shifts to Professor Sillage's office where he is pondering over Simon's blood type. According to Sillage, the blood type's property is multiplying. The moment his blood meets the darkness, it devours the blood. The darkness that devours the blood increases in volume and power. He also deduces a reason for his bullet to disappear. His darkness has the ability to consume the blood, that's why his bullet became invisible during the practice session. However, once his bullet hits the target, the damage goes in normally. This theory fascinates the professor. As per him, the strong vampire blood like Kami eats the darkness to grow its volume. But on the contrary, Simon's blood reinforces the darkness. For Sillage, all of this is interesting and worth researching. He now understands why Professor Bahil put so much work into Simon. Sillage remembers his conversation with Bahil when he asks Bahil what brings him to his office. He says that he has a deal to offer. He continues saying that he has a half-vampire student in Class B, but the student is thinking about majoring in catarrhology. The young professor smiles and continues that the student has some talent in catarrhology, but she has scored higher in hematology, both in the latest exam and even in the entrance exam. She also has the advantage of being born into a vampire family. Professor Sillage urges him to come to the actual point while sipping his tea. He replies that he will persuade the student to major in hematology. Professor Bahil is sure that she will become a powerful ally to Sillage in the future. The old professor, on the other hand, does not seem convinced. He reminds Bahil that he has always been arrogant since he was a student. He warns him not to step over even if he is now a part of the Crow. Bahil apologizes and explains that he just wanted to help as his former student. The professor mocks his past reference and reminds him that he dropped out of hematology at the start of the second semester. Bahil ignores his taunting and comes to the point. He wants Sillage to give up Simon. Due to this encounter, the professor realizes that Bahil's actions are just for his personal gains. He should have known better when the young professor came to his office and told him to give up on Simon. He also realizes that Bahil wants to take away a genius like Simon from him. Meanwhile, his TA comes in with coffee. He thanks her and orders her to get ready to register his research paper. The TA inquires about the topic, to which Sillage replies that it would be a new type of blood mark. She confirms if the professor is going to study Simon's blood. The professor confirms and says he should hurry before someone else snatches Simon away. He calls the new blood type SM1 and instructs the TA to let others know as well. He also reveals that they are going to join the battle to take Simon. In the catarology lecture room, Professor Bahil senses that all the students are looking tense regarding their battle evaluation. He understands that fighting against fellow students can make anyone anxious, as he has been a former Kizan student. He plans on giving them useful tips. In order to teach them how to safely defeat their opponent, he divides the class into 2 groups. Group 1 comprises those who are planning on using black magic in the battle evaluation. The professor will teach them leg down, a supplementary curse that they can quickly cast. Group 2 consists of those students who would mainly use curses. The professor plans on teaching them the improved paralyze curse. He also mentions that he has recreated and improved these curses himself, so the students would not be able to learn them elsewhere. Leg down generates a locally confined exhaust, including the feat to limit movement. One can cast it more quickly and easily than exhaust. On the other hand, remade paralyze is less effective than the existing paralyze spell. However, Professor Bahil has improved it for actual battle so that the students can cast it faster than the original. He instructs the class to line up for the skill they would like to learn. Bahil sees Simon and his group discussing their choices. He realizes that a genius like this boy should wear clothes that fit him perfectly. He basically wants the main character to forget about using summonology as his main skill in the battle and choose catarology instead. On the other hand, Simon chooses leg down, which means he is going with summonology as his main skill. This infuriates Bahil, but when his TA mentions it, he composes himself a bit. He informs his TA named Chehekle that there is a sudden change of plan. He will now lead the leg down group. Chehekle reminds him that all the other teaching assistants have already prepared the materials for teaching leg down, as per Bahil's former instructions. However, she soon realizes that there is no point in arguing with the professor, as he is not going to change his mind. Therefore, she informs the other TAs that they should put away the leg down materials and get ready to teach paralyze. TAs are not really surprised by Bahil's behavior, as they know he is not the type to listen to anyone once he makes up his mind. Chehekle takes their lead and asks them to support her in the class. Deep inside, the TA knows that the professor has changed his mind due to Simon. She releases a sigh as things are going to get complicated from now on. Professor Bahil starts his training session with the leg down group. He starts the class by letting the students know that since they have chosen catarology as their supplementary skill, they have to be perfect at it. As per the professor, there is no better black magic than a curse to buy more time to cast the main spell. A girl raises her hand and asks a question regarding the type of magic that takes the most time to cast. The professor answers that summonology spells overall take a longer time to cast. After the class, Simon is sitting outside on a bench. He releases a sigh and asks Fear if the battalion commander has to major in summonology. Fear now understands why the commander is so stressed out. He clears that there is no such rule. The commander can still rule them if he chooses a different major. He also asks if the main character wants Fear to stop him from opting for summonology. Simon opens up by saying everyone, including the professors, thinks that summonology is weaker and behind the times. Fear inquires if he wants to quit summonology. Simon anxiously squeezes his hands and says no. Fear gets that Simon is not actually stuck between giving up or choosing summonology. He is rather troubling his mind because he wants to win the battle evaluation with summonology. Simon is surprised that Fear knows everything about him. The main character considers himself a fool for wanting to win with summonology. It annoys him when everyone considers summonology inferior, even if he has not yet chosen it to be his major. His belief in his choices is clashing with his feelings about other people's opinions, but he finally decides to follow his heart and win with summonology. Fear appreciates his daring spirit and supports his decision. He advises him to do as his heart wishes and not let others' opinions bother him. Simon's decision to fight with summonology alone agitates Professor Bahil. He throws a fit around his office as he thinks Simon is wasting his talents with summonology. His TA enters the office and asks if Bahil is done venting his anger. Professor Bahil fears that Simon will become the next Aaron if he occupies himself with outdated subjects like summonology. Bahil still remembers that Aaron was a talented student, and he entered Kizan as the #1 special admission. However, he is now being treated badly at Kizan. Bahil looks at the picture of him and Aaron in Kazan's uniform and puts it down on the table. He does not want a talented boy like Simon to waste his talent. He believes only he can put some sense into Simon and polish his talent. Chehekle asks Bahil to reveal his true intentions. The professor says that he wants Simon at any cost with an evil grin. He also states that he is even ready to sacrifice his soul if it is for Simon. He is ready to do anything to flourish a talent like the main character at his hands. Yahello is not surprised by Bahil's intentions, as she seems to already know it. The professor carries on stating his true intentions in his own zone. He wants Simon to become the next Nephthys and ascend to God's realm with Bahil's mentorship. In return, he only wants Simon to regard his professor as his sole mentor. He only wants the boy to say his professor's name whenever someone asks him about his success. Even the thought of such a scenario gives him chills. The TA wants to leave him alone for a moment, but he grabs her by her chin and reveals that he kind of needs all the things he wants just like her. Yahello stumps his foot, reminding him that it's harassment. The professor acts disappointed, saying he can't have her as his successor due to her rigid personality, to which the TA replies that she thought that he had decided Simon would be the one to carry his legacy. Bahil reveals that he does not want Simon to be his successor, he rather wants him to surpass the professor. He wants Simon to become Nephthys' equivalent in power. He asks his Ta if his desire to be an educator of such talent is vulgar. She adjusts her glasses and states that to manipulate one's teaching right seems like a vulgar obsession to her. As per Bahil, she always has an objection to what he says. He presents an idea that since Simon has been successful in summonology, he is quite satisfied with his skills right now. What he needs to experience right now is the most bitter defeat in summonology. This is the only way to make him reflect on his choice. Yahello appreciates his idea and confirms if he wants to make Simon feel defeated on purpose. Bahil confirms it, saying this will be a piece of cake for him. Simon is standing outside with Hayward. He has learned that Professor Aaron will not take a single class this week. He is on a trip as a practicing necromancer, so his class schedule can be flexible. That news is a bummer for Simon, as he has been waiting to learn something from him before the battle evaluation. The match table for the battle evaluation is out. Hayward only hopes to avoid the monsters before reading the table. They read the table and learn that Simon will go against Haran Koak from Class G. On the other hand, Hayward has to go against Ligang Chopra from Class G. Simon inquires if Hayward knows any of them, to which he replies that he will try to learn about their specialty. Simon thanks Hayward for helping him out. He is eager to find out Haran's skill set as his opponent. Hayward asks Simon if he is up for personal training after their class. He also asks what's the use of training when only a few students have the ability to survive the main character's deadly magical combat kick. Simon reveals that he is not going to use magical combat and will go with summonology. Hayward advises him to choose magical combat by impersonating Malin. She is standing right behind him and hits him on the head with a book. Later that night, Simon is out in Rochester wearing his black coat. He goes to a Necromancer store that Hayward has told him about. The store manager welcomes him and asks if he is looking for something particular. Turns out Simon is looking for skeleton archers. The manager tells him that since he is a first grader, it would be difficult for him to assemble the archers. The main character still wants to try them, and the manager appreciates his challenging spirit. He asks if the boy knows that skeletons have many positions other than the archer. Simon is well aware of the other positions, which impresses the manager even more. Simon notices that they are named after the positions themselves. The manager asks about his choice of archer particularly. Simon answers that once he gave a bow to his skeleton, he did really badly. The manager laughs and tells the main character that the skeletons have different positions that they fit in. He shows Simon a Sapiro skeleton from a brand named Vanilla, which is the safest choice for beginners to start with the archer. Its magic circles are better than others. Plus, its brand offers excellent repair services. Upon asking, Simon comes to know that the single box of archer would cost him 30 gold. Simon is interested in the set. Fear also urges him to buy it because even if it breaks, they can recycle it. Simon buys 3 boxes and a few other things. He leaves the shop after spending a huge amount of money. Fear reminds him of his unexpected splurge, but he actually needs all the things he bought. While he is returning, he halts as he sees someone unexpected in front of him. It's Professor Bahil. The scene shifts and we see Professor Bahil with Haran. He is a tough guy with tattoos all over his body. The professor informs him that the operation has been done. The guy feels he has a new surge of energy within him due to Bahil's operation. Bahil is happy and instructs him to go back to Kazan and be normal. However, he can never let others see the tattoo. Once the battle competition begins, the tattoo will naturally disappear. He clarifies that the operation won't be detected during the anti-doping test. Professor Bahil's curse will last about 2 months. Haran asks Bahil why he is helping with the battle evaluation. Bahil replies that the reason is not that important. All he has to do is follow Bahil's instructions. Haran has to defeat Simon as per the professor's instruction with the newly found power. Bahil mentions that he does not have to be afraid, as his powers are now beyond Simon's level. Haran brings out a hand made of darkness from his back and destroys the table. It's now confirmed that his darkness is bigger and stronger than before. He thanks the professor and says that he will never forget his favor. He also offers to kill Simon in a fake accident if he is in trouble with the professor. Yahello gets angry and tells him to not go beyond the orders or do anything stupid. He threatens to kill Heron and his family if anything goes wrong and Simon gets killed. Heron gets scared and falls on his back. He starts shaking with fear and says that he will do as he is told. Yahello now kind of regrets using Heron in his plan as he is not worth it. However, he plans on apologizing about all this to Simon someday, but he is sure that Simon will be thankful to him if he ever learns about Yahello's decision. Hayward arrives in the Academy's hall and sees Simon with a box. The main character has come back safely without getting caught. Hayward asks him why he is here instead of coming back to the room. Simon tells him that he is here to make the skeleton archers he bought. Hayward is thrilled to hear it and asks about its brand. When he learns that the brand is vanilla, he looks inside the box and says that it is so cool. He realizes that it's Sapiro's skeleton. Simon gets ready to wake the skeleton up. After reading the manual, Hayward tells the main character to wait, as it says that one needs to do a circling on the magic circle. Simon does not know anything about circling. It is a technique to create magic circles in darkness dynamics, but they have not learned it yet. Simon starts looking for the textbook to find circling in his book. He finally finds it and thinks that he can do this. Simon wonders if this is about circulation and not transformation. He remembers Professor Yahello teaching him in the class how darkness has a tendency to remember its flow. Simon puts his hand on the skull and says the darkness will turn by itself even without his intervention. That is how the circling works. The eyes of the skull light up. Hayward is surprised at how he can do that by just glancing at the book. Simon replies that it is because it is similar to the technique that he already knows. Hayward reads the manual again and it says that it might take some time to tame the skeleton. Simon reveals he is making the skeletons right now, because he doesn't have that much time to waste. He plans on assembling the skeleton once everyone is asleep. Once Hayward is asleep, Simon assembles the skeletons and asks them if they can move well. The skeletons start moving and turning. Simon gives a bow in their hand and takes them outside. He orders the skeleton to shoot at the tree. They shoot the arrow and strike the tree in the middle. Simon is glad to see that, and he continues practicing through the night. The next morning during the class, Simon is heads down on the desk when Malin asks if he is okay. Simon tells her that he didn't sleep last night. Hayward rushes in and tells Simon that they have a problem. He informs him that he should stop his plan to fight with archers, as his opponent is the son of a notorious Necromancer family from the Baldwin Kingdom. The black magic he uses is the Black Hand. Malin has never heard of this kind of black magic spell. Hayward reveals that Heron's spell pulls out a hand-like thing made of the darkness from his back. This hand can easily defend long-distance attacks, even the bows made up of darkness. That means the skeleton archers are unlikely to work against him, because the skeletons would be using regular arrows. However, Heron can't use other black magic spells while he is maintaining the Black Hand. Simon is worried after hearing all the information. Cammy and Malin suggest using Catarology if he wants to win against Heron. If he uses an exhaust spell, it would be an easy win. He just has to get enough distance and stack up the curse. The main character is still not convinced to use Catarology as his main skill. He suddenly comes up with a good idea and starts writing something down. He keeps working on his idea for several days without taking any rest. His friends want him to stop as he could die if he keeps working like that. Simon, on the other hand, does not listen to anyone and keeps on working his idea out without thinking about his health. Simon keeps on scribbling day and night, and only a few days are left to the evaluation. His friends cannot leave him like that. Therefore, Malin decides to talk to him. She calls Simon. He stops writing and looks at her. He has dark circles under his eyes and looks really tired. She tells him that he is going to get himself sick. Malin advises him to take care of himself. Simon thanks her and asks if they can talk later. She grabs him by his face and offers him an energy pill. She instructs him to just swallow it with water. Simon has to survive until the evaluation. Simon takes the pill with water and asks for 2 more pills with a weird smile on his face. This annoys Malin and she cautions him to not rely on the pills. Hayward suggests that Simon should go to Professor Aaron, as it is better to ask for help if he is researching a new black magic. Simon also comes to know that Professor Aran is going to come back this afternoon, which means he can meet him. Later that day, Aaron is going towards his office. He sees Simon, who is sitting on the floor and reading a book in front of his office. Simon gets up and tells Professor Aaron that he wants to ask something. The professor disappoints Simon by saying it's past his working hours, but later clarifies that it was a joke and invites him in. They go in. Professor Aaron's office is a dark room with a huge skeleton and a lot of books. The outlook of his office impresses Simon. Aaron invites Simon to sit. When Simon looks for a seat, he sees a mummy lying on a couch. Simon, while looking at the mummy, tells the professor that he would like to know how to win in the battle evaluation with Summonology. Aaron considers his idea to win with Summonology pointless when Simon is demonstrating good talent in magical combat and other subjects. He is not sure why Simon is getting himself in trouble when he can easily win with other subjects. Aaron sits down on his chair. Simon, while sitting on the couch, reveals that he wants to win with summonology and major in it. Both of them are facing each other, and there is absolute silence in the room. Simon thinks that he made a mistake, but Aaron speaks up. He asks the main character if he wants him to tell the solution or to supplement his solution. Simon smirks, confirming he wants the latter. The scene changes to the day of the battle evaluation. The battle stadium is quite large, with a lot of students, including Simon's friends. They do not see him, so they wonder where he is. Hayward goes away looking for him. Cammy looks around and nervously comments that there are too many students. As per Malin, it is not surprising, as today's battle is really important. Those who will lose today will fall in the lower squad. If they lose again, they will likely be expelled from Kazan. Cammy starts crying and asks Malin if she thinks that she will survive. Malin comforts her by patting her back and telling her that she will do great. Cammy doesn't know why so many people came. Malin replies that the students are just here to get intel. She also looks at a group near them and thinks that those people are from dark alliances. They are interested in seeing talented students like Simon. However, she does not reveal that to Cammy, as she is already anxious. Just then, they all hear the announcement of Simon's match. Heron arrives at the stadium, but there is still no sign of Simon. The announcement happens again. The delay leaves Heron angry. He manifests to defeat the entitled special admission guy and has all eyes on him. He also plans on breaking Simon's legs or arms, as Bahil has only instructed against killing him. The referee announces that if Simon doesn't show up within 5 minutes, they are going to disqualify him. Suddenly, Hayward appears with Simon. The main character apologizes for being late. The referee accepts it and tells both the contestants to wear the bracelets. The bracelets are enchanted with barrier spells that absorb damage. Simon seems to be in pretty bad shape, which makes Heron think he could easily win the battle. As per the rules, if one person passes out or if their bracelet gauge becomes 0, the battle will end. The battle starts and Heron brings out the darkness from his back. He forms a magic circle in his hand. He wonders even if Simon wants to major in summonology. Magical combat is the one that makes him more dangerous. He plans on staying at a distance. On the other hand, Simon brings out his skeletons. Instead of attacking Heron, he starts moving away from him. Heron does not get why Simon is backing himself into the wall. The main character and his 3 skeletons are ready to defend with their shields. Heron shoots an arrow first, which the skeleton defends effortlessly. He then uses a sickness curse on Simon and destroys his skeleton in a blink of an eye. Malin gets angry with Hayward as his information about Heron's power turns out to be false. Hayward himself is surprised, as the guy is much stronger right now than he is known to be. Professor Bahil sees Aaron watching the match. He has never seen him at the first grade battle evaluation before. Aaron has never been to these battles, as he could not see his students suffer. Moreover, he knew what kind of pain was waiting for them when they chose summonology. Bahil tells him that the reason for not accepting disciples is his guilt. He also warns him to be ready and witness the pain Simon is going to experience, since he is tempted to have him as a disciple. The battle is going, and Heron gets ready for his second sickness curse. Bahil tells Aaron that once Heron casts his second sickness spell, the match will be over. Aaron does not say a word and turns away. Bahil asks where he is going, to which he replies that the match is over. He came here to watch, hoping for Simon to win just in case, but there is no need to wait now. Meanwhile, Heron prepares his magic circle and hits Simon with his second sickness. Simon falls down to the ground after bearing such a powerful blow. Heron mocks him as he thinks the main character considers him just a nameless student from Class G. He also asks Simon how it feels to be defeated by a nameless guy. Simon stands up, saying nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Heron wonders if he is going to give up. But Simon gets up and mutters, preparing for the counterattack as his strategy has been worked. Heron is confused as he cannot see what has Simon planned against him. The main character, on the other hand, reminds him that as per the rules of Battle Evaluation Article 3 and Paragraph 4, students who are participating in the battle evaluation shall be disqualified if they leave the arena during the battle. However, there is no rule against bringing something into the arena. As soon as he states the ruling, the arena starts shaking. A giant one-eyed ball-like creature emerges and stands behind Simon. Its appearance leaves Heron shocked. It turns out Simon has summoned a golem, that too in first grade evaluation. Nobody expected to see a mud golem summoned in a first grader battle. Along with everyone else, Simon's friends are also excited to see this creature. Malin tells Cammy that it is a spell that applies summoning magic to operate the golem's core. It is the symbolic spell of summoners. A summoned mud golem is created from a golem's core. The core is made by clumping sand, mud, and soil. Different types of golems can be made depending on the materials. It is usually very difficult for a first grader to create a golem, that too in their first grader evaluation. Hayward reveals that when he went outside to bring Simon, he was burying the golem's core. They now realize that Simon's plan from the very start was to bring the golem. To execute his plan, he moved towards the side where golem's core was buried. Since the cure was buried outside, Heron could not even destroy it. Simon's friends admire that he is really good at summonology. Heron is now on the verge of losing. He thinks that life is unfair as everyone is born into different conditions. He wanted to win against entitled Simon and land a blow to students like him who have never faced any difficulty in their lives. But right now the golem is too much for him. The golem punches his opponent as per Simon's instructions. Heron cannot withstand the attack and hits the wall. The powerful attack leaves Heron unconscious, and the match is over. Simon wins the match. Everyone is in awe of Simon's summoned golem and the fact that he has won his battle evaluation with just summonology. His friends Hayward, Kami, and Malin cheer for him. The whole crowd appreciates the special admission guy and chants that he is the best. Amidst Simon's winning celebrations, the medical staff comes to get Heron. While they are about to take him away, Simon advises Heron to never use someone else's power, as he is never going to win this way. The staff takes him away. Simon also leaves the arena with his golem. Simon goes out to meet his friends. Malin asks why he did not tell them about his plan. Simon apologizes, saying he did not know that she is worried. She shyly denies being worried about him at all. Kami wants to hop onto the golem's back, but turns out that Simon is using his darkness to maintain it. If he keeps on doing it longer, he will pass out. Kami apologies for her inconsideration, and Simon withdraws his darkness. The golem crumbles away, leaving his core behind. Simon picks the core up. Hayward is amazed and asks how Simon managed to get the expensive core. Turns out the shop manager in Rochester gave him the core at a discounted price of 650 gold. He only had 610 left after he bought 3 archer boxes. He tells Hayward that he managed to pay the rest on credit and with the money he made with the mission. He asks Hayward about the next mission, as he has now learned that being a necromancer is all about having money. The scene changes when we see Hayward and his opponent Li Gang are about to start their battle. The guy knows everything about his opponent. He knows that Li Gang is an enchanter like him. She controls weapons at will using the darkness to form thin threads. Hayward starts telling Li Gang all the information that he has gathered against her. He tells her full name, her family tree, and even the name of her village. He knows about her first friend at Kizan and grades as well. A sage from her village opened her core. She wants to major in darkness dynamics but is also interested in magical combat. Hayward also knows about her height, weight, and her minor knee injury. Hayward's information annoys his opponent and wants him to shut his mouth. Hayward does not seem to take it and states that it is important to know the weaknesses of one's enemies. Li Gang is not impressed and attacks him. But her swords are attracted to Hayward's electromagnetic that attracts metals with the same element. Turns out he has done his homework about Li Gang metal swords. She has almost bought 20 swords, but she does not have a single armor. She must have taken him lightly as an average enchanter. However, as per his research, Li Gang's weakness is long-distance accelerating attacks. Targeting her weakness, he attacks her once with a coin. The coin hits her on the head. Li Gang cannot bear even a single blow and goes unconscious, making Hayward an easy winner. Kami and Malin clap for him, but deep inside they are feeling embarrassed. Next up is Malin and her opponent Eben. Simon and Kami wish her luck while she is walking towards the arena. She crosses Hayward and goes away, ignoring him. He asks Kami if anything has happened, but she denies it. She rather asks him if Malin's opponent wants to major in magical combat. He confirms it and states that the whole battle would be based on whether she will get close to Malin or she will push her away. Eben mentions that she did not know she would go against Malin in her first evaluation. Malin answers that it should be an honor for her family and calls her a commoner. Eben gets ready to attack Malin, saying it would be a great experience for Malin if she is defeated by a commoner. She runs towards Malin. Before she could hit her, Malin uses a flare and does not allow her to even come near her. Simon appreciates how quickly she has made the dark flare. Hayward corrects him that it's darkness elemental flame that is quicker to cast. The spell uses the darkness to express the elemental magic of pure wizards reinterpreted in a modern way. It has a black shade to it that is the flame's characteristic. It's more powerful and easier to control its variable. Simon finds this upgrade amazing. He even appreciates Malin's strategy to avoid the attacks. But she thinks she still has the upper hand. All she has to do is dodge her and keep her from using dark flare. She is just searching for a single chance to hit her opponent. Malin, on the other hand, calls her naive. But Eben thinks there is no use of a powerful spell if it does not hit the target. She keeps on dodging her attacks and suddenly comes from Malin's back. Malin quickly detects her and turns away before she can hit her. She dodges her punch and hits her with her powerful flare. The battle ends with Malin as a winner. Hayward appreciates her even if he finds her annoying at times. Simon now believes Kazan really values talent. After such a show, she would not dare to go against her in the future. Hayward mentions he would rather go against Simon. Both of them hear a rattling sound and wonder where it is coming from. When they look around, they see that Kami is trembling and rattling her wings. She has now seen all her friends win and wonders if she can also win. Simon comforts her, saying she should not feel any pressure. Hayward tries to distract her by telling them that Professor Sillage has arrived just in time for her match. Simon tells Hayward to stay quiet as it can put more pressure on Kami. She also notices Professor Sillage and gets anxious a bit more. Soon her name is announced. She has to fight Igor from Class C. As per Hayward's research, he is a standard guy. He isn't particularly good in a single area, but has strong basic skills. He guesses that Igor will fight by combining his basic skills. Cammy has to break through his basic skills as she is an extremely offense-oriented hematologist. Malin is sure that Cammy will do great. Hayward adds that as long as she does not panic, she will be good. The match is about to start. Cammy and Igor greet each other. The guy wonders if she is actually an Ursula, as all of them were violent vampires. The match begins. Igor takes out his skeletons and Cammy prepares to shoot. Malin wonders if it would be an easy win for Cammy as her bullets are hard to defend. Hayward says it's true if they only compare their skill levels. To their surprise, Igor defends Cammy's hematic bullet and is completely unharmed. Turns out he belongs to a rich family. All his equipment is worth hundreds of gold. Everything he owns is so expensive that it can easily fend off her hematic bullets. Cammy also knows this fact and she must have prepared some plan of action against his strong defense. Igor sends dark arrows towards her, but she easily dodges them. He changes his strategy and prepares to cast a curse. Cammy's friend shouts that she has to do something as her opponent is about to cast a curse. She again shoots a bullet, but the skeleton defends it perfectly. She thinks for a second and uses blood silk. Her opponent, on the other hand, uses his magic circle to cast paralyze. They both bear the attacks at the same time. Igor realizes that Cammy's attack was actually a paralyze potion, but he is sure his paralyze spell will last longer than the potion. Plus he has his skeletons that he can use to attack. Cammy, on the other hand, can still move and is planning on attacking. She starts running towards Igor. He is caught off guard and wonders if she is going to engage in close combat. He sends in another paralyze curse, but she bears it. Despite his paralyzing attacks, she comes closer. Before her opponent can attack, she opens her mouth and bites him with her vampire teeth. His barrier starts to go down, and despite his appeals, Cammy does not leave him. Soon the barrier reaches 0 and Cammy wins. After the winning announcement, she leaves him and he lies down on the ground. She apologizes, but Igor appreciates her decision as it's his fault that he let his guard down. Cammy only wanted to win and is now worried if he is hurt. He assures her that he is all right due to the barrier, and even if he is hurt, she should not be worried as it was a battle evaluation after all. He mentions that he almost dodged becoming a vampire by a bite thanks to the barrier. Cammy again apologizes, and he brushes her apology, saying that getting bitten by her is not actually that bad. Before she can say something else, she hears that her friends are cheering for her. She waves at them excitedly, saying she won, but she soon realizes that Igor is still there. She feels sorry for ignoring his presence. He does not bother and thinks she should celebrate her win. Even if he could not defend himself longer, he actually loved Cammy. Malin congratulates her friends, especially mentioning Cammy on winning their first battle evaluation. She hugs her tightly and is so proud of her. She also mentions their midterm exams are approaching, and they have to study for it. Everyone makes a weird face as they all totally forgot about the exams. Hayward reminds them that Simon should worry as he has something important at stake related to the exams. He had promised to quit Kizan if he scored less than Malin in his upcoming exams. Simon now panics as he has totally forgotten about that. The next day, Simon is seen with a bundle of course books and plans on cramming them all. He has totally ignored his exams due to the battle evaluation. He studies hard, but it's getting difficult for him to keep up. Later that day in the girls' dorm, Malin is standing in her room. A girl informs her that a cute boy is asking for her. She goes out and sees that the cute guy is Simon. She wonders what brought him all the way over to the girls' dorm. Simon notices her hairstyle and appreciates her new bangs. She tells him to come to the point and also mentions that he is learning such behavior from Hayward. Simon comes to the point and invites her to their study group. Hayward and Cammy are also included in their study group. Simon is on his knees and wants her to join their group. She agrees, saying she will join them after cleaning her room. Simon acknowledges her for joining the group. Later that day, Simon is seen studying in his dorm. Cammy arrives for their group study session. She is really excited to study together even at the weekend. She asks if he is studying hematology. Simon wants to start with hematology since Cammy is here. He inquires if he can ask her any questions related to the subject. Cammy excitedly tells him that he can surely ask questions. She mentions that she is studying summonology and has questions related to it. She also feels apologetic for asking a question as soon as she arrives. Simon takes a look at the question that is related to zombies. He explains that she has to use a decomposition formula for this question. He has also just learned about it yesterday. The question tries to trick the students with weather or climate. If one reads this question closely, it also mentions that it is a hot and humid summer. That means it will decompose faster than it would normally do. He clarifies that Cammy has to apply the acceleration factor. She should add this all up to get the answer. Cammy is continuously watching Simon while he is explaining. She is startled when he finishes his explanation. She thanks him and tells him that she has understood the question. Simon is happy to learn that, as it was his first time explaining a question to anyone else. Kami hides her blushing face behind her notebook and wonders how can she concentrate on her studies when Simon is in front of her. Meanwhile, Malin enters the dorm mentioning it is really difficult for her to find time, but she is still here for them. Kami acknowledges her for coming. She encourages them to ask any questions they have in their minds. Before they could ask any questions, she notices Kami's notebook. The notebook has a decomposition formula written on it. Upon inquiring, she learns that Simon has been explaining it to Kami. Kami scored 80 in her last summonology exam, so Malin does not believe that she did not know that formula. Kami hesitates and starts explaining that she only knew a little about the formula and got it totally wrong in the last exam. Malin requests her to calm down as she is not blaming her. Amidst their argument, Hayward enters with a huge bag. His bag is full of items he will use in the next evaluation, and he also brought some sweet snacks. Everyone gets excited to see the snacks. They all sit down and ask Hayward how he manages market research and school life without getting tired. Simon asks, why is he even studying here if he desires to start his business in the future? He explains that he is planning on starting a business that only a Kaizen student can start. He reveals that he is all set to start his delivery service business at Kaizen. He exemplifies it saying if someone needs something urgently from the raw chest, they will tell Hayward, and he will arrange those things for them the next day. Simon finds this idea great but advises Hayward to talk to the dorm first. Turns out he has already informed the dorm and has made the list of things one can order. He is now all set to start getting orders. Just then they hear the door knocking. They do not know who it is, as no one is expected to come at this hour. Simon opens the door and sees Nephthys standing there. She laughs and mentions that it has been long since they last saw each other. Her visit is unexpected for Simon. Before he can comprehend the situation, she walks past him and runs towards the sweets. The main character wants to stop her, but he cannot. She hops onto Malin, who thinks she is cute and offers the sweets. Nephthys takes them without a second thought. Malin also asks her name and she replies that her name is Nephthys. Malin does not sense that she is Chancellor Nephthys due to her cute, childlike getup. They all have a perception that their Chancellor is a witch-like lady, and no one can recognize her in her true getup. Only Hayward has a doubt on her as he is looking at her carefully. He nods to Simon and he confirms his doubts. Nephthys is happy to have the sweets and asks the main character if he could spare some time for her. She leaves with him taking everyone's leave. Simon is a bit embarrassed about the behavior of his friends, but Nephthys brushes it off saying she gets it all the time. She also appreciates him getting his first battalion. Simon tries to ask her how she knows that, but she interrupts him. She wants them to move somewhere else as she fears someone will hear their conversation. She holds Simon's hand and starts floating in the air with him. After a few seconds, Simon lands with his head hitting the ground. The place where they have landed is a girly room. Turns out it's Lorraine's room and she has just come out of a shower. Lorraine is angry at her mom for causing her trouble all the time. She is annoyed at the fact that her mother has brought a boy to her room without even informing her. Nephthys, on the other hand, has something important to tell them. Lorraine blames her for always being like this, but she brushes it off saying Lorraine must study for her upcoming exam. She also mentions Simon's study group. Her daughter tells her that she already knows she has to study, but Nephthys does not buy it as she has to bear the professor's nagging all the time. Lorraine does not seem to understand as she thinks her skills have nothing to do with memorizing the textbook formulas. They both keep on arguing for a minute. Seeing them argue like this, Simon begins to miss his team members. Lorraine finally asks Nephthys to tell them what she wants and leaves. Nephthys wonders where she got her personality from. She tells them both to sit down first. They both sit down on the floor. She starts by telling them about the priest that the main character has seen in the forest. She has ordered her subordinates to investigate the matter, and they have found some clues. However, she is not here to tell them about the clues. She is rather here to warn Simon. She reveals that the spy knows about Simon. This revelation is really shocking for the main character. She asks him if he remembers the Cyclops incident. She further explains that someone had intentionally messed up with the Cyclops. As per Simon's guess, their intention is to kill him and make it seem like an accident. The Chancellor reveals that the spy is someone from the school itself, as they had the chance to temper with the Cyclops. She asks him if he wants protection from Kaizen, as Lorraine always worries about him. Her last statement embarrasses Lorraine. Nephthys offers him to take a year off from school and come back. They will adjust him at school like his roommate Cajun. She suggests that he should stay in his hometown for a year and come back later when he is out of danger. Simon thanks her for the offer but denies it. He requests her to let him stay at school as he is also trying to investigate the matter on his own. Nephthys and her daughter get a little worried, but the Chancellor has expected this already, as Simon is Richard's son after all. The Chancellor gives up and tells Simon that she will have to devise a way to protect him at school. She gives him a necklace that is not just an ordinary necklace but an artifact. She informs them that many unsettling incidents have happened recently, not just in Kaizen, but all over the continent. Therefore, she can't pay attention only to him and wants him to wear that necklace all the time. She reveals that the necklace has the power to protect him when he is in danger. As per the Chancellor's instruction, he has to leave everything once the necklace indicates danger. She also instructs Lorian to take care of him in the school. Lorraine replies that she already knows that and goes back to sleep. Her mother wakes her up and tells her to go study with Simon. Lorraine does not want to go as she thinks it will annoy his friends. But Nephthys is adamant about sending her to group study. She throws a tantrum like a little baby, which makes Lorian give up eventually. Nephthys happily leaves, instructing her daughter to get ready. Lorraine is embarrassed and she tells Simon that she will not bother their group study. She plans on just sitting with them for an hour and leaving. Simon, however, is happy to have more members. He takes her with him and introduces her to the group. He tells them that he ran into her outside and wondered if she could study with them. Lorraine is also apologetic for the way she is crashing their group study. She tells them to pretend she is not here and continue their group study. They all wonder how can they ignore her when she has such an amazing personality. Later they all kind of gel together and start studying. While studying, Lorraine has some difficulty with a caterology question. Malin helps her with that question. She tells Lorraine that she can use a formula to solve that question. Lorraine gets the formula quickly, and Kami seems impressed by her quick learning. While they are studying, Kami offers her snacks. Hayward jumps in telling that he has brought them from a store in Rochester. Lorraine gets to know them all and seems to have a good time. Simon also senses that she is getting along well with the group. He thinks she is amazing, although she is not really interested in studying as she is a lazy, talented type of girl. The day is about to end, and they all decide to go back to their rooms and study on their own. Lorraine leaves with Simon while everyone says goodbye to her. On her way back, Lorraine asks Simon about his school life so far at Kiezen. He replies that it's best to the point where he would risk his life. When they arrive at the gate, Lorraine takes her leave after thanking him for the group study session. Before leaving, she mentions one thing Simon should never forget: to doubt everything and trust no one. Jane finally begins the evaluation and says that it is a great opportunity for the students to test out their skills before the midterm. She informs them that the assessment will run for 60 minutes, and they will have to solve questions from all 8 subjects, except for elementary black magic. As she begins distributing the sheets, Malin turns to the group and starts to distribute different subjects among them. They all get the subjects they are good at. She tells them that if they can't solve a question, they should just put a star by it and pass. If they solve the question but are unsure about the answer, they should simply put a triangle. She tells them that she will check out everything from question number 1. Once they are done with the questions they are assigned, they should move on to other subjects. Since Summonology has the most questions, she tells Simon that they will be counting on him. Simon confidently assures her to leave it to him. The assessment begins and all the students start writing immediately. Malin glances over at Simon and thinks to herself that he must have studied hard. However, she still isn't going to back away from the bet. She thinks about winning and canceling the bet since it would make her look much cooler. She will keep it a secret from him, and it will pressure him to study hard. As she is thinking all this, Hayward screams and asks for help with one of his questions. She slams the desk and asks him to skip the question and move on. The guy doesn't listen and continues screaming that he won't be able to solve other questions if he skips that one. It is now 5 minutes till the assessment is over. Malin tells everyone to just leave the questions they didn't get to and finish solving what they were previously working on. They only have one short question left. The group frantically tries to solve the last question as the clock ticks. After 5 minutes, Jane announces that the assessment is over and instructs everyone to put their hands above their heads. She tells them that the results of this test will be announced after the midterm and asks them to grade their own answers for the remainder of the class. Simon looks at Malin and asks her if they should grade and review their scores together. Our boy managed to get an 84 on his test, which is better than his previous score. Everyone cheers him on for his performance, but Malin is a bit upset because she can't go on with her plan now. Kemi gets 89 in hematology, which is also better than her previous grade. Now they all stare at Hayward, who flinches since he got a lot of the questions wrong. Malin loses it and grabs him by the collar. She smiles and tells the group that they can aim for the upper rank if they keep trying. They also feel thankful to Professor Jane since the questions in the mock test were spot on, and they can get decent scores if they just review these questions. After discussing the grades, Malin reminds the group that they have another battle evaluation coming up tomorrow. She mentions Simon and says that he should be careful since everyone saw him using the golem. Simon simply smiles back and tells her that he already knows it. She asks him if he is really that confident. He says that he will try his best, and if he can win tomorrow, he will make it to the upper ranks. The entire group is determined to win their evaluation so they can all stay in the upper squad. It is finally time for the evaluation. The match is between Simon and a girl named Jessica from Class H. Jessica seems confused as she steps into the arena. She sees Simon standing in front of her with a book to his face and some skeletons guarding him. This makes her mad, since she thinks that he is not taking it seriously by reading in front of her. She starts by using the poison fog spell. Simon immediately gets alert. He realizes that she is a toxicology major and that the spell she uses will take away his stamina bit by bit. This makes him even more excited since he is able to experience this in person. As he continues talking to himself, the girl gets furious and tells him that she is not her midterm tutor. She makes a poison whip and takes out one of his skeletons. Simon goes into his nerd mode and starts explaining key points about the poison whip. He says that the poison whip uses a fixed coordinate for the magic circle so it can be easily countered by shooting the magic circle with a darkness arrow. Jessica starts to panic as she realizes that Simon knows all of her tricks. Her only option now is to engage in a physical battle. She immediately charges at him and increases her speed using darkness. Simon closes his book as he sees this and says that when accelerating using darkness, it makes it hard to change course. He uses her momentum against her and throws her back with a single attack. As she is in the air, he uses the bones from the destroyed skeletons to finish her off. Jessica can do nothing but accept defeat as she knows that she is clearly outmatched. Simon wins his evaluation match easily and advises Jessica to keep an eye on counterattacks during her next match. It is finally time for their midterms. After the exam, we see Simon and Hayward exhausted on a bench like they just fought a war. They are glad that the midterm is finally over. Simon smiles and tells him that while they competed in the midterm, their only goal was to cultivate and develop themselves, and this makes him so happy. Meanwhile, Hayward starts sweating as he hears this, but he doesn't say anything. At the same time, Malin and Kami get out of the exam hall and meet them. Malin smirks and asks Simon how he did in his Summonology exam since she wants to continue seeing him in the Academy. Simon starts to regret and says that he wants to go back and punch himself in the face since he was so rash to say those things. He really thought he could easily raise 10 points, but when he actually took the exam, he found out how hard it was. This makes Malin worried and she asks him if he messed up his Summonology exam. Simon laughs and tells her that he will still win. He just wanted to let her know that it wasn't easy. Malin then asks the group what they are doing for the weekend. Hayward tells her that he is going to have some monster meat. This surprises them and she asks him why he would even eat that. Hayward acts confident and claims that there is going to be an announcement next week and they all might have to go to an island. He explains that it is going to be a survival island and they will all be dropped on an island full of monsters. The students will have to survive for 4 days and they will be evaluated on how well they can survive. Once they are on the island, they will have to figure out food, shelter, and everything else on their own. He also mentions that they will get points by hunting monsters, and since it is Kizun, they might eliminate the students with the lowest scores. This makes Kami worried as she thinks that she won't be able to make it. Malin turns to Simon and asks him if he is also going with Hayward. He bursts with excitement and says that it sounds so fun. In his mind, surviving on an island for 4 days and hunting monsters is the best thing ever. Simon reveals that he used to do that a lot back at home. Malin asks Hayward if he is confident about the island thing since the school still hasn't announced anything. He tells her that he is 60 to 70% sure. He has been listening to Kizun's servants and he heard them secretly pulling out tongue pads. These are devices that are used to do performance assessments. Moreover, the teleporting team of the Kizun headquarters has been working on a large-scale project for the last 2 days. They have also bought magic circle ingredients in bulk. To top it all off, the professors in other classes are taking the next week off. Hearing this, Malin starts to believe in his theory. She tells them that they need to start preparations. Hayward tells her that the most important thing for them would be to increase their fighting power and their survival skills. Kami asks him what he means by survival skills, and he explains that it's basically stuff like building houses, starting fires, butchering monsters, and identifying edible plants. They either have to gather plants or hunt and eat monsters. With a shaking voice, Malin announces that she will only be eating at restaurants that serve monster dishes for the weekend. She asks Kami if she wants to join her and she agrees. Simon mentions that the dish Professor Hongpeng made for them the other day was also made of monster meat. This surprised both of them since they love that dish. He tells them that he will write a letter to the professor and ask her for the recipe. The scene changes to the entire group looking at some Nuzlocke monsters. They compare the monsters with the picture they have to make sure it's the same and get ready for the hunt. After the midterm, they got a letter back from Professor Hongpeng, who agreed to tell them the recipe. She mentioned that they would need a specific monster's meat, which was called the Nuzlocke. According to the professor, these monsters are harmful to the ecosystem as they reproduce too quickly and devour everything. The professor gave them the task of hunting down the boss Nuzlocke. She instructed them to catch the boss without wounding it too much since they were going to cook it later on. Malin suggests going after the small monsters first. She tells Hayward to support them with his enchanting spells, and Simon would be the tank and secondary support. She and Kami would do the attacking. As one of the monsters tries attacking them, Hayward uses his enchant spell on a skeleton. However, the monster immediately gets hit by an attack from Kami. Hayward starts sweating as he realizes that she killed the monster in a single attack. As more monsters approach, Simon's skeletons start hunting them down with their arrows. At the same time, he turns to Malin and signals her to attack. She uses her dark flare to burn all the monsters at once. As they think they are done, one monster tries jumping at Malin from the back. Before it can ambush her, Kami finishes it off with her bullet. Kami silently watches Simon laughing as Hayward and Malin argue about the flames. Simon turns to Kami and asks her if she is alright. She tells him that she just used too many hematic bullets, so she feels a bit dizzy. Soon after, she almost faints, but he catches her. He asks her if she is really okay since she looks too pale. Hayward calls both of them and shows them a huge noose-like paw print on the ground. He thinks that the print may have been made by the boss. As they all decide to go after the boss, Kami stands there blushing as she wonders what is wrong with her. Kami was fine for 5 years, and she thought that she had it under control, so she can't figure out why she acts this way when she is with Simon. The scene changes to the professor as she calls her TA and asks him to bring over Simon and his friends. She tells him that she gave them a mission to capture a boss's noose-luck, and they must be near the noose-luck habitat by now. The TA asks her why the group is coming on a weekend. She explains that they want to prepare for the island's survival even though it hasn't been announced yet. She thanks him for his help and leaves. The TA doesn't seem to like any of this, and he clenches his fist in silence. Meanwhile, the group starts to approach the boss noose-luck. Simon takes out the eye and says that he will get the golem ready. Soon after, the boss shows up and starts charging at the group. The rest of them ask Simon to focus on making the golem while they hold off the boss. Kami tries hitting it with the hematic bullet, but the boss dodges it. The group realizes that it has far better reflexes than the rest of the noose-lucks. Malin attacks next and hits it with the flare, but Hayward reminds her not to burn the boss since they have to cook it later. She tells him that they have to roast it later anyway, so it won't matter. As the two of them continue arguing, the boss tries pouncing on Hayward. He quickly reacts and traps it in an enchanted net. The boss screams and tries to free himself. It isn't long before the noose-luck boss rips the net and escapes. However, just as it is about to run away, it gets punched by the golem. The boss gets slammed into a nearby tree. Simon apologizes to the group for making them wait. With the golem on their side, the rest of the mission is a piece of cake for them. Hearing all this noise, the TA finally finds them. He commends them for finishing the mission and instructs them to follow him to the teleport circle. As the group gets teleported back, the TA stops Simon from entering the circle. He says that he wants to talk to him. Simon is a bit confused and asks him why they can't just talk after they teleport. The guy gets mad and orders him to just do what he says. He tells him that he just wants to have a man-to-man conversation. Simon asks him if he did anything wrong. The TA asks him why he is trying to boss the professor around. He says that the professor is not his personal tutor, so it was wrong of him to send her the letter. Simon tries apologizing, but the guy isn't ready to listen. He smacks a tree in half and tells him that he isn't there to argue with him. He claims that Simon is playing with the professor's mind. Since he is the special admission, he is using that to exploit the professor's kindness. The TA thinks that he is playing games with her and giving her false hope that he may become her disciple. Simon tells him that he may have misunderstood the entire thing. He explains that he declined the professor's offer on the spot. Moreover, the professor respected his choice and even asked him to reach out to her if he needed any help. It was also the professor's suggestion to invite members of his group. The TA gets furious and asks him if he really thinks he is going to buy it. He says that he has been working under the professor for 5 years, so he knows how she thinks. Simon realizes that the TA won't listen to him no matter what he says. The guy tosses a bracelet to him which is meant for battle evaluation. He suggests that they stop talking and figure this out by fighting. If Simon manages to land a single hit on him, he will believe his story and do whatever he wants him to do. On the other hand, if he fails, he has to become the professor's direct disciple. Simon tells him that he understands his worry about the professor, but forcing down his thoughts on others is a bit pathetic. Still, he is not the kind of person who backs down from a battle, so he accepts his challenge. The TA doesn't waste any more time and immediately charges him. Simon thinks that he is about to get hit by a straight punch from the left, but the TA hits him with a right hook. As he is continuously punching him, he asks him to stand on his words and do something. Simon suddenly slides back. This makes the TA surprised as he realizes that he is not just trying to land one hit on him, but actually beat him. This makes him more furious, and he throws him to the ground with a brutal combo. As he tries to finish him off, Simon grabs his leg, but the TA quickly leaps back to dodge. He asks Simon if he was a fighter before entering the academy. Our boy tells him that he is just training to become a successor to his father. The TA can't believe that Simon is just built like that, so he charges at him again and throws him to the ground. As he looks down, he is surprised to see that Simon managed to dodge it at the very last second. He finally starts to understand why the professor has her eyes on him. As he is thinking, the skeletons slowly cut down one of the trees. The TA can't believe that he was able to control the skeletons while he was fighting with them. He jumps in the air and tries to hit Simon, but he gets slashed by an axe from the skeleton. At the same time, They block off his path with the two giant trees. He wonders if Simon had been planning this from the beginning. As he is distracted, our boy walks over to him and kicks him in the face. He tells him that he won't be able to make any excuses now since he clearly lost. The guy starts laughing as he loses his mind. He admits that he lost, but he knows that if he doesn't destroy Simon here and now, he is going to regret it for the rest of his life. Simon says that he is stepping back from what he said earlier. Moreover, he just pulled out the black suit in front of a first grader, which is disgraceful. The TA tells him that he doesn't care about any of it and starts walking over to him. Simon doesn't move an inch and simply stands still. The guy asks him to take his position and prepare for a fight, but Simon tells him that he has run out of patience. Since he is doing as he pleases, he will also do what he wants. He asks him to just beat him up and get it over with. The TA grabs Simon by the collar, and before he can hit him, he hears the professor calling out his name. He starts stuttering and tells her that he was just sparring with Simon, and it is all a big misunderstanding. Professor Hongpeng smashes him away, and with a furious expression demands an explanation for what is happening. The professor asks him to turn around and stay in the most painful posture he can take. The TA immediately complies and balances himself on his thumb while being upside down. He has to use both his stamina and his darkness to maintain this posture. The professor then turns to Simon and asks him if he is okay. He tells her that he is fine, as the TA gave him a protection bracelet before they started sparring. Even after his assurance, the professor starts to grab him as she checks for any injuries. Simon figures out that it's Erzi, since the professor won't grab him like that. He asks her about the task he gave her, and she tells him that she has moved all the Nuslut corpses away. She mentions that his wise judgment helped them this time since he ordered her to memorize the looks and voices of all the professors, in case they had to escape the Academy to investigate the priest. She asks him about her acting skills. Simon thanks her for the help, but asks her to let go of him. As she starts getting a bit too close, he pushes her away and says that they need to take care of the TA first. Starts acting like the professor again and orders the TA to maintain his posture for 20 hours. She tells him to act naturally tomorrow and to never mention this incident to her again. She also warns him to pick a fight with Simon again. The TA immediately agrees, and the two of them leave. It is almost nighttime as Simon returns to the group. Cammy rushes over to him and asks what happened. He tells her that the TA was helping him stash the Nuslut corpses since he needed some for his research. He then asks about the preparations, and she tells him that they have the firewood ready and just need to light it up. After Simon lights the firewood, Malin asks him why he stacked the wood in squares. He answers that it is the most common way to do it. Cammy and Hayward also ask him some questions about the process. As they are talking, the professor shows up. She starts by telling them a bit about the monster meat. There are a lot of different monsters, but the butchering process for all of them is almost the same. She asks them to show her the boss Nuslut they caught and explains that they first have to let it bleed, skin it, and then clean out the guts. As she takes them through the entire process, Malin notes it down in her book. After they are done, the professor tells them that she will show them how to clean fish since it would be much easier. When she is done cleaning, she adds a bit of spice to the meat since it can help hide the smell of the monster meat. She also tells them that monster meat can be dangerous, so they should make sure to grill it until is it well done. As they are learning, the professor casually offers them some alcohol. While they are eating, she turns to Simon and asks him about the TA who is nowhere to be seen. He tells her that he went home early since he wasn't feeling well. At the same time, Kami dozes off and falls asleep on Simon's shoulder. Simon tells the professor that he will take her to the cabin. He puts her on the bed and wishes her good night, but as he is about to leave, she reaches for his arm and throws him back on the bed. Simon is a bit confused and scared to see her acting like this. Cammy almost bites Simon but stops herself by covering her mouth with her hand. She says she can't bite him. Simon asks if she is held back because of him, but she is already asleep. He smiles and wishes her good night. The next morning, Professor Jane tells the students she has an important announcement. In 2 days, they will take part in an island survival test. Simon and Malin are excited that it's finally happening. As the teaching assistants hand out the guidelines, Jane gives them an overview. She writes on the board and explains that all 961 first-year students from classes A to N will join the evaluation. Once it begins, they will be teleported to random spots on the island's outskirts. The test will last for 4 days, and their goal is to survive and reach the island's center. However, just surviving isn't enough. They will be graded using a point system. Students can earn points by hunting monsters scattered across the island. The monsters range from levels 1 to 4 and give between 1 and 20 points, depending on their type. Some of them include spiders, rats, snakes, and even werewolves. After the test, students' grades and ranks will be based on the points they collect. To track their points, they will use a bio-artifact called the tongue pad. It is easy to use. When placed near a dead monster, it absorbs its magic and displays the points in the mana language. The monster's body will then be preserved in a form called a mana bead. Hunting isn't just an option, it's necessary. Not only for points but also for food. The students start whispering, wondering if they really have to eat the monsters. Jane continues, explaining that another way to earn points is by fighting other students. If a student's barrier gauge drops to 0, they will be sent to the safety zone, and their tongue pad will release all the mana they had collected. This means winning a fight lets them take all their opponent's points. Lastly, Jane tells them that Kizan built a mansion in the center of the island. It is the only place where combat is not allowed. The mansion cancels all attacks, and any student who steps inside even once will instantly earn 200 points. The students are shocked, realizing that entering the mansion is worth as much as hunting multiple monsters. Jane says the rules are simple, but there are tricky details, so they should review the guidebook carefully. After that, a guest lecturer will teach them about the island's ecology. A silver-haired man steps forward and introduces himself as Edward Buckby. Hayward starts freaking out and says Professor Jane must have powerful connections. Simon asks if Edward is famous. Hayward is shocked and asks how Simon doesn't know him. Edward is a legendary treasure hunter who has discovered over 10 ancient ruins. He is the best of the best. Edward stands before the students and says he never expected to give a lecture in Kizan. He must have done something right to reach this point. He credits his success to his father and shares that he was born into a poor family. He takes pride in having traveled across the entire Dark Alliance and even sneaking into the Holy Federation. In simple terms, he is an expert at survival. He may not have strong black magic like the students, but he has stayed alive by being well prepared. He pins a map onto the board and introduces the island where the test will take place. Kira Island. The island is surrounded by several smaller islands of different sizes. Edward has visited them all to study their vegetation and the types of monsters that might be on Kira Island. He hands out a book filled with detailed information, calling it a useful reference, but insists that real experience matters more. Now he will share everything he knows about Kira Island, including important warnings about its environment. He asks the students if they have any questions. A student raises a hand and asks why Edward mentioned that the island is split into multiple smaller islands. Meanwhile, Simon opens the book to check the details and notices a picture of a monster. Fear suddenly tells Simon to wait and let him take a closer look. Simon moves the book closer to the badge that Fear gave him. Fear immediately reacts, asking what this monster is doing there. Simon asks if it's just an ordinary undead, but Fear shakes his head. He explains that the creature in the picture is an ancient undead who is a former general of his battalion. Simon is shocked upon hearing this. Fear then asks if Simon remembers his father's past. Simon nods, saying of course. His father fought against necromancers to protect his mother, who was a priest. Fear confirms this and explains that during that time, the Dark Alliance desperately tried to capture their battalion. When they had to retreat from the Alliance's fierce attacks, an undead general stayed behind to hold off the enemy, allowing their forces to escape. That undead was the one in the picture. His name was Vikrum, the general of their battalion's giant troops. Unlike most undead, Vikrum was deeply loyal and willingly sacrificed himself for the battalion, even knowing it could mean his end. Fear had assumed he was long dead, so seeing him on an island owned by Kizan is a complete surprise. Simon falls into deep thought. Fear notices and asks what's wrong. Simon replies that it feels too strange. His father's undead appearing at his performance test location seems too convenient, like something is off. Fear agrees but offers a possible explanation. If someone follows the chain of islands connected to Kira Island, they will eventually reach a port city. Vikrum was last seen lost in battle near that seaport, so there is a real chance that it's him. Simon thinks for a moment and says that if Vikrum truly is his father's undead, he wants to recruit him. Fear agrees, saying that Vikrum is a powerful force in their battalion, and if they can bring him in, he will be a great ally. Simon sees no downside, so he decides to make contact. But Fear warns him that after all these years, Vikrum's personality and memories may have changed, just like his own had. He suggests going with Simon to help convince Vikrum, but Simon firmly refuses. Fear asks Simon why he isn't worried, and Simon tells him to check the book. The book explains that before teleporting to the island, all belongings, including subspace storage, will be inspected. Any unnecessary items, including food, will be taken away. Malin asks Simon if he plans to bring spices, and Simon says he's considering it. He then tells Fear to let him figure out a solution and suggests stopping by the ruins that evening to talk to Erze. Erze is thrilled and urges Simon to come as soon as possible because she is getting restless. Meanwhile, Jane announces that class is over and reminds the students to spend the next 2 days preparing for their survival challenge. Cammy invites Simon to have lunch with her, but he apologizes and asks her to go ahead without him since he has something to take care of. Hayward, on the other hand, starts crying, saying he wants Edward's autograph. Malin warns him that if he keeps acting like this, he'll end up on Jane's watch list. Simon tells his friends to enjoy their meal and promises to meet them later. Outside the classroom, Edward is pleading with Jane for just 2 hours. As a professional treasure hunter, he can't leave without exploring the legendary Roke Island. However, Jane firmly reminds him that only those with official permission can enter Kizan, and she has only granted him exactly 6 minutes and 24 seconds to stay. Edward is shocked by how strict she is and tries to negotiate, saying that if the issue is time, perhaps he could stay longer since Professor Behill has requested to give Class B a lesson as well. Jane gives Edward a cold and intimidating look. Edward immediately backs down. Jane then orders her assistant to summon Behill to her office immediately. When the assistant asks what message to deliver, Jane simply asks him to tell him to be here in 10 minutes, or she will go after him herself. Just then, the assistant reports a problem. The magic circle is overloaded due to the survival test preparations. Jane is furious and asks if they plan to cause the same issue on the actual survival day. The assistant quickly assures her they will fix it immediately. Edward, watching the situation unfold, thinks to himself that Jane is terrifying. Jane instructs her assistants to have the entire teleportation team in her office by 6 o'clock. She then turns to Edward and informs him that his departure will be delayed by 10 minutes due to internal issues. She apologizes on behalf of Kizan, but Edward doesn't mind. He wonders if Jane is being this strict over just a 10-minute delay. Before leaving, Jane tells Edward to stay put while she checks the status herself. Edward, knowing better than to argue, agrees and sits down with a deep breath, muttering that Kizan folks are unbelievably stubborn. At that moment, Simon arrives and greets Edward, introducing himself as a student from Class A who attended his lecture earlier. He compliments Edward's lecture, which makes Edward quickly grab a pen and ask for his name, assuming Simon wants an autograph. Simon clarifies that he's not here for an autograph but has a question about the lecture, though he wouldn't mind taking an autograph if Edward insists. Edward looks disappointed but listens. Simon opens the book and points to a monster that doesn't have a name in the materials Edward handed out. He asks if Edward knows anything about it. Edward takes the book and explains that he compiled the materials in bulk and didn't have time to review each image closely. He hadn't even realized that this particular monster was included. As for what it is, he admits that he doesn't know much about it. He only took a photo because he found it interesting, but he had never seen anything like it before. Simon asks Edward what he means by interesting. Edward explains that on the day he took the photo, the island was covered in thick fog, and the monster appeared in a giant form. But the moment he pulled out his camera, the creature suddenly shrank. The photo was taken right after it shrunk. Curious, Simon asks how big the monster was before it shrank. Edward replies that it was so massive it could have covered the entire island. Meanwhile, Hector is working out when a student rushes in and tells him that everyone is gathering next door. Hector responds coldly, telling the student to pass on a message. During the island survival evaluation, they will get rid of Simon no matter what. As long as Simon is around, they will never be able to take control of Class A or achieve the top scores. Clenching his fist, Hector adds that Class A is directly overseen by the Kizan Vice-Chancellor herself. Gaining control of the class is their top priority. The student listens but wonders if Hector is overreacting. Simon is just another competitor, so he doesn't understand why he is going this far. He wonders if there is some history between their families. Later that night, Heron is heading somewhere, lost in thought. He barely made it into the middle squad during last week's battle evaluation, and now the power he received from Behill is starting to fade. He can feel himself losing it, and he knows he must do something to gain Professor Behill's favor during the survival test. Suddenly, he notices someone flying in the sky. Shocked, he calls out, asking who they are. The mysterious figure responds with a cryptic smile, saying they have an offer that Heron won't be able to refuse. On the day of the teleportation, everyone gathers at the meeting spot. Cammy looks worried and asks what will happen if she gets separated from the group. Simon smiles reassuringly and tells her not to worry, assuring her that she will do great. Hayward turns to the girls and jokingly asks if they plan to butcher monster meat and eat it. Cammy and Malin hesitate, looking uneasy. Cammy mentions that she has practiced fishing, while Malin says she intends to gather supplies but might consider eating monster meat if she becomes desperate. Simon reminds them that supplies do not appear at fixed times or places, and that there is a special artifact designed for the survival event. He asks Malin if others will also be aiming for it. She confirms that having the artifact would be a huge advantage. Hayward then teases Malin, suggesting that she will probably end up burning everything down, including the supplies. Annoyed, Malin snaps at him, telling him to drop dead. As everyone steps into the magic circle, Hayward nudges Simon and points toward Hector, who is glaring at Simon with clear disdain. With a smirk, Hayward comments that if they encounter him on the island, it will definitely lead to a fight. Simon sighs, wondering why everyone is so fixated on him. Malin encourages everyone to survive and meet again in Kizan. Before Simon is teleported, she warns him not to recklessly head straight for the center and risk getting himself killed. Instead, she advises him to avoid the lowest points. Simon nods in understanding and assures her they will see each other later. As the teleportation takes effect, Simon finds himself in a dense jungle. He glances around in surprise before a grin spreads across his face. To him, this is going to be fun. Fear, observing him, questions whether he has forgotten their actual goal. Simon, still excited, insists that he remembers everything, finding Vikram and earning points in the survival event. As he takes a step forward, he suddenly stops. Fear asks what is wrong. Simon glances down, smirks, and picks up a snake. Holding it up, he declares that he has just found his next snack. Laughing, he shouts excitedly about how much fun this is. Fear, unimpressed, calls him insane. Meanwhile, other students struggle in the jungle. Bugs and crawling monsters surround them, causing many to panic. Malin freezes in fear upon seeing a creature up close. She feels as though she can't move, but she forces herself to snap out of it. Elsewhere, Hector has already begun fighting other students for supplies. A group of students spots Simon. He is covered in dirt, carrying a rope and some sticks over his shoulder, and, most shockingly, has a skeleton by his side. They assume he must be experienced in jungle survival, whispering among themselves that he might even be a treasure hunter. Soon, multiple groups begin fighting over the chance to recruit Simon into their teams. However, he refuses all offers, stating that he plans to work alone for the day. Fear understands Simon's true goal, to search for Vikram, but points out that they are moving farther from the center. Simon, unconcerned, assures him that he will catch up in one go the next day. Fear is skeptical. They are at the farthest end near the beach. He questions how Simon plans to close the distance so quickly. Simon, however, only grins and says there is a way. Just then, he notices someone carrying boxes in the distance. It is Brad. When Brad spots Simon, he looks surprised and questions why Simon is there, reminding him that the area is off-limits to students. Brad then smirks and asks if Simon wants a rematch. Simon only laughs and declines, claiming he has simply taken a wrong turn. Waving off the suggestion, he tells Brad to carry on. In reality, Simon is searching for a spatial bracelet. After some time, he finds one stuck in a web high up in a tree. Fear urges him to hurry and take it. Simon, however, pauses and scans the area. He explains that he needs to check for any surveillance magic. After ensuring no one is watching, he slips on the bracelet. Fear appears with a few skeletons, laughing as he declares his return. However, Simon quickly instructs him to get inside the spatial bracelet. Fear hesitates, confused about why he has to go back in just after coming out. Simon, keeping his focus, insists that they need to move quickly before an observer arrives. At that moment, Brad arrives. Crossing his arms, he remarks that Simon has managed to dodge the eyes of instructors and professors while smuggling another spatial bracelet, an offense serious enough for expulsion. Suddenly, Brad's expression shifts into a smirk. He then adds that, under normal circumstances, such actions would be punishable. But Simon is not just any student. At the same time, he turns back into Erza, who asks Fear about her transformation ability. Fear starts sweating, visibly shaken, and admits that she has just given him the most terrifying moment of his life. Simon sighs and apologizes. He is embarrassed and tells him that it was the only way. The day before the island survival event, Simon approaches Brad and reminds him of his promise. Since Simon won their match last week, Brad agreed to grant him one wish. Without hesitation, Simon demands that Brad become his pawn from now on. Brad's face darkens with anger since a first-year student is daring to say such a thing to him. However, Simon remains calm and says that if he refuses, he has no other choice but to tell everything to Professor Hong Peng, who never learned the real reason behind their sparring match that day. He tells him, if she found out now, there is no saying what she might do. Perhaps a punishment even worse than before. Brad clenches his teeth, realizing he has no way out. He asks Simon what exactly he wants. Simon instructs him to hand over his subspace bracelet, then stay hidden and avoid drawing attention during the island survival event. Suspicious, Brad asks if Simon plans to impersonate him. Simon only smirks. Brad sighs, explaining that in his time as a teacher's assistant, he has seen all kinds of tricks. Impersonation through proxies is common at this school. Still, he hands over the bracelet and agrees to do as Simon says, warning that if he gets caught on the island, it won't be his fault. Simon reassures him not to worry, he has a foolproof plan. On the island, Erzi is the one impersonating Brad. With a wide grin, she tells Simon that she has missed him so much. Once again, she has followed his orders perfectly. Now, she urges him to praise her as much as he wants. Fear groans, telling her to stop before all his bones rot from her exaggerated flattery. Meanwhile, Simon asks her why she came here when she had other tasks nearby. She waves off his concern, saying she just came to check if a certain student is heading back as instructed. Once she is satisfied, she leaves, grinning as she declares that her acting has fooled everyone. Fear shudders and begs her not to make that kind of expression while in that body. Unbothered, Erzi turns to Simon and asks if he is going to look for Vikram. If so, she wants to come along. Simon immediately refuses. Right now, she is pretending to be Brad. If she disappears, the school will suspect something is wrong. He and Fear will handle things from here. Fear agrees, telling Erzi to return before she draws suspicion. Pouting, she complains that they are both being mean, but if that's what he wants, she has no choice. She will head back, even though she really wanted to see Vikram. With a dramatic sigh, she insists she won't cry since she is a grown-up. Fear turns to Simon and suggests that if he feels so bad, he should reward her. After all, a commander must recognize the efforts of his subordinates. After a moment of thought, Simon tells Erze to return to her normal form. Facing Simon, she asks if everything is all right. Awkwardly, Simon steps forward, closes his eyes, and gives her a quick hug. He thanks her for a job well done, admitting that it was all thanks to her efforts. Erzi stands frozen for a second before Simon quickly pushes her away. He orders her to transform back into Brad and return to her position. It's best not to attract unnecessary suspicion. He promises to tell her everything once they return. Still blushing, Erzi stares at him before sighing dramatically. She thinks to herself how he could be this adorable. Later that night, Simon gathers wood from the forest and, with the help of his skeletons, builds a small wooden boat. Satisfied with his work, he decides to rest. Fear, however, is surprised. It's not even that late. Simon shakes his head. He wants to sleep early so they can get moving first thing in the morning. Taking off his tie, he hands it to Fear and asks him to keep watch for the night. Then, he hangs the tie on a nail in the boat and settles in to rest. Fear glares at Simon, demanding to know what he is doing. He insists that Simon can't treat him this way. He is the master of the battalion, not a tool to be used. Calling it a disgrace, he refuses to be ordered around like this. Simon tells him that the undead don't need sleep, so he should wake him up at dawn. Fear snaps that he is not some alarm clock. The next morning, Simon wakes up and cheerfully greets Fear. Still irritated, Fear tells him that he will never forget this humiliation. Simon chuckles and apologizes. He promises to reinforce the battalion once he has more money. Fear considers this and admits that it is a reasonable reward. Then, he asks what Simon plans to do so early in the morning. Simon explains that he is heading straight to the center of the island. He summons his skeletons and orders them to lift the boat together. Fear asks if they are going to the mansion, and Simon confirms it. As they prepare to leave, Simon describes Kira Island's layout. The main island is large and surrounded by 4 smaller ones. Since the waterways between them are narrow, people often assume it is one big island, but only the central one is truly Kira Island. The place they are in now is one of the outer islands, connected to Kira Island by several waterways. Though it looks like a river, it is actually part of the ocean, meaning the current will take them directly to their destination. Fear sighs, realizing Simon had planned this all along. He tells Simon they should hurry up and get moving. Meanwhile, Hayward is hiding in the forest, watching a group of students guarding a bridge he needs to cross. One of his allies points out something floating down the river. When Hayward spots Simon, he smirks and says that this is just like him. Simon and Fear drift along on the wooden boat. Fear enjoys the peaceful ride, calling it refreshing. Simon nods, saying they should be able to continue without trouble. Then, he notices students up ahead and realizes others have also arrived early. The students at the bridge spot Simon and start talking among themselves. One of them warns the others that they should stop him. Hayward seizes the opportunity. He tells his group that this is the perfect moment to cross the bridge, while everyone is distracted by Simon. He figures that if they move quickly, they can slip past unnoticed while Simon deals with whatever is happening. Urging them to ignore Simon's situation, he orders them to run for it. However, a student on the opposite side notices Hayward's group trying to cross and immediately alerts his team. At that moment, Simon sees a magic flare heading toward him. He doesn't know who fired it, but they clearly have skill. Reacting instantly, he kicks the wooden boat, causing it to break apart. Wooden planks, bones, and plants scatter into the water. Simon starts jumping from one floating plant to another, making it look as if he is running across the water. Watching from the bridge, Hayward is impressed. He recognizes the plant that floats on water and remarks that Simon is always coming up with new tricks. Then, Simon makes a long jump and shouts, "Restore!" Suddenly, the bones in the water rise, forming skeletons that carry him safely onto the island. A student watching in shock admits that he has never seen skeletons used like that before. He can't even begin to understand how Simon managed to pull it off. Hayward rushes past the students, calling out that he will see them later. The students are about to chase after him, but a black hand suddenly appears, blocking their path and launching an attack. Heron tells the students to continue without him, as something urgent demands his attention. Without another word, he disappears into the forest. Simon notes that the timing was perfect, and Fear agrees, saying that it was a smart decision. Since the bridge was the only way through, it was bound to become the site of an intense battle. Thanks to the ongoing fight, Simon now has the chance to search freely, but finding any traces won't be easy. Fear reminds him that their target never leaves any evidence behind. However, if the other students start fighting in the forest, it might provoke Vikram. When threatened or enraged, Vikram increases in size, making him much easier to spot. Waiting in this contested area might be the best approach. Simon acknowledges Fear's reasoning. With so many students battling nearby, Vikram may perceive the commotion as a threat. Looking ahead, Simon spots a cliff blocking the way forward. The height makes it difficult to cross, so he begins scanning the area. Fear asks what he is searching for, and Simon explains the reason behind the island's name. Kira Island is home to the Kira people. A skeleton gestures towards a group of them. They are small, lean, and green-skinned, with large ears and black eyes. Fear comments on their numbers, and Simon confirms that the island was named after them because of their high population. The information they received earlier mentioned that crossing through this area is the best way to navigate the canyon. Just then, movement rustles the nearby bushes. A student emerges, raising his hands in surrender. He insists that he means no harm and has no intention of attacking. He assumes that Simon is also planning to pass through the Kira outpost and suggests that they work together. While Simon is undoubtedly strong, breaking through alone would still be difficult. The student admits he came alone to avoid alarming Simon, but the rest of his group is waiting nearby. Simon thanks him but declines the offer, stating that he will go in alone. The student is shocked, arguing that this is clearly a test of teamwork, and entering alone would be reckless. Simon, however, has a different method of getting through. Fear suggests that working together wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, Simon could simply use them and leave once their usefulness runs out. Simon acknowledges the strategy but decides against it. Since he has his own way of crossing, he prefers not to take any unnecessary risks. The student returns to his group and informs them that Simon refused their offer. One of them finds it amusing that he actually plans to go alone. A girl suggests they catch him now, but a boy dismisses the idea, saying it's a waste of time. They should stick to their original plan since this is a race against time. He isn't worried about losing to the Kira people, but because of the steep terrain, they must spread out and maintain their positions. As the group launches their attack on the Kira, a loud thudding noise echoes through the air, and the ground trembles. Suddenly Simon arrives, riding on his golem. The massive creature moves at high speed, and Simon enjoys the rush of the wind. Both the students and the Kira people freeze in shock at the sight. Panic spreads as everyone scrambles to avoid being crushed. One Kira warrior attempts to attack Simon, but the golem kicks it so hard that it vanishes from sight. The remaining Kira people shout at Simon in their own language, but he has no idea what they are saying. Dismissing the golem, he reflects on his progress. Over the past 2 days, he has accumulated 127 points from hunting monsters. While it's a decent amount, it's still not enough to reach the higher ranks. Eventually, he will have to fight other students, ideally 2 or 3 at a time. Out of nowhere, a flare attack streaks toward him. Simon quickly drops down, dodging just in time. More fiery blasts follow, closing in fast. Recognizing the attack, he realizes it must be Malin's darkness flame. As he starts running, the flames part to reveal Malin stepping forward. She smirks as she realizes that it is Simon. Simon asks how she has been doing and whether she has figured out her meals. Since joining Kizan, they have always been teammates and classmates, working together and relying on each other. She then asks if he has ever been curious about who is stronger between them. Simon realizes that she wants to fight and asks if that's what she means. She confirms it, saying this is their chance to go all out in battle, and such opportunities don't come often. Simon finds the situation odd. He expected they might have to fight one day, but this feels rushed. No matter how eager she is to win, it's hard to believe she is attacking him with such intensity. She asks if he plans to just stand there and stare. Fireballs come flying toward him, each one packed with incredible power. Simon acknowledges that she is an exceptional student since her fire magic alone is a strong defense. Any reckless attack will be burned away before it even reaches her. However, if he can find the perfect spot to strike, he might have a chance. Deciding to take her seriously, Simon draws his bow and aims at her. He warns that he knows her just as well as she knows him. She scoffs, asking if he really thinks his attack will work, and hurls another fireball at him. Simon releases his arrow at the same time. The arrow pierces through the fireball and strikes her. She is shocked to see that it is coated in darkness. She tells him not to underestimate her and leaps into the air, increasing her firepower. Simon starts running, realizing that she is even using magical combat. This won't be easy. She assumes Simon believes he has a chance now that he landed a hit, but once she finishes charging her dark flare, it will be over for him. At that moment, another arrow hits her leg, followed by 2 more from different angles. Confused, she looks around. Simon is still in front of her, and he hasn't fired. That means these arrows are coming from somewhere else. She quickly realizes 3 skeleton archers are attacking from different directions. Simon hadn't hesitated earlier. He was preparing this trap all along. Simon knows her weakness is long-range attacks, so he has set up this ambush perfectly. Furious, she shouts that he shouldn't underestimate her. She knows her own weaknesses better than anyone. He's not the only one who can strategize. Simon shoots another dark arrow at her, but she quickly creates an ice wall to block it. The arrow strikes the barrier and stops. He smirks, saying he should take this chance to escape while he can. Furious, she yells at him, demanding that he finish the fight properly. Simon is getting a bit worried now, and he wonders why she wants this so badly. He is about to back away when a loud rumbling shakes the ground. Fear shouts for him to move. The earth suddenly cracks apart, and Vikram bursts out from underground near her. Simon yells her name and tries to warn her. He rushes towards her, trying to save her from the monster. Malin, on the other hand, is confused about why Simon is running in now, knowing that her dark flames could hit him directly. She wonders if he is really willing to throw everything away so recklessly. She considers casting a spell at him but hesitates, realizing it would seriously injure him. At that moment, she questions why they are even fighting each other. Before she can figure it out, a sudden explosion shakes the ground. Malin loses consciousness, and Simon quickly picks her up and runs. Looking back, he sees Vikram emerging from the ground. He immediately strikes Simon, sending both him and Malin falling. Fear warns Simon that Vikram is retreating, but he barely pays attention as he sees Malin slipping. Reacting quickly, he grabs her hand just as they reach the edge of a cliff. Hanging on tightly, he pulls her up to safety and asks Fear about Vikram. Fear explains that things have calmed down for now. As Simon holds Malin, he notices a small feather on the back of her neck. Curious, he reaches out to grab it, but it flutters away before he can touch it. Just then, rain starts pouring, and he realizes they need to find shelter. Meanwhile, in her unconscious state, Malin recalls a painful memory. In the ivory tower, someone told her that her abilities were severely lacking, and he could no longer expect much from her. She had tried to convince him otherwise, but he coldly declared that she was no longer the successor. Later, she had secretly overheard him discussing the selection of a new successor. Malin wakes up, annoyed by the unpleasant dream. As she regains awareness, she realizes she isn't wearing her usual clothes. Looking around, she spots Simon sitting by a fire inside a cave. She immediately asks where they are. Simon glances back and asks if she's finally awake. All of a sudden, she realizes that she isn't wearing her own clothes. She gets mad and asks Simon what happened. He explained that her clothes were wet, and he changed them so she wouldn't get sick. Furious and embarrassed, she grabs him by the neck, calling him a sick pervert. Simon panics and quickly tells her to lower her voice since there could be monsters nearby. He kneels in front of her, pleading for her to calm down and assuring her that nothing inappropriate happened. Our boy tries to assure her that he has kept his eyes shut the entire time. Malin clenches her fist, making Simon even more nervous. But instead of hitting him, she puts her hand on her face and sighs. Once she's calmed down, she asks him to explain what happened. Simon tells her everything that occurred. After hearing him, she stands up and asks him to turn around. He is a bit confused and asks her why. Annoyed, she snaps at him and says that she wants to change. Hearing this, he quickly turns around. He regrets not telling her earlier that he had waited outside while she changed. A little while later, Malin sits beside him, startling Simon. He finds himself blushing, confused by why he is feeling more nervous than her. Simon says that she must be hungry and asks if she wants some food. She nods and thanks him for the food. She also thanks him for saving her, but doesn't understand why he did it. After all, she attacked him first. She tells him that she never planned to hurt him. Simon looks up with a smile and tells her that he noticed that she hesitated when she used the dark flare. Malin feels too bad and says that she wants him to take all her points except for one as a way to thank him for not kicking her out. Simon is surprised. He asks her if she is not aiming for first place this time. She grabs his hand, letting his artifact absorb the points, and tells him that he is right. She smiles and says that there are still 2 days left, so she has enough time to earn more points. Simon now has 260 points. He gets a bit serious and tells her that he wants to ask her something. She looks at him and says he can ask anything, as long as it isn't something weird. Simon feels embarrassed and assures her it isn't. After thinking for a moment, he asks why she is so determined to be in the first place. At the same time, we see a group of students searching the forest. Heron is also with them, and he orders Malcolm not to slack off and to keep looking. Malcolm immediately complies with his order. The others find it odd that Malcolm follows orders from someone so mean. He is special admission number 10, and he is obeying the orders of someone like Heron. One of the students named Emily tells Heron that they should head to the mansion since it is their 3rd day. Heron gets annoyed and asks her to stop complaining. He says that if anyone doesn't like his way of doing things, they can leave. Emily is confused since this isn't his decision to make, and Malcolm is their team leader. Heron smirks and asks Malcolm what he thinks. Malcolm looks back and says that Heron is the real leader because he is the only one worthy of it. Heron turns to Emily with a smug look and asks if she heard that. Emily feels frustrated and can't understand what Heron has done to Malcolm. She asks him for an explanation. He simply smiles and tells her that Malcolm is following him by choice. He says that there is no black magic that can force people like this. Even if there was, a first-year student like him wouldn't be able to use such strong psychic spells. However, if she is still doubtful, he offers to tell her a secret. Emily hesitates, but she wants to know the truth, so she steps forward. As she gets closer to Malcolm, Heron suddenly grabs her arm. This alarms her friend. Heron leans in and whispers something in Emily's ear. Whatever he says leaves her speechless. He then asks if they are good now and questions who is the leader of their team. With a smile on her face, she says that he is their leader. Her friend is shocked because this is completely unexpected. Heron sighs and says that things would have been much easier if she admitted this earlier. He says that he is still mad at her, so she should get down on her knees and apologize. Emily immediately apologizes to him and admits that she didn't know what she was talking about. She says that she was a fool to not recognize his leadership. Since this is clearly some sort of trick, her friend gets mad and asks Heron what he did to her. He sighs again as he mentions how annoying it is. He doesn't want to waste any more feathers, but he is left with no choice since they won't listen to him. He turns back to Malcolm and orders him to clean things up. Moments later, we see the entire group lying on the ground unconscious. The scene changes back to the cave where Simon asks Malin why she is so obsessed with first place. She remains quiet for a moment and says that there is someone she wants to defeat. Simon asks her if she is talking about Serna. She tells him that he is correct and says that her reaction must have been pretty obvious since even he was able to figure it out. He mentions that he already had a hunch. He saw how she reacted when he mentioned Serna before. He still remembers her scary smile. Malin mentions that she used to be the official successor of the Ivory Tower. It was decided when she was still young, so everyone in the tower adored her. At that time, she didn't realize how heavy of a burden it was to become a successor. She really just enjoyed the attention and importance she got as a child. However, one day, the master of the Ivory Tower adopted a daughter. The girl was Seren, and the master deliberately brought her in as her direct rival. Since it was so obvious, her adoption was met with negative responses. Everyone thought that it was just a shameless attempt to snatch the successor after all this time. Since Seren wasn't part of the bloodline, Malin thought that she was still going to be the successor. However, she was wrong since Seren turned out to be a genius. She even went as far as to call her a monster, since it took her 1 week to transform the darkness when it took Malin a whole year. Even though the Ivory Tower valued bloodline, it was all rendered meaningless in front of her talent. They all came to realize that once she grew up to become the master of the Ivory Tower, she might be able to bring back its days of glory. Malin was left behind in all of this. The elders went out of their way to change the laws of the tower and allow Seren to become the official successor. After that decision, everyone in her family stopped expecting anything from her. Seren was admitted to Kizan as a special admission through the pledge between the Academy and the tower. Malin, on the other hand, studied by herself and took the entrance exam. Simon finally realizes why she wanted to fight with him earlier. It is because he is the special admission #1, and even though his skills are lower than Seren's, Malin thought that she could get closer to Seren if she defeated him. Malin clenches her fist and tells him that he is right. She says that he is not going to give up even though everyone is telling her that it's impossible. She is going to get back what was taken away from her. She then asks him to avoid Serna if he ever comes across her on the island. Malin explains that she has been with her for several years, and from what she saw, she doesn't seem like a human. The next morning, she wakes up with a note from Simon. He left the cave early due to personal reasons and wished her good luck. Malin reads the note and says that she wasn't planning on teaming up with him anyway. She smiles as she stares at the note. Simon wonders why Vikram appeared during his fight with Malin yesterday. He isn't sure if it was drawn by the noise or if it reacts to fire, so he asks Fear for his thoughts. Fear stays silent for a moment, which makes him wonder if something is wrong. Finally, Fear says it's nothing but suggests that Vikram might have grown huge because of its anger. Simon thinks this means Vikram holds a grudge against him. Fear agrees, but points out that the Vikram they saw yesterday seems different from the one he once knew. This gives him a bad feeling. While investigating the area, Simon notices a girl watching him from a distance. Startled, he moves closer and is shocked to recognize Ellen. The moment she realizes he has seen her, she turns and runs. Simon quickly chases after her and asks her to stop. He is confused since he thought that she had already returned to the Holy Federation. Suddenly, a bright light blinds him. He shields his eyes, trying to understand what is happening. When his vision clears, Ellen is gone. Before he can react, he hears a scream behind him. Turning around, Simon sees a student crying for help. Before he can do anything, someone stabs the student with a knife. Horrified, Simon scans the area and realizes that there are corpses everywhere. Nearby, another student leans against a tree, wounded. Scared, the student asks why she is attacking them and what they did to her. Before he can move, chains suddenly wrap around his neck, yanking him backward. He struggles to break free, but the chains tie him to a cross. Another student begs for mercy, but moments later, several spears pierce through his body. He collapses lifeless. The attacker scoffs, calling them all crybabies. Sitting on a tree branch, Cern watches everything unfold. She explains that these students aren't really dying. Their painful memories will simply be erased. Simon looks up at her, stunned. He questions why she is doing all this. When he realizes she is doing it just for fun, his shock turns to anger. He wonders if this could be why she brought him here. Cern jumps down from the tree and approaches him. Amused, she points out that this is the third time they have met like this. Some might even call it destiny. Simon, furious, demands that she get to the point. But Cerna doesn't see the rush. She has always wanted to talk to him. Simon barely holds back his anger. Then, to his surprise, Cerny calls him the 7th Battalion commander. She asks how Fear is doing and assumes that Erza isn't with him. Then, she guesses that Erzi must have taken another form on this island. Her words only make Simon angrier. Cern, however, tells him not to worry. She explains that they are inside a barrier, one that blocks the observer from seeing or hearing anything that happens here. As the surveillance drone flies over the barrier, Simon asks her how she knows about the battalion. Instead of giving him an answer, she asks him where they met for the second time. Simon remembers meeting her before the mission. They were the only first graders who used that magic circle. He knows that this is when she started watching him. Cern reveals that she has been watching him even before that. The tower was keeping an eye on the ruins that Nephthys had sealed, so they put alarm spells in place to be triggered when the ruin opened. Not long after, they heard the alarm. They rushed over to find that he had become the battalion commander. Simon asks her how she knows about Erze. She smiles and asks him if it isn't obvious. When he headed to the fiefdom for his mission, she was following him. After he left, she read the memories of the people. Moreover, she also knows about Ellen and how he let her go. She tells him that it is a serious crime to let a priest live. Simon clenches his fist and tells her that Ellen has no affiliation with anything. Since they were under a ceasefire with the Holy Federation, he decided to keep the peace instead of causing trouble by killing one of the priests. Cern admits that he is a smooth talker and knows that it might not cause him a lot of trouble. However, she mentions that he committed treason when he made a contract with Fear and became the commander of the battalion. Simon catches her bluff and asks her to simply report him to Kizan or to take him to the court. He wants to know why she even brought him here to tell him all this. Cern reveals that she wants to talk business with him. As Simon stares at her with a confused expression, she proposes that he join them at the Ivory Tower. Simon finds it interesting and decides to get more information from her instead of just rejecting it. He tells her that she should make an official offer to him when he finishes school. With the amount of power and money the tower has, they would have no problem trying to convince him. Cern tells him that she doesn't want a Kizan follower and a Kizan graduate. She asks him if he knows how a mere school is ruling half of the continent. Even in the nearby kingdoms, 4 of the 5 generals are from Kizan. 17 out of the 20 royal knights are also from Kizan. Even the prime minister and the second in command of the kingdom is from Kazan. It is only natural that they would side with the Academy during times of crisis. Simon asks her if she wants someone who will only obey the Ivory Tower. Cern laughs and praises his thinking ability. She tells him that he only has 2 options. He can either get executed for treason or join the Ivory Tower. The tower is as qualified as the Academy, and he will get to be with Malin, who is also from the tower. They can offer him everything he wants. After hearing this, Simon asks her if she is truly after him or his battalion. She tells him that it's both. This makes him mad, and he says that he can't trust the tower. He asks her if there is a guarantee that the tower won't take over his battalion. Cern tells him that he won't have to worry about it once he shows his abilities. As a successor of the Ivory Tower, she promises that they won't take over his battalion. After answering all of his concerns, she asks him once more if he is willing to take her offer. Simon knows that he has been allowed to lead the conversation for too long. It is now his turn to drive it. He smirks and tells her that she is really bad at politics. This makes her confused, and she asks him what he means. He says that it is not a good strategy to threaten your opponent by revealing all of your tricks. Since she is powerful, she figures that she doesn't have to think too hard about this. Everyone she ever talked to never disagreed with her since they weren't free to say anything else. He tells her that she can never tell Kizan about his battalion since the tower is split into pro-Kizan and anti-Kizan fractions. She is leading the anti-Kizan fraction with her current master. Cern knows that Malin couldn't have given him this information, so she admits that his source is solid. Meanwhile, he heard all of this from his friend Hayward. Simon continues that the reason they are trying to scout him and grow in power is to break away from Kizan. If they report him to Kizan and get him executed, the battalion will be handed over to someone who is loyal to Kizan. They also can't force him to obey the tower or take his battalion. If they mess with the special admission chosen by Nephthys herself, they will be declaring war against Kizan. After hearing all this, Cern tells him that there is another way. She can get rid of him and bury the battalion so it doesn't go to someone else. Suddenly, Fear appears out of nowhere with a bunch of skeletons, and Simon reminds her that she can't do that. Cern is confused since she didn't think that Simon could have brought a subspace with him. Simon takes out his sword and says that she made another mistake by telling him that no one from the outside can see them inside the barrier. Cern accepts his challenge and calls it interesting. Fear is surprised to see a bunch of feathers floating in the air. Simon immediately recognizes that it is a special spell of hers. Only a selected few in the continent have this type of power that is not dark, holy, or pure magic. He knows that he has to dodge the feathers until he can figure out their effect. As he tries dodging one of the feathers with his sword, it breaks apart, and the feather slices his face. He suddenly starts to feel dreadful. He falls to his knees and feels suffocated. Cern tells him that it isn't just a tough feather. These feathers allow her to control their emotions. Simon glances back at the feather which hit the tree. He can smell the bug-repelling chemicals coming out of the tree as it seems to mistake the feather for pests. Cern explains that the emotions she puts into the feathers aren't limited to just negative emotions. She can put literally any emotions and make humans crawl on the floor like dogs with a single feather. She lets out a creepy smile as she is surrounded by hundreds of feathers and asks him if he wants a little taste. Fear asks Simon what is going to be his next move. Simon tells him that they don't really have another choice but to fight. He immediately signals Fear and the skeletons to charge. Cern blocks the attack with a feathered shield. She appears to be calm and says that she never imagined that she would fight against an ancient undead on the island. As she is dealing with Fear, a skeleton sneaks up from behind and tries to stab her. She quickly jumps up and destroys all of the skeletons with her feathers. At the same time, she gets attacked by a bunch of spiders. Cern comments that Simon now has enough power to call himself the commander. However, the spiders too are defeated easily. Simon can see that her feathers contain more than just emotions, since she was able to fight back against so many undead at once. While in the air, Cern creates multiple magic circles. Simon is shocked to realize that she is about to launch a fearsome attack. She immediately attacks him using dark flare from all the magic circles, and it lights the entire area in fire. Simon cannot believe that she is able to possess such power when she is just in her first year. Suddenly, Fear appears behind her and says that the spells tickled him. He smacks her to the ground, but she leaps back and tries hitting him with the feathers. As they fight, he realizes that she is beyond the level of a student. However, she is still just a student. Malin manages to land 20 feathers on Fear, and she thinks that this is her victory. Her feathers don't work on the undead, but since Fear is an ancient undead, she says that he has started to feel and think like a human. She turns to Simon with a smile and asks him what he is going to do next now that his best card is sealed away. With a calm expression, Simon asks her if she really thinks she defeated Fear. At the same time, Fear takes out his death sword and tries hitting her. He laughs and says that he may have feelings, but his will isn't that weak to be swayed away by such things. Cern can't believe that Fear managed to shake off the emotions in 20 feathers just by using his pure will. Fear decides it is now time for him to get serious. As he swings his sword, a bright flash covers the entire area. Seeing the destruction, Simon gets a bit worried and reminds him that he can't kill her since she is the successor of the Ivory Tower. Fear assures him that she won't die from a single attack since she is a monster. After the dust clears, they see her flying above with wings on her back. Simon realizes that this is her true form. He turns to Fear and asks him if he can attack her again as he distracts her. Cern grins as she points out toward the falling barrier and asks if they are going to continue fighting like this. Simon asks Fear to go back into the subspace since he might get caught by the surveillance drones flying above. Fear seems hesitant since he knows that Cern can destroy Simon with her feathers. However, he assures him that he will leave the subspace open and he can help him if he feels like he is in trouble. Simon tells her that the last option is out of the question since Kizan is watching them right now. She says that there is a fourth option. She can continue to mess around with him until he fails out of the evaluation. She will erase his memories afterward. He will experience the most painful life at this academy, as he will screw up all of the evaluations and get criticized by his teammates. Once he gets expelled from the academy, she will come and find him. Simon asks her if this is how she does things with others. He says that not everyone wants to go along with her plans, and her approach will only make more enemies for her. Cern gets annoyed and asks why he is giving her more lectures. She attacks him with more feathers and declares that she is the master of the Ivory Tower who will split the continent in three and open a new era. A loud explosion rocks the entire area, however the feathers fail to hit Simon. We see Lorraine in front of Simon as she asks Cern who is going to get expelled from the academy. She questions if she forgot that she was defending Simon and calls her the lapdog of the Ivory Tower. Cern asks her if it's okay to be biased during an evaluation. Lorraine calls her out for blocking the observer's view using her barrier. Cern smiles as she hears this and asks her why she is interrogating her when she is also one of the students. Lorraine asks her to stop wasting time and tell her what she was doing here. As the conversation between them gets heated, she calls out to Simon and asks him to go somewhere safe. He is a bit hesitant, but she tells him that he might get caught in their fight. Hearing this, he decides to walk away. Cern notices that Lorraine is attacking her with darkness arrows, and this makes her laugh. She tells her that she doesn't need to be humble. At the same time, Lorraine appears behind her and tries to hit her with a punch. Simon notices a huge explosion and realizes that he might have died if he stayed there. Cern dodges the punch by flying in the air and asks her if they are really going to play it rough. Lorraine asks her to come down. She picks up a huge rock and throws it towards her. Cern slashes the rock into multiple pieces and refuses to listen to her. Lorraine asks her to stop messing around since she wants to finish things off with her today. Cern says that she doesn't understand why she sent Simon away since he might have enjoyed her performance. She asks if she doesn't want to show her disgraceful behavior to a boy she cares about. Before she can even finish her sentence, Lorraine opens up the devildom and gets serious. Cern smiles and says that she can't think of the chaos the world would fall into if they learned about the crazy conspiracy that she and her mother are up to. She quickly dodges the attacks and says that it doesn't look that great from the outside to see them fighting like this. Lorraine tells her that they have to face each other eventually since they are going to be the rulers of the Ivory Tower and Kizan one day. If they fight then, there will be millions of innocent people dying, so they should settle it while they are still students. Simon can only watch this battle from a distance. Fear tells him that there is no need for him to admire their powers since he is also a battalion commander and sooner he may be able to surpass them both. Simon cannot possibly believe how he will get stronger than those two. Fear laughs and assures him that he will be able to catch up soon if he gets things done one by one. Simon understands him and decides to let them handle their business. He has something else he needs to do. He knows that Vikram would show some kind of reaction since there is so much noise. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking and he sees a giant hand coming out. Vikram jumps out of the ground screaming. Simon takes off his badge and orders Fear to handle the rest. He calls out to Vikram and reminds him of his name. Simon looks up and notices some drones. He tells Fear that he only has 2 minutes. He asks Vikram what he is doing here and mentions that the battalion has been reborn. Vikram starts to panic after hearing about the battalion. At the same time, his body starts to grow in size. It almost feels like the word is causing a weird reaction within him. Simon asks Fear what is going on, and he tells him that the monster in front of them is not Vikram. As the monster continues growing bigger, he says that it is an elaborate fake. Without a warning, the fake Vikram attacks them both. Simon orders Fear to return inside the subspace since he is worried that he may get spotted. Fear agrees and disappears into the subspace. As soon as Fear is gone, Vikram suddenly attacks Simon. Confused, Simon wonders why Vikram is acting this way. Fear also has no idea. He says that Vikram is going into overdrive and will keep growing uncontrollably. Simon quickly moves away and sees Vikram heading in the opposite direction. He starts chasing after him. Fear asks him where he is going. Simon tells him that they need to stop Vikram. On the way, he runs into Lorraine and tells her there is a problem. She rushes over and asks what is wrong. Simon explains that a massive monster has gone into overdrive and is heading toward the student area, so they must stop it immediately. He asks for her help. Lorraine becomes worried and asks which direction the monster is headed. Simon tells her it is moving toward the South Island. Cern overhears them and finds the situation amusing. She questions Lorraine, asking who gave her permission to go. Simon apologizes to Cern and asks for her help, which surprises her. She thinks the whole situation is ridiculous and wonders why she should even help him. However, Simon assures her that he owes her a favor and thanks her in advance. Cern creates a magic circle and makes it clear that she is not going. She remembers Simon's words about how her way of doing things will only create more enemies. Smirking at how absurd it is that she is even thinking about this, she looks up and watches as they leave. Meanwhile, Simon asks Lorraine if she has heard anything from Nephthys recently. Lorraine wonders what Simon means, as Nephthys has not told her anything about the battalion. Simon changes the subject and asks if her class had a special lecture before about monsters going into overdrive. Lorraine recalls that the topic was covered in the lecture materials, but the instructor admitted he did not know much about it since he had only encountered it by chance. She assumes that the monster might be artificial and does not naturally belong on the island. Soon they find the monster smashing the ground and attacking students. The students run away in fear. One of them trips and falls, crying as the monster raises its foot to crush her. Just before impact, Tab Brad suddenly appears and blocks the attack with a punch, shocking the fake Vikram. The student thanks Brad for saving her life. He reaches out a hand to help her up, then tells her that it is dangerous, so she should get back to safety. She blushes and runs away. Urzi suddenly realizes that she isn't acting like Brad at all. At the same time, someone calls her on the communication line and asks if he has identified anything about the monster. Since she is acting as Brad, she tells them that the monster is highly sensitive to noise and is targeting students who scream while running away. The person on the other end acknowledges this and says they will inform the students. They also commend him for doing a good job and mention that it isn't like him. Hearing this, Erzi starts sweating and wonders what Brad had been doing all this time to get a reputation this bad. She presses the button on the earpiece and says that they should avoid engaging with the monster as much as they can. At the same time, Simon and Lorraine are going to fight the monster. She attacks the monster, which makes several holes in the body, but they are both shocked to see its wound rapidly healing. The monster becomes enraged and swipes at them with its claws. Lorraine barely dodges, and Simon urgently tells her to look to her left. She turns in alarm and sees the monster charging at her again. Before they can escape, they are struck, causing Simon to fall. Lorraine becomes worried, but Cern has already created a soft cushion of feathers to catch him. Simon lands safely and realizes the feathers saved him. Looking up, he sees wings flying toward the monster, striking its body multiple times. Cern grows frustrated because neither physical attacks nor the feather of truth seems to be working against them. Meanwhile, Lorraine rushes to Simon and asks if he is okay. He confirms that he is. Just then, an announcement from the Action Committee is broadcast, stating that an unidentified monster is attacking students on the southern part of Kara Island. Because of this, all students in the area will be teleported to another island at random. Simon feels relieved upon hearing this. The announcement continues, explaining that after teleportation, students will be immune to damage for 5 minutes. Any student who wishes to stay must enter a refusal signal on their tongue pad. Lorraine instructs Simon to return and continue his evaluation. However, she is surprised when he does not leave and wonders what he is doing. Simon apologizes and says he has a reason for staying behind. Before she can respond, Brad approaches Simon, prompting him to tell Lorraine that he will return soon, and asks her to buy him some time. Lorraine becomes frustrated, unable to believe what he is doing, but assumes he must have a solid plan. She hands him earphones and tells him to take them. These are Mona communicators, and since there is little mana left, she advises him to use them only when necessary. Simon places the communicator in his ear, agrees with her, and jumps down. Catches him and smiles. Even during a battle, Fear mentions how horrible this sight is. Bro didn't join the battalion for this. Simon tells Fear to stay quiet and turns to Erze. He reveals that the monster is not the real Vic Room and they need to deal with it before it causes more harm. Hearing this, she tells him that she knew since something was off. She asks how they are going to fight a monster that can grow and regenerate. Fear laughs and tells them not to worry, as he and Simon have already come up with a plan. However, he doubts whether Simon is truly ready to go through with it. Simon closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and assures him that he is prepared. Seeing his determination, Fear agrees to go along with the plan and make it a reality. Simon grabs Fear's sword and gets ready to fight. A few minutes earlier, Simon had been thinking about how to handle the monster. He knew that he needed to do something quickly since the monster would continue wreaking havoc. Fear told him that he had a solution, but he hesitated to mention it because it was nearly impossible to execute. Hearing this, Simon immediately asks him to reveal the plan even if it has a slim chance of success. Fear explains that his plan involves him using his sword, which surprises Simon. Fear then reveals that his sword has the power of destruction. It can completely erase anything it touches, preventing regeneration, no matter how strong the creature's healing ability is. However, there is a problem. Simon knows that Fear cannot reveal himself when everyone is watching. Fear confirms this, but his sword is a spirit weapon, meaning it is part of his body. Only he can lift and swing it. Simon suggests a workaround. Since Fear is a skeleton, he can pull out his arm, hand, or even part of his upper body as bone armor. This way, from the outside, it will look like Simon is swinging the sword, but in reality, Fear will be the one holding it. Fear thinks this might work, and although he has considered it before, Simon's crazy idea convinces him to try. Simon feels a little embarrassed when Fear calls him crazy, but takes it as a compliment. Simon then turns to Lorraine and asks if she can hear him. She nods, and he explains that the situation is getting worse because the monster is heading back toward the central island. However, he reassures her that he has a plan to stop it. Lorraine asks how, and Simon explains that he has a weapon that can stop the monster's regeneration, but he needs to wield it himself. He asks if she can hold his arm for 5 minutes. He also wants Cern to know about the plan. Lorraine calls out to Cern and asks if she heard them. Cern, however, is annoyed. She questions why Simon thinks he can give them orders and asks Lorraine if she really believes him. Lorraine doesn't hesitate. She trusts Simon completely. She moves forward and tells Serna to help. Cern can't believe what she's hearing. She remembers Simon telling her that her methods only create more enemies. Doubting herself, she suddenly charges at the monster. Meanwhile, Simon rushes toward the monster with Erza. When they get close, Simon tells Erzi to back him up. She agrees and tells him to leave it to her. Simon grips the sword tightly and slashes at the monster. The monster's fibers split apart and lunge toward him in retaliation. Erza warns him to look up, and Simon quickly dodges, using an illusion to avoid the attacks while pushing forward. Realizes she needs to weaken the monster to reduce its attacks, and Simon agrees. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. An arm bursts out of the monster's stomach, shocking them both. Urs immediately reacts, stopping the monster's hand with all her strength and warning Simon to check above. When he looks up, he sees another hand coming toward him. Just as it is about to strike, blood splashes onto him. Lorraine shouts at him to keep going. At the same time, Cern uses her skill, Chain of 1,000 Feathers, launching dark feathers that strike different parts of the monster's body. Simon feels the pressure. Everyone is helping him, and he must succeed. Cern watches in disbelief as Simon, despite his exhaustion and fear of falling, pushes forward with sheer willpower. His determination is unshakable. She wonders if even the Necromancers from the ivory tower could match his resolve. Simon is barely holding on. His legs are shaking, and he is about to collapse. Suddenly, more feathers appear before him. Cern tells him he can't give up, reminding him that he promised to succeed. Her words push him forward. His body glows with energy, and he keeps moving. Finally, he reaches the monster's head. The monster collapses. Simon calls out to Fear, who assures him he is ready. A bright light bursts from the sword as Simon swings it, cutting through the monster. Fear laughs as blood splatters from Vikram. Their insane plan has worked. Exhausted, Simon collapses. Lorraine sees this and rushes to him, trying to grab his hand. Cern, meanwhile, is in shock. She watches as Simon defeats Vikram, something no necromancer from the ivory tower could ever do. She realizes Simon is truly unique, irreplaceable. As Lorraine reaches for Simon, Vikram suddenly attacks. She hesitates, noticing his body is disintegrating. But right now, her only concern is Simon. She rushes to help him. Cern tells her not to worry. She has cast a slowing spell with her remaining feathers to protect Simon from harm. Lorraine nods and thanks her. However, this annoys Cern, who insists she only helped Simon because she wanted to, not because she owed anyone anything. She doesn't understand why Lorraine is thanking her and finds it irritating. She then tells Lorraine to block the remaining fragments, but Lorraine is confused by Cern's strange attitude. Meanwhile, Simon lies unconscious on the ground. Heron finds him. He never believes in luck after a crisis. He always assumes everything is over when the worst happens. As Malcolm's hypnosis fades, Heron takes out a feather from his jacket, thinking that if he handles this situation well, he might be able to join Cern's faction. The idea excites him, but his thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly sees Hector standing nearby. Heron is surprised and wonders why Hector is here. He laughs, assuming Hector must have business with Simon, and suggests they form an alliance. Heron wants to finish Simon off. He tells Hector that if he lets him do this, he will give him all the points and spread rumors that Hector defeated Special Case 1. He asks Hector what he thinks of the offer. It's not a bad deal. Suddenly, Hector's hands transform into dark, scaly claws. Heron is startled and wonders why Hector is doing this. After all, Hector isn't on good terms with Simon either. Without warning, Hector attacks him, punching him in the face and calling him trash. He mocks Heron, asking if he really thought he could bargain like this. Then, Hector sees Lorraine and tells her to take Simon away. Lorraine quickly rushes to Simon's side, cradling his head and asking if he is okay. Hector watches for a moment, then decides to leave. Meanwhile, Heron stumbles into the forest, cursing his luck. Simon was right in his grasp, but he failed. He refuses to give up. He must finish Simon and earn Professor Bill's favor. As he runs, his foot suddenly hits something, making him fall. Frustrated, he turns to see what it is, and his blood runs cold. Lying there is the corpse of a high-ranked monster, a bear. Heron freezes in fear. Who could have done this? Looking around, he spots a student sitting on the bear's corpse. He smirks, thinking this is his chance. He doesn't know why he's still here in the middle of this chaos, but if someone takes down the high-level monster, he might prove useful. He pulls out a feather and throws it at a student. As it strikes the student's neck, he thinks this is perfect and tells him to get ready. The student turns around, confused, and asks what he wants. Heron is surprised. This student seems quiet yet fierce. First, Heron asks for his name. The student tells him that his name is Cajun. Heron is startled because he has never heard of any student named Cajun before, but he quickly gives him instructions and says that he needs to catch Simon. Simon is unconscious, but finishing him off isn't easy due to a certain interference. If Cajun can distract from that interference, Heron can take care of the rest. He asks if Cajun understands. Cajun stands up and asks if Heron is after Simon. Heron confirms. Simon is a special case and he has been saying this for a while. Annoyed, Heron tells Cajun to stop asking questions and just follow orders. If he understands, he should move now. Cajun pulls out the feather Heron throws at him, crushes it, and asks if Heron really trusts this feather. Should he go ahead? Heron starts to worry. Could this feather be fake? He tells Cajun to wait so he can explain everything. Apologizing for being forceful, he offers Cajun a deal. If he hands over Simon, he'll give Cajun all his points. Cajun refuses, saying the deal isn't necessary. If Heron is after Simon, he can't just stand by and do nothing. Heron can't believe Cajun is also siding with Simon. What is it about Simon that draws everyone to him? Cajun doesn't know either, but he explains that he's Simon's roommate. And now that he's finally found a roommate he likes, he won't let Simon get expelled. He grabs Heron's shirt, making Heron nervous. Heron wants to explain, but Cajun isn't interested in listening. He says that if Simon gets expelled, some annoying person will move in instead. Heron has no idea what Cajun means, but before he can respond, he gets hit. Meanwhile, students gather and gossip at Kira Island Mansion, which is a conflict-free zone. Kami holds her hands together as she looks worriedly out of the window for Simon. Malin arrives and asks her if she is worried. She assures her and says that he will make it in time. Malin explains that if Simon enters the mansion, he will earn 200 points, so he'll definitely come. But many students are blocking the entrance, so she wonders if everything will be okay. Malin assumes that Simon will find a way in, just like during the dual evaluation. Kami agrees, saying Simon is unpredictable. Just then, they hear a voice instructing everyone to stay alert. The voice belongs to the special admission number 7 named Elisa. Elisa speaks confidently, reminding everyone that only 1 hour remains for the survival evaluation. She urges them to defend the mansion. So far, students have gained points by staying outside, but if too many enter now, they will fall behind in rankings. For the sake of their scores, she hopes they will cooperate. Malin is impressed. As expected from the daughter of the Prime Minister of Dresden, Elisa's political skills are no joke. She has even controlled the bridge in the early stages, earning many points. Elisa approaches and suggests that Malin join the defense team since she is the top-ranked student in Class A. However, Malin refuses, saying she isn't interested. Elisa is surprised. She thought they were alike. She asks why Malin doesn't want to help. Elisa recalls the last time she begged Malin to show her Professor Jane's exam paper, but Malin had scolded her, saying it would break the rules. Malin can't believe Elisa is still upset about that. She thinks Elisa is too narrow-minded. Elisa, on the other hand, sees Malin as selfish, always prioritizing her own interests. Malin is shocked because, to her, Elisa is the truly self-centered one. Elisa sees people as pawns, expecting them to follow her lead. Elisa says she will remember this, but Malin doesn't care. Kami, worried, tells Malin that Elisa is a special admission, so there's no need to provoke her. Malin says it's fine. People like Elisa only understand direct confrontation. Just then, Kami sees something outside the window and tells Malin to look. Simon is coming. Malin checks and immediately gets worried. Cern is with him. She had warned Simon to avoid her at all costs. Panic rises in her chest. Cern might manipulate him. Kami disagrees. She points out that Simon and Cern seem close now. Malin is shocked and wonders what is even going on. Meanwhile, Elisa stands on the mansion's roof and addresses the students. She proposes a deal. She won't fight them and they can leave peacefully. However, she wants their help in stopping those things. Confused, they ask what she means. Elisa explains. Some students are lurking behind the trees near the mansion. She argues that they wouldn't want more competitors, right? Just entering the mansion earns 200 points, so letting others in would put them all at a disadvantage. Cern is annoyed. This is ridiculous. She throws a feather at Elisa and demands to know who she thinks she is, giving orders like that. Elisa realizes they won't cooperate, so she summons her ship. The students are shocked. It's Elisa's ghost ship, floating in the air. Simon is startled. This ship moves using spirit and darkness as fuel. That means Elisa is an aspiring necromancer. Now Simon understands everything. Elisa warns them. Anyone entering the mansion will be swept away. From now on, any dropped points will be split among those defending it. She reassures her team and orders them to attack. The students start their assault, but Cern, Lurin, and Simon are ready to fight back. The students receive instructions to target Special Admission number 1 because he is moving forward. They plan to stick with him and capture all of them. Simon uses his bone skill, shocking everyone as they wonder what it is. As he moves ahead, Hector calls out to him, wanting to finish their previous fight. Simon feels annoyed, thinking that Hector has picked the worst possible time to appear. Hector inhales deeply, preparing for his powerful attack. Meanwhile, the monster carrying Simon swallows him. Hector punches the monster, expecting to find a core inside, but there is none. He then sees Simon rushing deeper inside and curses, refusing to let him escape so easily. Hector begins generating flames again, but before he can attack, Kami blocks his mouth and assures Simon that she will cover him so he can run. Elisa gets frustrated because Kami interferes with her plans. She orders her comrades to stop Simon at all costs. Suddenly, she notices flames consuming her ships and demands to know who dares to do this. Malin confronts her, questioning why she is interfering. Elisa insists that Malin has no reason to get involved and should leave, but Malin reminds her of what she said earlier. People are not her pawns. She makes it clear that if Elisa tries to stop her friend, she will stop Elisa in return. This angers Elisa, but Malin instructs Simon to keep running. Simon finally enters the mansion and his arrival is confirmed. He feels relieved to have made it. Lorraine approaches him, asking why he is late. Simon explains that he ran into some trouble. Shortly after, Serna also enters the mansion. She assumes she is the last one to arrive but credits her slaves for making her entrance easier. Lorraine questions why Cern harms other students when she has enough strength to enter on her own. A hypnotized student, confused by the situation, wonders why they are even here. Cern dismisses the concern, claiming it is just fair use of her abilities. She then tells Lorraine to complain to her mother if it bothers her so much. Lorraine becomes furious, asking if Cern really believes she can do whatever she pleases. Cern smirks, wondering if Lorraine is saying she wants to stay in Kizan at any cost. She asks if Lorraine plans to expel her over this. Lorraine refuses to fall for Cern's tricks and tells her to stop talking nonsense. Simon feels frustrated, caught between their argument. Cami rushes to him, relieved to see him. She checks if he is hurt. Simon smiles, saying he is healing thanks to her and appreciates what she did earlier. Suddenly, Cern interrupts, reminding Simon of the huge debt he owes her. He assures her that he hasn't forgotten, but warns that it doesn't mean he will grant her a wish. Cern already knows this, but believes granting wishes should not be difficult with his current abilities. Before Simon can respond, Malin rushes toward him, calling his name. She shoves Serna aside and reminds him that she warned him to stay away from her. Cern finds this reaction unfair. Malin, still furious, insists that Simon must avoid Cern if he ever sees her again. But she demands to know why they are together now. Simon, confused by her words, apologizes, explaining that he had no choice due to certain circumstances. Cern suddenly hugs Malin and asks why she is here. This enrages Malin, who shouts at her to let go. Cern looks heartbroken, saying that this is too much. She just wants to be friends. However, Malin wants nothing to do with her and threatens to freeze her to death. She warns Cern to stop giving her chills and leave. Furious, Malin grabs her, accusing her of secretly casting a spell on her. Cern denies it, asking why she would do such a thing to Simon. Malin refuses to believe her, convinced that even if someone else is responsible, Cern must be involved. Cami then suggests sparring, but Simon refuses, saying it's just training. Malin wonders if Cern even understands that. Cern clarifies that her ability doesn't create emotions from anything. It only amplifies what already exists. Everyone watches the fight unfold. Cern assumes that Malin is angry at Simon because of her hidden skill. Malin, confused, tells Cern to leave, but when she doesn't, she starts attacking her. Cern feels hurt by Malin's hostility. She thinks that Malin's ice magic must have made her cold-hearted. But Malin doesn't listen and keeps hitting her, demanding that she shut up, disappear, or vanish entirely. Suddenly, Malcolm enters the mansion and confronts Cern, accusing her of manipulating him. He blames her for forcing him to deal with annoying brats who don't even know his rank. Cern, confused, insists she has no idea what he is talking about. Malcolm doesn't believe her and says that if she fought them, they must have been at her level. Angry, Malcolm slaps Cern hard, making her lip bleed. He tells her to stop messing with people and claims that no one else would manipulate others like she does. Cern's face turns red as she clenches her fists. Malcolm warns her that no matter where she goes, whether it's the ivory tower or anywhere else, she will be put in her place. Before he can continue, Simon steps in, placing a hand on Malcolm's shoulder and telling him to stop. He reminds him that this is a non-combat zone. Malcolm, still furious, declares that he doesn't care and is willing to make an exception just this once. But when he looks at Lorraine, she coldly tells him to keep going instead of looking at her. This annoys him, so he storms out of the mansion. Simon turns to Cern and asks if she is okay. She thanks him, saying that because of him, she is fine. Simon feels relieved, but Cerna doesn't want him to think that they are even now. She assumes he won't say that, knowing that Simon is always calculating. She hopes she is right and asks him directly. However, Simon remains silent, giving no clear answer. Cern says that if she wanted compensation, she would ask for special admission number 10 from earlier. However, since Simon has extended her lifespan, she lets it go. As she leaves, she sees Mill making a heart shape for her and hopes they meet again. Malin feels annoyed and Lorraine also wants to leave. She hopes to see them at school. Simon thanks Cern for helping him, and Kami expects to see her again too. After they leave, Simon wonders if they are even now. He also remembers Hayward and starts worrying about his arrival. Kami explains that Hayward hasn't arrived yet and that they are still waiting for him. Now only 1 minute remains. Suddenly, Elisa storms into the mansion, furious that Malin dared to challenge her ghost ship. Malin doesn't care, and confidently tells Elisa that she will challenge her whenever she wants. Angry, Elisa leaves. Meanwhile, Kami is shocked to learn that Malin won against special admission number 7, which even surprises Simon. Malin explains that she only had the upper hand in that match. An announcement declares that only 10 seconds remain until the end of Survival Island. This worries everyone because Hayward still hasn't returned. They assume he must be an idiot. As the countdown begins, both of them grow anxious. Then, at the last moment, Hayward steps inside the mansion. His arrival is confirmed, and he feels relieved that he made it just in time. The Survival Island event officially ends, and all students are told to stop sparring and wait in a safe location. Malin angrily asks Hayward where he has been all this time. Hayward, unfazed, wonders why they are rushing when the shells are still flying outside. Another announcement states that the teleportation process will begin in order, and everyone is advised to stay inside. Hayward casually explains that he hid outside, waiting for the right moment to return. No one believes him. Simon feels relieved that they are finally going home, but someone corrects him. They are only returning to the dormitory. Hector soon appears, asking Simon if he defeated the monster from the southern island. Simon tells him to think whatever he wants, which annoys Hector, but he leaves quietly. Meanwhile, someone asks Cern about Simon's persuasion. She admits that she failed because threats and coercion don't work on him. The person listening isn't surprised. Simon is a special case for a reason. They decided to move on to Plan B next week. Cern realizes her uncle is in a hurry and assumes he is interested in the commander position. However, her uncle denies it, saying he only cares about the Ivory Tower's future. She laughs and says she was just joking. As the successor of the Ivory Tower, she has some instructions for him. She takes full responsibility and asks him to cancel his next plan. Her uncle insists that he must move forward because the future of the Ivory Tower is at stake. He firmly believes Simon can never be their ally, which means he will be their enemy. That's why they must get rid of him now before he becomes stronger. Cern sits on the sofa, thinking that eliminating such a rare talent is ridiculous. She is curious to see how Simon's future unfolds. A few days after the survival evaluation ends, life returns to normal. The intense day on the island now feels like a distant dream. From the performance evaluation to the duel battles and survival test, it seems that the harder the exams, the more determined students become to grow stronger. Simon also wants to improve, but he feels like something is missing. He trains with his teacher, feeling frustrated that things aren't going as expected. However, his teacher reassures him, saying he did well and shouldn't worry. Simon finds it hard to believe and asks if it's really true. The teacher confirms and tells him to get ready because they will start training from the basics. Simon obeys and begins practicing again. He gathers scattered bones, trying to form bone armor. His first attempt fails, but he doesn't give up. He tries again, and some bones cover his arm. Bone armor is a technique where necromancers create protective armor from skeleton bones. It specializes in defense but can also be useful in other ways, depending on its form. The professor explains that the gauntlet Simon just made will be useful in battles. Simon is amazed. It means he can also use it for attacking. The professor agrees and encourages him to experiment. Since every necromancer's bone armor is unique, Simon must research and develop one that suits him best. The professor confirms that Simon is correct and explains the difference between full-body bone armor and partial bone armor. Full-body bone armor usually requires at least 2 skeletons. To test his strength, Simon strikes a skeleton's shield and is surprised by its toughness. Even without adding darkness, the shield is extremely strong. The professor explains that the armor replaces the natural strength of skeletons and darkness with physical strength, making it like a reinforced exoskeleton. Curious, Simon asks Simon about the features of bone armor, realizing he must balance mobility and stability. He finally understands why he failed earlier. The professor confirms his mistake. He didn't properly adjust the balance. Full-body bone armor is much harder to control than partial armor because balancing it is more delicate and complex. Simon finds this confusing but tells the professor he understands. The professor adds that difficulty isn't just about the number of bones in each arm or the whole body. Simon agrees, and the professor assures him not to worry. Even though he failed this time, he still made progress. Simon thanks him. The professor then tells Simon to wait if he doesn't have an urgent mission. He also realizes that Simon doesn't fully understand the advantages of being a special class student. So, he advises Simon to use his position wisely. After giving instructions, he tells Simon to return, and Simon obeys. On the way back, the professor remembers that the new mission period starts next week. When he asks Simon if he has a mission in mind, Simon starts thinking. Deep down, he desperately needs money for ingredients, but pretends he hasn't decided yet. He plans to choose after the mission list is posted. The professor considers this and decides to give Simon a useful tip, which surprises him. Later, students gather around the notice board, but Simon doesn't find any missions interesting. Fear is annoyed since no missions involve accidents happening to the boss. He wonders why this continent is so peaceful, but Simon thinks peace is a good thing. However, one mission stands out. It mentions a body found torn apart near the Sacred Federation, as if it were hunted. Fear finds it suspicious but believes it's too dangerous. Simon agrees, thinking his professor wouldn't allow it. Instead, he focuses on missions with good rewards. Later, Simon lies on a bench, frustrated that he can't find a mission with high pay. Fear thinks Simon's expectations are too high. He reminds Simon that 500 gold isn't much. It's better to hire a professional than pay a student. Also, making too much money early on could cause problems. Simon realizes he should follow Professor Aaron's advice and wait. Fear agrees they should be patient and look for a better opportunity later. In the next class, Professor Lang is on 1 HP as always. He gets taken out of class by the TA, who announces that the class will be getting a 15-minute break. Simon and the group discuss how the professor's condition is getting worse. Malin feels uneasy but admits she prefers it when the assistant teacher leads the class. However, Kizan Academy values strict meritocracy, and Professor Lang lacks competitiveness. Some students think it's unfair that professors can keep their positions just based on past reputation, while students must constantly compete. Hayward explains that it's more complicated than it seems. If a professor leaves, all their assistants must leave too, making it a big administrative issue. Malin agrees but asks when the professor last taught them. Hayward knows teacher Francisco is capable and enjoys her classes. But if the professor steps down, all the assistant professors will be forced out as well. She grows irritated by how complicated this is. Cami wonders what happens if an assistant teacher gets promoted to professor. She thinks if that happens, Professor Lang can focus on his health while students get better classes. She asks if this is the right solution, but Hayward disagrees. He explains that assistant professors at Kizan function more like teaching aides rather than full educators. This angers Malin. She warns Hayward to be careful with his words because these are their seniors. Hayward clarifies that it's just his opinion, but he acknowledges that promotions do happen. However, such a change would require approval from Professor Neftis. Soon they are interrupted by the TA. As they turn around, they see her glaring at them. Later, as they stand in silence, she tells them she won't make an issue of it since it was just a break. However, their voices echoed through the hallway, so she warns them to be more careful. They apologize to her. The teacher walks toward the stage but glances back at Simon, making him nervous. Then she continues the lesson. She talks about a famous saying, "Everything is poison, and nothing exists without poison. Only the dose determines if something is harmful." She explains that if a substance harms the human body, it is considered poison. A question arises. If everything is poison, then are spices also poisonous? After all, people eat them and don't die. The teacher asks the class why that is. Janie quickly raises her hand, knowing the answer. She explains that poison only becomes deadly if consumed in a lethal dose. The assistant professor agrees, saying that for something to be dangerous, it must reach a lethal amount. Otherwise, it can even be used as medicine. The teacher then asks Janie why medicinal herbs don't become poisonous. Janie hesitates but answers that it's because they contain only small amounts of harmful substances. The assistant professor clarifies further, saying that the lethal dose is the amount needed to cause death. She gives an example. If someone eats 4 tons of tomatoes in a day, they will die from tomato toxicity. But in reality, eating 4 tons of anything would be fatal. She then explains the basics of handling toxins, understanding lethal doses, and analyzing how they work. Since the lethal dose varies for different creatures, precise calculations are crucial. Today, she wants to teach the class 3 important laws for dosage calculations. Men is excited because he finds Professor Francisca's lectures easy to understand. He asks Simon if he agrees, but Simon is lost in thought and doesn't answer. Melon calls his name again, snapping him back to reality. He apologizes and asks what she said. She notices he is unusually quiet during the toxicology lecture and wonders if it's because she scolded him earlier. Simon, however, insists that it's nothing. After class, the teacher calls Simon, startling him. He wonders why she wants to talk to him. She asks if he has chosen a mission for the weekend. Simon says he hasn't decided yet. The teacher is pleased, as Professor Jane has been assigned a special mission. She hands Simon a document, explaining that he has been given a designated mission. This surprises Simon. The teacher adds that the client specifically requested him for the job. Simon quickly opens the document to check the details. The mission is a security task, rated grade D with a reward of 1,000 gold. It takes place in Blue Harbor and involves protecting the client during the Undead exhibition. Simon is shocked. 1,000 gold seems too high for a grade D mission. The teacher reassures him that he isn't forced to take the mission. If he already has another task in mind, he can decline. But Simon is eager to accept. He tells the teacher that he will take the mission. He is happy because the reward is exactly what he needs for his materials. The teacher is also relieved, as they were considering sending others to the exhibition. Now that Simon is going, she feels reassured. She explains that observing and analyzing trends is crucial for modern necromancers. Since Simon is accepting the mission, she instructs him to pay close attention. She also requests that he write a report afterward. Simon is surprised. He wasn't expecting to submit a report. The teacher reminds him that keen students are professionals, not amateurs. Outside the room, a girl laughs after overhearing their conversation. She guesses that Simon must have been caught in something again. Inside, The teacher tells Simon that he is the only keen student attending the exhibition, so he must act as a proper representative. She warns him not to cause any trouble. Simon nods, promising to keep that in mind. Later, Urzi is excited as they arrive at Blue Harbor. The place is new, and they have new subordinates. Simon doesn't want them to cause trouble, so he tells Urzi to enjoy the short vacation. She happily agrees. However, Simon worries. Since she is undead, can she even swim? And does salt water harm the undead? Urz laughs and admits that salt water stings a little, but she doesn't care. She insists that she must swim at least once before leaving such a beautiful beach. Simon understands and tells her to have fun. He promises to stop by if he has time. He gives similar instructions to Fear before heading to the mission site. As Simon walks, he is amazed by the beauty of the surroundings. The more he looks, the more breathtaking the place seems. Eventually, he arrives at his destination. He calls out, asking if anyone is there. A boy hears him, opens the gate, and asks if he is from Keen. When Simon confirms, the boy welcomes him and compliments his outfit. Simon bows, greets him, and asks if he lives in this house. The boy nods and introduces himself as Shun. Simon is surprised, but pleased to know his name. He explains that he is here to meet the Count. Shun then casually reveals that he is the Count. Simon is stunned since he didn't expect a child to hold such a title. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologizes for the lack of formalities. Shun isn't bothered, and tells Simon to call him by his name in private, as he prefers it. As they walk inside, Simon still finds it hard to believe. He never imagined such a young boy could inherit a noble title and rule Blue Harbor. He also wonders how a child like him could afford to pay 1,000 gold for a mission. Perhaps his parents passed away early, leaving him with great responsibility. Shun runs toward the exhibition hall, eager to show it to Simon. But Simon can tell from his speed that he is about to trip. He warns Shun to be careful, and just as he is about to fall, Simon rushes over and catches him. Shun is surprised that Simon isn't in a hurry. He thinks Simon should continue what he is doing. Simon agrees but points out that handling a kid along the way makes things more difficult. As they walk, Shun explains that the exhibition is originally set to open in 2 days, but he is giving an early preview for security reasons. He opens the exhibition hall door and warns Simon not to mess up. Simon reassures him and thanks him, but as soon as he steps inside, he freezes in shock. This is the next generation undead exhibition of Blue Harbor. Simon isn't sure where to begin. Then he spots a dinosaur-shaped skeleton and assumes it is the main attraction. Looking closely, he notices they haven't solved the balance issue. They have tied the torso with black silk. If such a skeleton appears in battle, it would completely crush a person's spirit. He is amazed. Meanwhile, Shun sits on one of the skeletons, telling it to let go. But since it is undead, it stares back angrily. This worries Simon because summoning magic has been used. Shun is startled when the skeleton suddenly tries to attack him. Just as Simon jumps in to protect him, a green fluid surrounds Shun. Before Simon can grab him, the fluid lifts Shun and carries him away. At that moment, a voice speaks. It is Shun's uncle, Finch. He teases Simon, saying that a so-called bodyguard shouldn't be so distracted. Shun is happy to see his uncle, who soon puts him down. Finch warns him to be careful since the undead are being moved around. But Shun doesn't mind. Instead, he wants to introduce Simon, calling him the strongest bodyguard from Kazan, student number 1. Simon greets Finch politely, but Finch tells him to just call him by name since he is also a necromancer. He reaches out for a handshake, and as soon as Simon shakes his hand, Finch's hand turns into green wax. Simon is startled, but Finch laughs and assures him it is fine. He then comments that Simon is just a first-year student trying to earn some pocket money. This embarrasses Simon. Finch doesn't understand why someone as weak-hearted as Simon has come to this resort, but the work still has to be done. Simon feels humiliated and quickly bows, apologizing for his mistake. Shun is worried. Simon hasn't done anything wrong this time. He steps in to defend himself, asking his uncle not to scold his bodyguard. Finch chuckles, saying he isn't scolding him, just giving some useful advice to a junior. He then mentions that since Simon is a special first-year student from Kazan, there are probably high expectations for him. Simon agrees. Finch offers him another piece of advice as a senior. He warns Simon not to believe that everything taught at Kazan is absolute truth. He explains that Kazan, once legendary, now has outdated methods and corrupt practices. This makes Simon wonder if Finch is a Kazan graduate. But Finch clarifies that he has studied at a public necromancer school called Alland. Simon understands. Finch then mentions some other schools, and says that the top students from these schools usually transfer to Kazan. These students are usually more capable than Kazan's existing students, so it is a good idea to get along with them. Simon is surprised to hear that non-Kazan students are more skilled. He asks him if the students are so skilled, why do they bother transferring to Kazan? His questions annoy the guy. He explains that each school has its strengths and weaknesses, and transferring is just a way to broaden one's horizons. However, he doesn't want to discuss student rankings anymore. He emphasizes that graduating from school is only the beginning. True careers start after that. Finch then tells Simon to follow him. He wants to show him the real professional world. Simon thanks him and looks forward to it. Before leaving, he puts a hand on Shun's shoulder and warns him not to wander off alone again. Due to the island's natural environment, Blue Harbor has developed a unique ecosystem different from the mainland. The Undead exhibition focuses on using the island's special creatures to create new undead. There are 100 undead in the hall, and 20 of them are Finch's work. But despite the focus on innovation, some undead lack practical use. Shun mentions that his uncle is famous for his research on Blue Harbor. Simon agrees. He points out that the tail of a rockwork skeleton doesn't seem to need any bone attachment. Finch is surprised by this observation. Simon explains that forcing the bone into place would put too much stress on the joints. Instead, he suggests covering it with protein or chitin. Finch is annoyed. He questions what a first-year student knows about it. There is a reason for everything they do. Soon they arrive in another section of the exhibition. Finch announces that he is going to show him the highlight of the exhibition, and reveals a mollusk undead that uses kraken as its component. He has named it the Overlord. However, this isn't even a fully grown adult kraken. No one has ever captured an adult one, but even in its current state, it has incredible speed and cutting power. To demonstrate, Finch flicks an object into Kraken's tank. The monster immediately slashes it apart with its tentacle. Simon is impressed. He then asks how much it would sell for. Finch raises an eyebrow, wondering if that is the kind of question a Kaizen student should ask. Simon clarifies that he is asking out of personal curiosity, not as a student. Finch laughs and explains that the monster has an astronomical value. It isn't something for sale, and since Finch hasn't created it, he can't put an exact price on it. But if he has to guess, it would be worth at least 10,000 gold. Simon is speechless upon hearing this. Later, he is deep in thought when Fear calls him out. Simon doesn't seem to hear him as he is still lost in thought. Fear has to approach him directly and call his name again, snapping Simon out of his thoughts. Fear shakes him slightly and asks him why he is daydreaming so much. He then asks if something has happened in the exhibition hall. Simon tells him that it's nothing. It's just that he saw some amazing undead. Fear wonders what kind of undead could be so impressive that it excites Simon this much. Simon waves his hand and tries to explain, saying the undead moves like this. Fear is speechless at first, but soon realizes that Simon's repeated failures are affecting his mental state. Feeling sympathetic, he doesn't blame him. After a moment of thought, Simon has a question for Fear. Fear wonders what he wants to ask. Simon rambles about armor, explaining that he is currently practicing with a regular skeleton. He asks if it would be possible to do the same with the skeletons who are part of the battalion. Fear clarifies that while it isn't entirely impossible, however, he still asks him not to try it until he succeeds with a regular skeleton. Confused, Simon asks why it's prohibited. Fear explains that bad habits could form, which makes Simon wonder what kind of bad habits he means. Suddenly, Urzi raises her hand and calls out to Simon before rushing toward him excitedly. Simon wonders what happened. Urz reminds him that he has to attend a banquet tomorrow evening and asks what kind of event it is. Simon explains that it is a reception hosted by the Oldwin family, with members of the family and honored guests from the Ring exhibition attending. Urz assumes that if he is invited as a VIP, it must be an important gathering of high-ranking people. With Kaizen's reputation, she believes there won't be any issue with formal attire, but there is one thing to watch out for. She smiles slyly, confusing both Simon and Fear, who wonder what she means. Later, Simon stands beside Shun at the exhibition. A noblewoman shakes hands with Shun, mentioning that it has been a long time. Shun greets her politely, and she expresses her gratitude that a Kaizen student has come to their family's exhibition. Simon humbly declines the praise, saying that it is an honor given to him by the Count, and he is the one who feels grateful. The lady then asks what has impressed the Kaizen student at the exhibition. Simon deflects, saying that Count Shun knows the answer better than him since he is hosting the event. He looks at Shun, asking if he is right. Shun nods and explains that this exhibition is special because it features entirely new types of undead. Meanwhile, inside the hall, a butler observes the noblewoman closely and asks another servant if she seems unusually thoughtful for someone so young. The female servant agrees, noting that she allows the Count to take the lead while she stays in the background. She also mentions that the servant staff is adjusting etiquette based on the guests' home countries. They both watch Simon and are impressed by his confidence. It seems recommending a Kaizen student wasn't a bad idea after all. The lady instructs the butler to stay quiet and listen. The butler thinks for a while, feeling relieved that the Count has chosen such a capable escort. After the noblewoman leaves, Simon exhales in relief. Shun praises him, saying he handled the situation well, then asks where he learned such refined etiquette. Simon smiles and explains that he trained diligently under his father when he was young. It was difficult, but he is grateful for the lessons. Shun agrees, telling Simon that he performed well today. Now that the guest reception is over, he encourages Simon to enjoy the banquet. Simon assures him that he will and thanks him for his generosity. As Simon walks into the banquet hall, he is taken aback to see all the members of the Old One family gathered there. However, he wonders where Mr. Finch is. Meanwhile, Finch stands outside the hall, holding a communication globe. He asks the person on the other side if he can hear him. The man confirms and assures Finch that everything is going according to plan. They will reach Blue Harbor the day after tomorrow. Finch acknowledges this and reports that everything on his side is progressing smoothly, since all key members of the family are gathered in the banquet hall without exception. The man has no concerns about this. However, he has heard rumors through his information network that a Kaizen student has arrived at Blue Harbor. Finch tells him not to worry, even if the student is from Kaizen. Being a first year means he isn't a real threat. If any problems arise, Finch promises to handle them personally. But the man interrupts, saying that it doesn't matter who their opponent is. They will eliminate everyone. He smirks, twirls his mustache, and states that as long as the deposit is confirmed, everything will proceed as planned. Finch reassures him that he will provide full support and reminds him that everything on this island already belongs to him. Meanwhile, Simon gazes out the window, feeling frustrated. His body armor training has failed again. Although the professor and Fear tell him not to worry, he can't help but feel anxious about his lack of progress. The opening ceremony concludes, but Shun notices Simon's troubled expression and asks what's wrong. Shun has been observing him for a while and can tell something is bothering him. Simon lowers his head slightly, assuring Shun that it's nothing serious. He is just worried about schoolwork. Shun asks if it is normal for Kaizen students to study so hard. Simon nods and explains that he has to work hard to keep up with the others. Shun understands his dedication but suddenly stops and looks out the window, startled. It's raining. Meanwhile, Urzi shivers from the cold. The rain started after the thick fog rolled in. A boy approaches her from a distance, warning her that it's dangerous to stay outside. He tells her to come inside since swimming is prohibited today due to the heavy sea fog. Urzi acknowledges him but, on her way back, overhears a group of people discussing something. They are wondering about a shape they see in the distance. Some think it's a rock, but others disagree because it appears to be moving. Curious, Urzi looks ahead and freezes in shock. It's a ship. A pirate ship is approaching the island. The pirate captain grins, excited about their target. Blue Harbor is a beautiful island, and his crew is confident that if they succeed in their mission, the entire island will belong to them. He orders them to capture every member of the Old One family alive and eliminate everyone else. Back at the exhibition hall, Simon, Shun, and the others sense that something is wrong. Panic spreads as they realize that an attack is underway. The Blue Harbor Maritime Guard Post is being overrun. They can't believe it. Pirates have reached the coastline. Everyone turns to the commander, desperate for him to take action. Shun is worried and grabs Simon's coat, calling out to him anxiously. Meanwhile, the commander urgently requests a response from the guard post, but there is no reply. This makes him uneasy, and he wonders if the communication system is down. Simon thinks the guards might not be receiving any messages, which makes Shun question what he means. After thinking for a moment, Simon sadly suggests that the guards may have already been attacked by the intruders. Just then, the butler rushes toward the commander, informing him that communication with Finch's team has been cut off. They assume that Finch's team might be in a battle with the pirates or something bad has happened to them. This alarms the commander, and he asks if even the top Necromancer of Blue Harbor has been taken down. Since the situation seems critical, he decides to form a defensive plan using the remaining forces on the island. The guests and the Count will be escorted away by boat. However, Simon disagrees with this idea. He argues that escaping by boat is even more dangerous because the pirates are skilled in naval combat and have likely blocked all waterways. The commander acknowledges that Simon is right, but he is deeply concerned that all communication posts and barracks have gone silent. Even the naval forces out at sea are unresponsive, meaning Blue Harbor's entire defense has collapsed. Simon wonders how the pirates are executing their attack so precisely. It is not just an ordinary raid. Every strategic point, from the naval defenses to the top Necromancer, has been neutralized. This suggests that the attack was carefully planned. Simon begins to suspect that someone is betraying them, whether from the Navy or among the guests on the island. This idea shocks Shun, but Simon insists that betrayal is highly likely. The maritime forces' positions change constantly, so for them to be ambushed all at once, someone must have leaked the information. Everyone starts to feel hopeless, fearing that it might be the end. They don't want to die, but the commander quickly regroups the troops and orders them to prepare for departure in 3 minutes. The guards obey without hesitation. The commander then turns to Simon, asking if he can help because every combatant is crucial in this situation. Simon wants to help, but his main duty is to protect the Count. However, Shun assures him that the Count will be fine. As the manager of Blue Harbor, Shun makes a personal request. He asks Simon not to worry about his safety and instead focus on rescuing the people of Blue Harbor. Simon hesitates, arguing that those who are being targeted might be among the residents. Shun acknowledges this, but insists that saving the civilians is the priority. He even offers to pay Simon extra if necessary and humbly bows, pleading for his help. Seeing no other choice, Simon agrees and follows the instructions. Later, they split their forces into 3 groups. The Navy is assigned to gather scattered personnel and rescue civilians. Meanwhile, the butler decides to take the Count and the distinguished guests to the mansion. The commander worries about the safety of the mansion, especially since Finch is missing, but the butler reassures him that the mansion has its own defense systems, former knights, and well-trained servants who can handle any threats. This relieves the commander, and he now focuses on positioning the Kizan students. Simon declares that he will head to the beach, believing that capturing the enemy captain will be the key to victory. Once they have the leader, dealing with the rest of the pirates will be easier. On his way to the beach, he tries to contact Fear but gets no response. Concerned, Simon fears that Fear might have already been taken out. As he continues, he overhears a group of hooligans mocking the Navy, saying that fighting them was easy because they were weak. They insult the captured soldiers, calling them idiots. Simon mutters that they are the real fools, unable to distinguish between war and mere local conflicts. He believes that indulging in a peaceful life for too long has weakened their minds. Just then, Fear's voice comes through, asking Simon if he can hear him. Simon realizes that the situation is serious, but these hooligans are not difficult opponents. Fear quickly deals with them, killing those who were mercilessly attacking civilians. He is confident that Simon would have done the same. Fear then suggests that Simon use core armor on the civilians, a technique taught to him by Professor Turtle. Simon hesitates, wondering if it will work, but Fear insists. It will be 10 times harder than what he practiced. But if his determination is strong, he will succeed. Understanding the urgency, Simon summons his undead and focuses on saving the civilians. Just as a hooligan prepares to kill a woman and her child, Simon directs all his attention to forming skeletal armor. He successfully covers the woman's arm with bone, allowing her to block the attacker's strike. She is shocked by the unexpected protection, but Simon knows he must keep going. The attacker stands in shock, confused about what is happening. The woman is also startled, but she quickly punches him in the face. She doesn't fully understand the situation, but the punch gives her confidence. She grabs his collar and demands to know how he dares to touch her child. The attacker, not understanding what is going on, raises his weapon to strike back. She feels worried while Simon tries to hand her something, but before he can, another man steps in. Although nervous, he moves forward to protect her. She fears he might get hurt, but Simon equips him with an exoskeleton just in time. The man is surprised, saying his legs are moving on their own. Fear feels relieved that their plan is working and wants to use the organized skeleton legion. With Simon's current state, they no longer need to worry about bad habits. Simon agrees and starts summoning the skeletons. He is amazed at how much easier this is compared to normal skeletons. Once the overall formation is set, the skeletons naturally find their positions. Now Simon understands why Fear initially forbade this method. The skeletons are already skilled, so there is no need for extra training. They are happy to see their new allies and urge them to show their strength. The skeletons rush toward the gangster. One of the girls punches him, remembering that he had touched her leg earlier, and she wants him to pay. Meanwhile, 2 children lift the gangsters, showing their mother how strong they are. The butler also takes down some enemies, lifting their bodies with ease. Simon asks if everyone is safe. The butler smiles, realizing that Simon is the one who dressed him in this suit. One of the defeated men recognizes Simon's outfit. It is the same uniform worn by Kizan, and he remembers seeing Simon with the Viscount earlier. While Simon warns the butler not to push himself too hard, the butler feels young again. The civilians cheer, grateful that Kizan has been protecting them all this time. They start believing that as long as they wear this armor, they won't suffer serious injuries. This confidence fuels their fighting spirit, and now the pirates are the ones running. Meanwhile, the pirate leader grins as he admires gold coins and treasures. He admits that the wealth on this land feels different from any he has seen before. Among the riches, he spots an emerald unlike any he has ever encountered. Suddenly, one of his men rushes in, begging for reinforcements. The townspeople are fighting back. The captain laughs, dismissing their strength, believing they are just weak leftovers. However, he is shocked to realize that they are not soldiers but ordinary island residents, shopkeepers, tourists, and chefs. The captain is stunned. These people should be begging for mercy, not fighting back. His man nervously explains that a necromancer is helping them, leaving the captain in disbelief. Meanwhile, one of the townspeople spots 2 approaching pirates and assures her companion that she will handle them. Simon warns another man about pirates coming through the alley. He nods in understanding. When the pirates arrive and recognize their attackers, they are disappointed to see that they are just kids. One pirate reaches for Simon, but before he can do anything, the two residents standing beside Simon start beating him up. The woman turns to Simon and asks if he is all right. Simon nods and thanks her, admitting that he never expected her to fight this hard. Later, the butler waves to them, announcing that he has disposed of all the bombs in the sea and that the rest of the civilians have evacuated. Simon thanks him for his efforts. The butler then steps forward, ready to show the pirates who are in charge. A child also wants to fight, but Simon stops him. He insists on facing the pirates alone and asks the others to evacuate. The residents hesitate, worried that he is taking on too much. Even though he is Kizan's student, this seems reckless. They want to fight alongside him. However, Simon retrieves all the bones used to make their armor and declares that his duty is to protect them. If anyone gets hurt, he won't be able to face the Viscount. With no other choice and their armor gone, they agree but urge him to be careful. Simon nods and thanks them. Simon then faces the pirate captain, who looks slightly exhausted. The captain mentions that Kazan promised to handle things, but they never intended to work with these people. Simon immediately realizes that there is a traitor among them and demands to know who it is. The captain unsheathes his sword and smirks, calling Simon naive. He asks if Simon really thinks they will reveal their secrets. With a swing of his sword, a powerful blast creates a thick mist. Simon watches closely and recalls the captain saying he cannot sense black. Simon asks if that is still true. This is Simon's first time encountering an aura user. The pirate captain, surprised, realizes that Simon is knowledgeable about aura, despite being a necromancer. Simon comments that necromancers like him are rare these days. This annoys the captain because he believes necromancers are the ones who divided magic users into mainstream and non-mainstream without any proof. They also look down on aura and pure magic as outdated just because it is different. The captain feels personally insulted, but when he sees aura in action, he finds it incredible. At first, he is irritated by Simon's gaze, but then he notices his movements. Simon is using the sword ritual of the Baldwin Kingdom Knights. This surprises the captain, making him wonder what Simon is hiding. The captain comes from a family of knights, but in a world dominated by necromancers, knightly traditions have declined. Everyone says this is the way of the future, but the captain refuses to give up. He trains hard, mastering his swordsmanship, strengthening his body, and refining his aura. He eventually passes the test and becomes a knight. However, out of 200 people, 198 are necromancers who have unlocked their core. The captain asks Simon if he understands how it feels to be called outdated just for following tradition. He wonders if Simon has ever heard people say they only care about practical results and ignore the deeper meaning of magic. Feeling frustrated, the captain abandons everything and sets out to sea. Simon understands that joblessness can lead to crime, and he agrees that the captain's story is sad. However, he also believes that sadness does not erase wrongdoing. Just then, a giant undead rises from the ground. The captain moves to block it, but Simon takes advantage of the distraction. He dashes behind the captain and knocks him out with a punch to the back of the neck. Meanwhile, the undead throws tubes of liquid at the captain's face, but the captain ignores it and declares that knights never waver. Simon realizes that, as the captain said, knights must train in swordsmanship, physical strength, and aura, regardless of whether they have a core or not. He sees these as fundamental skills and has never thought of them as outdated. However, what truly feels old-fashioned is the way the captain thinks. Later, all the pirates, including their captain, are captured and tied up. Simon questions one of them, knowing they have no hope of escape now. He tells the man that piracy is a serious crime, but if he cooperates, Simon might be able to ask for leniency. He asks who the Blue Harbor official they worked with is, but the man refuses to answer. The man remarks that if he had known he would be forced to answer every question, he would never have become a pirate in the first place. Simon signals to his skeletons and tells them to make the man drink something. He reminds him that he may be a student, but he is also a necromancer. After drinking the liquid, the man starts coughing and demands to know what it is. Simon smiles and asks if he thinks it's poison. He explains that in 15 seconds, the poison will spread through his body, and in 5 seconds, the pain will begin. The man panics, but Simon shows him an antidote and promises to give it to him if he tells the truth. At first, the man remains silent, but Simon warns that it's his choice. The man finally snitches and says Finch's name. Simon is shocked and asks if this is really true, which irritates the man. He snaps back, saying he has no reason to lie when his life is at stake and demands the antidote. Simon thinks for a moment and agrees with him. Since Finch is an important figure in Blue Harbor, finding him should reveal the location of the naval outpost and its forces. However, Simon wonders why Finch would betray Blue Harbor and his own territory. Suddenly, he remembers the undead from earlier and suspects it might be connected. Lost in thought, Simon accidentally drops the antidote. The man panics, cursing Simon for betraying him after he told the truth. However, Simon calmly reveals that the potion was never poison. It was just a seasickness remedy. The man will be fine in 2 hours. Simon tells him to relax and enjoy his time in jail. Meanwhile, inside a mansion, 2 servants are protecting Count Shun. The pirates tell them that resisting is useless and they should surrender peacefully. Suddenly, one of the servants is shocked as bones attach to her body, forming skeletal armor. Confused, she wonders what is happening. At the other end of the hallway, Simon orders her to fight back. She is surprised to see Simon and immediately starts attacking the pirates. One pirate sneaks up behind Simon, but the servant warns him just in time. Simon turns around and kicks the pirate in the face. The servant gently puts down Count Shun and asks if Simon is injured. Simon reassures him that he is fine, and then asks if the Count is safe. The Count confirms that he is unharmed. Simon urges them to evacuate quickly, feeling that his suspicions are correct. As they escape the mansion, Simon ensures that the pirates can't follow. Count Shun hesitates, but Simon tells him to go immediately. Just then, a pirate rushes toward the Count, finally having found him. The pirates order the Count to come with them, but Simon quickly uses his undead to twist the pirate's arm, making him collapse. The pirate is too confused to understand what just happened. Simon tells Shun to come to him, and Shun obeys. Simon reaches out to grab Shun's hand, but before he can, molten wax suddenly engulfs Shun, pulling him away. Finch uses a powerful dragon formation, launching burning wax that melts a pirate and even the floor itself. Simon is stunned. This wax is strong enough to melt through solid ground. Finch glares at Simon and scolds him, reminding him that a bodyguard should never let his guard down. Outside, the people cheer when they see Mr. Finch, believing they are saved. Finch confidently tells them not to worry because he is here now. This frustrates Simon. Finch is the real culprit, yet he is acting like a hero. Simon demands that he release the Count immediately. Finch simply smiles and refuses. He says he cannot trust Simon and insists that, as the Count's bodyguard, Simon should never have left his side. He declares that he cannot compromise on the Count's safety and will officially report this matter to Kizan. Simon furiously asks Finch why he has betrayed them, shocking Count Shun. Finch is also startled as he realizes the truth, but he quickly smiles cunningly. Everyone finds it hard to believe that Finch has betrayed them, assuming Kizan might have misunderstood something. Simon insists that the pirates have confessed, and both the Navy soldiers and the residents of Blue Harbor have heard it. Finch questions if there is any proof, while Shun, with teary eyes, begs his uncle to let him go. Finch apologizes, saying it is not possible, then throws green balls at Simon. A strange gas fills the air, blocking Simon's vision, and Finch escapes. Simon looks down at the butler and tells him he will go after Finch. He orders the butler to spread the news of Finch's betrayal to the Navy and officials. The butler, though slightly confused, wants Simon to save the Count from Finch. Meanwhile, Finch ties up Shun, throws him down, and orders him to stay put. He then creates a magical circle around him, summoning undead creatures and commanding them to set sail. Shun asks his uncle why he is doing this to him, but Finch scoffs. Unable to believe Shun still calls him uncle. Shun wonders if he has done something wrong, but Finch tells him it is not his fault. The true culprit is his father. This revelation shocks Shun. Finch claims that Shun's father is the reason his mother, who is also Finch's sister, died. Although Finch comes from a declining family, he possesses extraordinary talent. Once rumored to be the future of Kizan and the top candidate for special admission. Many families try to recruit him, but the oldest families in Blue Harbor are the most eager. They arrange for his sister to marry the eldest son of the old one, binding Finch to them as their exclusive necromancer. He receives full support, but a year later, he fails both the special admission and Kizan's entrance exam. His failure turns the old ones into a laughing stock, as they had invested a fortune in him. Determined to redeem himself, Finch studies relentlessly for the family that took him in, and for his sister, who married into them. He moves to another land, aiming for Kizan's transfer system, but then he receives a letter from his sister. She writes that she is struggling in her new home and wants to leave her husband to return. That is the last letter she ever sends. Soon after, Finch sees his sister's lifeless body covered in bruises. He realizes that the worse he failed, the worse she suffered at the hands of the old ones. Knowing this, all he could do was tell her to hold on until Kizan called for him. But now, all his knowledge and necromantic skills are useless. All he can do is turn her corpse into a skeleton or a coffin. Overcome with guilt, he asks Shun if he knows what his father was doing at the funeral. Shun's father had been fooling around with another woman while his sister's body was still cold. They disguised her death as an illness, and in that moment, Finch wondered how a husband and father could be so heartless. That is when he decided to bring the entire family to ruin and take everything from them. He then asks Shun if he remembers how his father died. Shun, confused, says his father passed away from illness. Realizing the truth, Shun is stunned. Finch smirks and tells him that now he understands. He is the enemy of Shun's father and the one who avenged his mother. Now that all the old ones are gathered, This is the perfect time to erase the family from existence. Once they are gone, Finch will inherit Blue Harbor's rulership and the Old One's wealth as their sole heir. He asks Shun if he thinks this plan is perfect. But Shun refuses, saying it is not right and that things will not go as Finch expects because Simon will stop him. Finch acknowledges that Kyan, ranked number 1, is the only unpredictable factor. However, he never expected a commoner to be the top special admission candidate. He assumes that Nephthys is getting old and losing judgment. For now, Finch focuses on taking Shun and retrieving all the Old One's wealth. Dealing with Simon can wait. But Shun remains confident that Simon will not die so easily. Finch cannot believe Shun still speaks this way. Suddenly, the ship starts shaking. Finch wonders if the special admission student has already caught up, but that should be impossible. Just then, a man on another ship greets the Count. Finch is shocked to see the pirate captain and wonders why he is here. However, the situation is clear. Finch orders his men to capture the Count unharmed and to kill anyone who interferes. His men obey. The pirate captain suspects that Finch, the Necromancer, will eventually betray them for money, but this is sooner than expected. He considers Finch insignificant and wants to settle this quickly. The pirate captain scoffs at Finch's abilities, claiming that without black magic, Finch will be easy to defeat. However, Erza, who has disguised herself as the captain, is unsure of their next move. The pirates, excited to face just one opponent, prepare to charge and kill him. But before they can attack, Finch takes out a potion and drinks it. The pirates grow uneasy, wondering why he would do that. Suddenly, something emerges from Finch's coat. Several tentacles form, horrifying the pirates. Finch sneers, asking if this is their first time facing a necromancer. The tentacles pierce through the pirates' bodies, killing them instantly. A pirate from behind fires an arrow, but it has no effect on Finch. Finch laughs, surprised that they thought a simple arrow would harm him. The remaining pirates panic, realizing Finch is a monster. One of them rushes to the captain, desperately asking how they can defeat him. The fake captain, furious, tells him to shut up and fight or risk dying by his hands before Finch can get to them. Deep inside, one of the undead is terrified, wondering what Finch has done to his body. He tries to escape, but the potion's effects finally take hold, and he falls to his knees. Finch approaches and calls him undead, then asks how it feels. The undead emits a distinct smell, so Finch explains that he mixed a unique concoction into the fog. It is odorless and colorless, with effects that build up over time. Finch observes how long it took to affect the undead, and concludes that she must be stronger than Gale. Finch's research states that exposing an undead to more than 4,160 ppm should completely neutralize it, no matter its type. However, right in front of him, there is an exception. The pirate captain's disguise vanishes from Erza's body, returning her to her original form because of the gas. Finch expects her to die, as it would help him complete his research. He also plans to dissect her unique body. His wax-like tentacle rushes toward her face, but before it can reach her, someone attacks the ship and saves her. He turns to see who it is and finds Simon standing there. Finch laughs, knowing that Simon is walking straight into his death. Simon, however, stays calm. He tells Finch they will find out soon and instructs Erzi to take Shun and retreat. Fear is eager to fight, thinking this is finally his moment to shine. But Erza warns him not to come any closer. The undead neutralizing gas is spreading, and even a little exposure will make it harder for him to control his body. Finch launches an attack at Erzi, but she dodges and quickly retreats. He praises Simon for keeping him entertained and extends his wax tentacle from the floor, aiming at them. Erzi warns the commander, and Fear blocks the attack, shielding both himself and Simon. Simon repeats his order for Erzi to take Shun and leave while they keep fighting. Fear realizes the entire ship is covered in the deadly concoction Erzi mentioned. At this rate, both he and Erzi will be completely neutralized. Meanwhile, Erzi is untying Shun, telling him to stay still because she will free him soon. Shun is confused and asks who she is. She introduces herself as Simon's trusted subordinate and assures him he is safe. At the same time, Simon is dodging Finch's attacks, but his shoulder gets scratched. He immediately realizes the tentacles are also poisonous. They need a plan to handle the situation before it's too late. Fear keeps cutting at the tentacle, but he knows they are running out of options. He hesitates to use a particular method, one he would rather die than attempt. As he starts explaining, Simon suddenly collapses. Simon quickly reassures him that he is fine. Fear then instructs him to run in a specific direction. Simon follows the command, skillfully dodging Finch's attacks. Finch watches with fascination. This is the first time he has seen such a smart undead capable of suppressing its own healing. He wonders why such an incredible creature would serve a weakling like Simon. Fear, on the other hand, sees right through Finch's thoughts. His mind is clouded by insecurity. Suddenly, Simon asks Fear about the method he mentioned earlier. Fear explains that Simon must wear him. In this situation, neither he nor Erzi can fully protect him, so Simon must use Fear's power to defeat Finch. However, there is a serious risk. Fear is an ancient undead, and merging with his mind is incredibly dangerous. A single mistake could destroy Simon's mind, leaving him in a vegetative state. Fear asks if Simon is still willing to do it. Simon thinks for a moment before agreeing, fully confident he will succeed. Fear is pleased. This is the answer he was hoping for. Simon extends his hand, and bone armor begins forming around him as Fear's body disintegrates and covers him completely. Once Simon wears him, he is pulled into Fear's mind, which appears vast and endless. He feels himself sinking, struggling to stay afloat. Fear's voice cuts through the chaos, instructing him to concentrate and avoid being swallowed by his consciousness. He teaches Simon how to focus his mind, maintain his will, and merge with another entity without losing himself. Simon follows his guidance, regaining awareness. Fear is impressed. This is exactly what he expects from Richard's son, someone flawless in every way. Simon now fully controls his new form. He signals Finch to fight, and Finch laughs at their confidence. He mocks them, saying that no matter how powerful Fear is, he is useless in this mist. However, his confidence is shattered in an instant. Simon rushes at him and, in the blink of an eye, slices through his tentacles. Finch is in shock. Before he can react, Simon severs his arm. Pain shoots through Finch's body as he clutches his shoulder, groaning. He tries to regenerate his arm, but nothing happens. Panic sets in as he wonders why his healing isn't working. Simon tells him to surrender, warning that if he resists any further, he will lose his head next. Finch finally admits defeat. He recalls how people once called him a genius at 17, but now, standing against Simon, he realizes he is not strong enough. If someone like Simon is ranked as the top admission candidate, then it is no surprise Finch couldn't make it into Kaizen. Simon is stunned. Even now, Finch is obsessed with education, as if that's what he should be worrying about. Instead, he should be thinking about all the innocent people who died because of him, about Shun, who was betrayed by his own family. Finch, however, remains unfazed. He says death is as natural to a necromancer as sleep. Ever since his sister died, the deaths of others have meant nothing to him. Even now, in the face of defeat, he praises Simon's undead abilities, calling them remarkable. Simon's attention shifts as he notices a glowing magic circle on Finch's chest. It's the circle of permanence. Finch smirks and says that he wants to know which is stronger, his undead or the monster he controls. He suddenly slams his chest. Simon is confused, wondering what he is planning now. Fear instantly understands and yells at Simon to retreat. Finch's body begins glowing brightly, and moments later, an explosion tears through him, scattering his body into pieces. Shun, watching from a distance, panics. He calls out to his uncle, desperate to see what happened. However, Urzi prevents him from seeing anything. As Simon wonders if the guy took his own life, Fear warns him about another danger. Suddenly, their ship gets attacked by a giant kraken. Simon realizes that it's a fully grown kraken. It turns out that Finch has merged with the kraken. He proudly announces that he is now above him and Kaizen, which makes him the strongest life form in the ocean. He grabs Simon by the leg and pulls him underwater. Fear tries his best, but he can't do anything to stop him. He keeps calling him out as Simon slowly starts to lose consciousness underwater.